Diary of an Escape. Antonio Negri. Translated by Ed Emery. Author's Introduction. As the dates show, this diary was finished about 2 years ago. Immediately, a major Italian publishing house asked me if they could publish it. The publishing house was in receivership at the time, which meant that an independent editor had space to distance himself from the cowardliness of the majority. However, the publisher had hardly emerged from receivership when the new owners cancelled my contract. And, as if that was not enough, they also began attacking me and slandering me through the publisher's own daily and weekly newspapers. Since then things have gone from bad to worse, to the point where I had the pleasure of reading in Corriere della Sera a few weeks ago that, in the name of freedom of the press, my books should not be published at all. It does not surprise me to see journalists rallying to the cause of censorship, given that, in the name of defending the institutions, they are already prepared to be the servants of new fascist entities, lodges and corporations. I am proud of having obliged them to censor me, these same people who not so many years ago thought that they had succeeded in burying me beneath kilometers of lead, and who had accused me of being the assassin of the Republic, and then, when I was found to be innocent, reported the fact in a couple of column inches and forgot about it. Like hypocritical dogs who shit on the pavement and then make to bury it with a couple of paw strokes. At that point a major French publisher broke this united front of silence and dishonor and went ahead and published the volume. I thank him, and here I would also like to thank the people who, amid extraordinary difficulties and with great generosity, are now publishing this diary in Italian. They are showing once again that chez nous, that liberty which is detested and crushed by the state and by the big institutions, is nurtured and defended and given a high social value by ever new figures and ever more intelligent subjects. I wrote this diary to tell the truth about what was happening to me. 4 years of preventive imprisonment, followed by election to Parliament and then by the experience, made in corpore vili on a body of no value, my own, in this instance, of the cruelty of the special laws and of the truth of the Pentati members of armed organizations who recant, collaborate with the authorities and receive state protection and / or a reduced sentence in return. Gradually 2 themes became central, my lack of any kind of confidence in the magistracy and the political class, and my declaration of innocence, hence my right to escape. I was, and am, literally pursued by a group of magistrates, supported by a compact set of political lobbies, who have interpreted in reactionary forms the struggle of the institutions against terrorism. This interpretation has removed the right to justice, has very seriously poisoned the democratic political system, and has constructed brothels of corporative infamy within the state. So much for the general picture. As regards my own personal position, a few basic facts will suffice to show the extent to which I have fallen prey to the system's madness. I have been accused, and must defend myself, in 6 separate trials, which have since become 18, bearing in mind the 3 levels involved in each trial, and now, 6 years after my arrest, only 1.5 have been carried through. That leaves me, for the next 20 years, I imagine, with 16.5 trials in which I have to defend myself, find the money to pay lawyers, mobilize journalists, and so on. As for the political class, from right to left without exception, including what remains of the far left, which had been backtracking politically to the point of indecency, it has accepted this degradation of the law without batting an eyelid. At least this has been the case for a long time. Now, in the course of the past 2 years, and particularly in recent months, there has been something of a reawakening, so that many of the accusations which I, as an innocent man and as an elected member of Parliament, bring here against these magistrates, political cliques, and journalistic mafias have acquired resonance today through statements made by certain authoritative representatives of the state. Obviously this fact gives me a degree of pleasure, and it prompts me to confess, comforted by those declarations, that, if I had many doubts when I made my escape from Italy, as my diary confirms, today, when I think back, I can only thank the heavens for having inspired me to do so. If at that time I was in doubt, Today I consider myself the subject of a miracle for not having let those doubts stand in the way of my escape. An escape which has been a symbol of truth and liberty. No, our only claim to eternity will not be the contents of our police files, nor the ravings of Calogero and his like, nor the malevolence and cynical determination of the lodges. It will not be possible for the ruling class to cancel out the memory of our revolution, as they did on other occasions in Italy, for instance when, after 1870, they resorted to ferocious repression against the social movement of the revolutionary peasantry to destroy the movement for radical transformation which had traversed the Risorgimento, when they dissolved, through wars and fascism, the practice of working-class counterpower, which had accompanied the Industrial Revolution, or when they used restructuring, state massacres and emergency laws to crush the struggles which the exploited had opposed to the new and fierce rules of mature capitalism. No, you will not manage to cancel the memory of the 1960s and 1970s by applying the label terrorism. We are not terrorists, just as our fathers were not deserters or our grandfathers bandits. We are stubborn people, who want, and who continue to want, from generation to generation, a radical transformation of society and a thoroughgoing political revolution. This is the reason why I published, and am now republishing, this diary, then in French, now in Italian. Because on this basis my feeling of innocence and the demand for justice which have jointly guided my action, and which are continually renewed and fed by the memory of the heroic and very sweet period of development of communist autonomy, now drive me to propose, with coherence, that I should return to Italy. Returning so as to confirm my freedom, just as they drove me to escape in order to preserve that freedom. Returning to Italy so as to resume the communist political struggle. Directly, immediately. Because, in the first place, the precarious political equilibrium which was established in Italy around the defeat of terrorism has shown its limits. The ability to defeat terrorism was not accompanied by the intelligence needed to dissolve the reasons for it, or to recover its radical albeit ingenuous motivations. Because, secondly, not only have we seen a complete paralysis in the transformation and political modernization of the country, but we have also seen a barbarizing of its civil structures, a barbarizing paradoxically brought about by the extension of emergency laws and by the ways in which the parties have made use of these laws against each other. I do not criticize only the emergency laws, what I criticize also is their extraordinary extension, and the fact that they have become a huge disfigurement of law and of the rules of simple human cohabitation. All these uglinesses can only be cancelled by a program of renewal which, in a democracy, sees the social subjects who were formed in the struggles of the 1960s and 1970s becoming protagonists again. Returning to protagonism. The hope of a return is thus articulated with the claim which, for all the mistakes made, my generation can broadly make, that of being the only ones who tried to give body to the reform of culture, to the modification of the democratic institutions and to the development of liberty. The only generation in the 40 years since the end of the Second World War. Today we are in a position to talk about a return. A return of the exiles to their country, a return of the prisoners to their families, a return of the generation of social struggles to democratic political life. We have to talk about this return, because the country needs us and needs our will and capacity for transformation. It needs our culture, the fact of our differentness. As for us, it does us no good to be scornful of the generation of the resistance and of the period of antifascism which preceded us. Gradually, over the course of time, that generation has completely abdicated all commitment to transformation. It rebuilt the country after the war, rebuilt it so well that it gave us a country which was almost the same as it was during the years of fascism. No dynamic response was given to the enormous modification of the economic and cultural base that the struggle of the world proletariat had brought about. We have a political constitution which, contradictorily, combines both feebleness and rigidity. We have a political class which is clinging onto power, a rotting ivy on structures that are disintegrating. So a return is not only a desire for us, it is also a necessity for the country. Our struggle has in fact been the genealogy, certainly not of the present, but, of the possible future of our country. We have no intention of ending up in a situation where, in Milan Kundera's words, our only claim to posterity will be the contents of our police files. Our defeat has been only one episode, and not even among the most important ones, in the struggle which, in the world and in Italy, has been developing for a century for the appropriation of the enormous productive forces that development has created. Our generation is the only one to have a political culture which is matched to the enormity of this technological revolution, and one with a productivity and an invention power to match. Thus the notion of return derives its political strength from the ontological force of a radical change that has already taken place in people's consciousnesses. We do not need memory in order to be able to declare it. We do not need anything other than the fact of our existing, of our being present, of our return. I feel that all this is near. And I feel that in the whole of Europe, and maybe even a bit further afield, many things are changing. Finally, it should be said that ours is a return which bears the scars of transformation. How much time have we spent working on this, how much suffering have we undergone, and yet this return appears so bright that I have no pain at the thought of that past. The only pain which I have now is the restlessness of a wait which, as of today, I hope will be very brief. 1. The trial. February 24 to May 24, 1983, Folios 1 to 37. Folio 1. February 24. Thursday. Morning wake-up call at 6:30. I am very tense. For 4 years I have been waiting for this fateful, is that the word? Day. I am already tired as I come to wakefulness. The sky is dark, but you can see that it is a cold crystalline blue, as often happens in Rome at this time of year. We come down to the disgusting narrow little cells. We wait. I read the graffiti on the walls. The body searches begin. Then we're chained together, 4 at a time, and we're loaded into the vans. The helicopter arrives. Buzzing overhead. A barking of military-style orders. Swarms of motorcycle police. We wait in the trucks. A joke or two among the comrades. Then our very noisy convoy moves off. Roads blocked off, guns pointing everywhere, one truck with a soldier in a kind of armored turret, ready to shoot. Continuous stream of radio babble, the kind of thing you hear in the movies, panther calling eagle. Swan replying, we've left the quiet of prison behind us. Now we're caught in the trappings of war. We stretch to peer out of the windows of our van. People look alarmed as we pass. Green grass along the outlying roads where they're taking us. Then, finally, the bunker, the infamous Foro Italico. Again we wait. By 10:30 a.m. we are in court. It's taken 4 hours to get here. Is it going to be like this every time? I'm done for. We enter the specially built cages in the courtroom, with the cameras and TV crews homing in on us. Cheese, cheese. Do you know what it's like to have spent a year, a month, even a day, in prison? Cheese, cheese. Enter the judges. The repressive machine seems to thrive on this concocted routine. The stage setting is antiquated, and the spectacle of force does nothing to remove the sense of anachronism. The machine, however, enjoys its airs and graces. Silence, apart from the continuing click, click of the cameras. Cheese, cheese. No, this court is a useless add-on. This trial is already a foregone conclusion for the institutions. Why carry on the pret-ins? How can there be any hope of finding justice in this trial, prejudiced as it is by 4 years of preventive detention? The cameras click and the film cameras whir. Cheese, cheese. It's hard to take in everything that's going on. Right at the back of this huge armed encampment we can see friends, relations, and comrades. I'm terribly short-sighted, so the comrades point people out to me, look, there's X, and there's Y. An equation with too many unknowns. However, in this feverish excitement I pretend that I too can see. Greetings, emotion. Santiapica, the judge, starts. Giuliano, my lawyer, also starts. They exchange formalities, which seem like mafia signals. The problem this morning is how we are going to get out of a particularly absurd situation. Today, apart from being on trial in Rome, I am also supposed to be on trial in Milan. The formality of their exchanges does nothing to conceal the fierce irrationality of the whole proceedings. The court adjourns. We go down to the cells. We wait there for hours and hours. The machine grinds away, the handcuffs cut into your wrists, the court decides. You might wonder how the court can make a decision in a situation like this. But it will decide, that's for sure. It has to decide. And thus the decision will conclude this imbalanced, I would say incoherent and ferocious, trial dialectics. So we won't go to Milan, we'll stay in Rome? We'll see tomorrow. Ah, mysterious decisionismo, what a vulgar situation you have fallen into. We return to prison, physically exhausted. I experience a strange and horrible happiness at being back in my cell. I throw myself onto my bed. I want to sleep. The other comrades ask how it went. Finally I take a book, in the hope of getting off to sleep. Starobinsky, Transparency and Obstruction. I can't sleep. My mind is caught up in the plot of the story. Rousseau as a Holderlinian hero, but this trial of ours, is it not in reality a persecution of the beautiful soul of the movement? Enough. Thought cannot stoop to concern itself with this trial. Reaching out, I pick up another book from the floor, the first that comes to hand. It is an issue of the German journal Alternative, the latest to arrive and also the last of the series. The comrades are saying 1968 is finished. Alternative ran for more than 10 years as a sourcebook within the movement. Now the story has come to an end, gentlemen, and another story is starting. This picking up of a book from the pile is somehow symbolic. I laugh. It's like Erasmus picking out a page of the Bible at random, or myself as a child opening random pages of Leopardi. So the party is starting over, says the casual soothsayer. Maybe that is the case in Germany. But here everything's carrying on just the same. Including this infamous trial. I read, distractedly. The caricatural machine of justice is writ large before me, and I see how it is shored up by the daily torment of prison and the ferocious stage setting of the trial. 4 long years. And then, all of a sudden, I see the faces of Paula and Rosanna, of those faithful old witnesses to truth. A sudden doubt rises in me. Maybe in this trial truth cannot win. This enlightenment of ours, this communist hope of ours, which does not surrender. Tell the truth, shout the truth. But what is truth in a political trial? On the one side, the stage setting, the machinery, the dramatization. On the other, this wounded humanity of ours. 4 years of preventive imprisonment. A great heap of memories, passions, and suffering. And, first and foremost, a revolutionary passion lived to the limit, the joy of transformation. 2 worlds. This trial is pitting 2 worlds against each other. It is recomposing life in the form of legality. No, this cannot be done. Cheese. They, too, know that it's not possible. That's the reason why nothing surrounding this trial has any rationality to it. The courtroom cages, the handcuffs, the hours and hours of waiting in the cells. No, they don't want the truth. They want the ritual. They want a sacrifice. Legality is restored in the symbolic, not in the rational. Paula, Rosanna, why are you there, loyal, full of reason and beautiful? Go away. This is Aztec justice. Giuliano, why do you continue playing the lawyer, you who know about these things? At last I drop off to sleep. Just for a while. I dream that I am sleeping on a mattress full of knives and spears. The density of the institutions. How many times have you recalled me to that? Merde. Cheese. And yet I am serene. I smile. Pietro wakes me with a kiss. I sit down to write. G12 Rebibia, February 24th. Folio. 2. Second day of the trial. It's going to be postponed until March 7th. In other words, until Milan decides to release me from the trial that I am supposed to be undergoing up north. What looked at first like a great procedural mess has been sorted out and becomes insignificant. But the fact remains that I still have to undergo 2 trials, one here in Rome, for insurrection and for having supposedly set up an armed band, and the other in Milan, for crimes, demonstrations, robberies, and so on, which, according to the prosecution, substantiate and demonstrate both the armed band charge and the charge of insurrection. First the sentencing in Rome, and then the proofs in Milan. There's always something new to learn. Absurdity is never sufficiently appreciated in our life. To arrive at this crazy result, which presumably he thinks is a neat operation, the president of the court is playing for time. He wants to wind up today's proceedings without having the charges read out, so as to delay the formal opening of our trial. He wants to avoid a situation in which we end up being judged simultaneously in both Rome and Milan. The likelihood is that this would make one of the 2 trials collapse, most probably the one in Rome, under his jurisdiction. In short, 2 trials on the same evidence is fine, but those 2 trials taking place simultaneously is not fine. The contradiction within the system has to be controlled and contained, so that systemic circulation is maintained. The contradictory fact is put out of the way. However, this operation of systemic logic is happening in the most banal fashion. Sometimes the spectacle is downright comical. For Santiapica, it is a question of ownership. He has a property to be defended. For Abate, the assistant judge, the problem is how to get into a position where he can pass the sentence he already has in his pocket, ready-made. Great confusion in court, a fluttering of robes and continuous sharp interchanges on all sides, between the court president and the lawyers, between the lawyers and the aggrieved parties, between the lawyers and the prosecuting counsel, and between the latter and the president. Our friends, Massimo, Giacomo, Marco, watch the scene in a state of consternation. Myself much less so. In fact, and I see and feel it more and more, there is a reversal in my way of seeing things, a complete reversal of perspective. They, the friends, the comrades on the outside, look at me in the cage and see me as if suspended in another reality, in another time. But I have the same sensation when I look at them, and I appreciate how much this happens in the continuity of my reversed perception. I see them in suspension. They come into the courtroom and, albeit with a degree of skepticism, they do believe in the idea of justice. They hope to tear down these damned bars and to win me back into the real time of life. I know that this hope is irremediably lost. Here, in this trial, the trial is purely and simply a continuation of prison. I look at them and I look at their hopes, as if I see everything projected onto a screen, far in the distance. Whereas my own real is constituted by my ability to live the continuity between prison and trial. Certainly it is an absurd continuity, a constrained world, a substitution of the world, but it is nonetheless real for that. Thus there are different identities, counterposed. In this instance, my refusal to identify myself in the law and in the trial permits me to construct for myself, in prison, a way of surviving which is a force of resistance, an intellectual and ethical concentration. Thus the suspension of time, which the friends on the outside are denouncing, is for me a substitution of time. Being for prison is the only form of resistance possible. It is, on the one hand, existence as an appendage. They do everything they can to remind you of it. A day of trial is 10 or 12 hours of work. I find a desire insinuating its way into my head, that they should stage the trial directly in prison, lock, stock and barrel. but there is also a continued sense of internal freedom, of irreducible resistance. Freedom. That's certainly not something that the trial will give me. Here inside, and through those mechanisms, the word appears to have no meaning. No, freedom has nothing to do with the dimension of time involved in the trial. So don't look at me as if this trial is going to win me back into life. The trial is only dragging me into the abyss of an injustice that has turned itself into institution and machine. How can a monster generate freedom? By now my freedom is already stronger than any illusion, than any trial. It will make me something other. England is a bitch, LKJ, Linton Kwesi Johnson. G12 Rebibia, February 25. Folio 3. Much nervousness in prison. Enea and Pietro have suddenly been transferred, one to Volterra and the other to Fossombrone. For the moment they are in the isolation cells in those prisons. We hear that the authorities are possibly planning to clear out Rebibia. A general state of hysteria. I spend these days of the suspended hearing going over the trial in my mind. I ask myself continually, what exactly is a political trial? Certainly not a process designed to arrive at a truth. Rather it is one of the forms which exhibit the ongoing restructuring of the equilibrium of constitutional powers. The life of the law is the law of the jungle. What is happening here is that justice is advancing and organizing, within the totality of constitutional powers, its powers of political exclusion. A political trial is thus the pivotal point around which, through the medium of the magistracy, all the powers of the state reconsolidate their mutual loyalty and exclude the forces of difference. They formalize the exclusion of the forces of renewal. Thus a political trial becomes very much an act of state. It is here that law is formed, constitutional law of exclusion, of banning from the polis. I am frightened by the compactness of this power which, in judging me, rediscovers and reformulates its own identity. I am blinded by the strength of its presence. It seems to me impossible to resist it. I begin to think about the past. Was it not against precisely this overbearing presence that we were struggling, against this continuous, latent, and efficacious overdetermination of the Constitution? Against this perversion of democracy? Against the narrow-minded and closed character of its institution? Here instead we have power in the final instance. Juridical exclusion. I have been rereading my pipeline, which has just been published. In my view, the concept of exclusion relates to that of poverty. The person who is excluded is like the person who is poor. In the great ceremony of repression, I experience myself as a poor person un povero. In my mind's eye, I see again images of our struggles and conquest of a revolutionary consciousness. A delirium? No. I am simply reconfirming a passion for justice, in the social, in reality, and in poverty. A chasseur noir, as Vital Nake says. G12 Rebibia, 26–27 February. Folio 4. How is it possible for an ethical totality, like the one represented by us, the defendants in this trial, to constitute itself in the presence of another figure, which also presents itself as a totality? Logic excludes the co-presence of two totalities. Such a relationship can exist only if one of the two totalities is a nothing, is unreal. But I cannot accept this. I claim the ethical totality of our project, of our existence. Our adversary is power. But power cannot accept to be stripped of its value either. In this clash there is no possibility of transcendence. So how can there be any meeting point here? How is any dialectics possible in a trial? Aristotle sees this clash of absolutes as the essence of tragedy. Paul Ricoeur, in his latest book, which I am reading, relates the polarity of the dramatic plot to the absolutization of the time of consciousness as Augustine describes it in his Confessions. In the unfolding of the plot, every actor lives the absoluteness of consciousness. However, recognizing this and saying it is not the same as overcoming the irreducible split. Here dialectics is not possible. Particularly not in the postmodern scenario we inhabit. All the contradictions have lost any hierarchical dimension. Conflict takes place on the surface, a surface that is flat. The trial is therefore not a hierarchical function, it is simply a terrain on which absolutes rebound off each other, one against the other. The impermeability is complete. And yet consciousness does not remain content with the plot. Sometimes, on the basis of my studies and my beliefs, I think that our ethicity is Spinozan potenza potentiality and imagination, and that the ethicity claimed by the adversary is a tendency to nullification, to the unitary and nullifying appropriation of being. I fear my metaphysical presumption, but I don't know how to lessen its fascination and its grip. I understand that hard objectivity of relationship, by virtue of which every character is affected by the irresoluteness of the plot and every form of awareness is relative. But, having said that, I am not able to convince myself that our witnessing the real has been, and is, less than absolute. I think of the trial, of how this ethical content of ours has rendered our language, within the trial, entirely specific and untranslatable, and of how, in consequence, no dialogue will be possible. Thus our trial will be a rolling out of life and of its truths, one against the other, but with an impossibility of finding a middle way, a mode of confrontation. The passages become invisible, mine to them, and theirs to me. The determinations become impossible to define, mine to them and theirs to me. Perhaps this tragedy of ethics that we are living is no longer resolvable, neither in ourselves nor in the globality of the drama. I regard with extreme bitterness this obligation of mine to move within the ethical. In its extreme hardness, I do not understand how this trial can be resolved. Or rather, there is only one way, that of frontal clash, that of the affirmation of our humanity. In postmodernity, in a world which roots values singularly in a horizon with a flat surface, how would a trial, a judgment, a restoration of power be possible? The only thing possible is my, or our, capacity to assert the truth, without illusions, without any claim to reconquer any dialectic of recomposition. And yet this ethical affirmation of ours is, in essence, radical and given. Without presumption I live this irresolvable paradox of separation. G12 Rebibia, February 28. Folio 5. Everyone is saying that Negri is not to be forgiven. I am the unpardonable one. Strange rumors are reaching me from Milan, where the trial has begun in my absence. In Milan the situation is dominated by the ideology of the evil teacher Cattivo Maestro. This was constructed by the chroniclers of the historic compromise, and pliable judges, armed with that horrible Machiavellianism which makes their thinking so antiquated, have happily taken it on board. The lawyers, from what I understand, are having a hard time getting to grips with the reality of the trial in its twisted complexity, in its dislevels and in the articulation of its various layers, in the ruinous direction it has taken, that of attributing moral responsibility for everything that has happened to me and my comrades. They employ ferocious murderers as ideological accusers, and with this they attempt, almost furiously, to cancel out the history of the class struggles, and also the empirical history of the party struggles that produced the killing of Tobaji. This horrific crime must be covered by an ideological smokescreen. The restorative function that the political trial fulfills in the composure of domination has to run its full course. So I am the unpardonable one. I read Gerard, on sacrifice, on the scapegoat, among so many vague points. The only truly restorative function of this sacral act is that of enabling the ensemble of power to regain its composure. And in the present-day repetition of this drama, in the Milan trial, I feel the heavy inertia of a power which is incapable of liberating itself from similar expiatory and recompositional recompositive imaginings, materially incapable of anything other than a mystifying and falsifying identity, as if it were a force of gravity, a black hole. I have written to the socialists, urging them not to accept in Milan this fundamental mystification and providing evidence to unmask the operation underway. I hope they will have the courage to act. It seems, however, that I am to all intents and purposes unpardonable. I believed, and I still believe, that only a great mass awakening can lead us out of a situation in which justice is restoration rather than truth, not an allocation of responsibility but a repetition of power. This dialectical fetish, what you have removed you must give back, what you have taken you must restore. No, life is not this. I am not an evil teacher, and I am not the evil teacher by antonomasia, as the press would have me appear. I have lived, and I still live, a process of liberation that is exhausting, continuous, nonlinear, but fairly oriented. There is no doubt that it breaks with consolidated being, both as ethics and as a relation of power, but that it is capable of blowing it apart is more difficult to say. You run through the internal fissures of this being, others want to find the cell into which to lay the mine. I have taught how to follow the deep veins of being, not how to place bombs. There is no place from which this world can be made to explode. It has to be extinguished. Just as there is no justice, there is no juridical place on which articulations of a new life, which are liberated, can be recomposed. Where de forces AF victory /NWI coming right through /where de forces AF victory / now what you gonna do, LKJ. So do what you like. Don't pardon me, I am guilty of having put myself in unison with being. For that, and only for that, am I responsible. And happy. And my hands are clean of blood. Facing me I have insane killers who have now become repentants, and, on the other side, the heroes of the restoration, men whose hands are red with the blood of the scapegoat. Who knows why the analysis of the ritual maintains itself always so high and rarefied, so theoretical, and does not reconstruct instead Foucauldian small histories and genealogical life stories of the executioners. G12 Rebibia, 1-3 March. Folio 6. In Milan they have cut me out of the Rosso, Tobagi trial. A temporary suspension. What does this mean concretely? It means that they will try me first in Rome and then in Milan. I assume they are thinking, or rather making the insane supposition, that, if by some chance I am found not guilty or set free for any reason, they will be able to keep me in prison anyway, awaiting the trial in Milan. In fact, the preventive detention coming from Milan starts later than the Rome version. 2 trials, 2 preventive detentions, 2 sentences, 2 punishments, and I'm going to have to go through all this tortuous calvary, before I can even begin to think about living again. What barbarism! This is how this Milanese decision avoids a situation of having 2 trials going on at the same time. It solves problems of etiquette, but the net result is a jail sentence for me, just like that, out of the blue, without the case even being argued. This system really does stink. This little Milanese maneuver reveals its whole deeper nature. No use in summoning you to higher principles, this is another world. Sometimes even I find myself protesting, all this is completely Kafkaesque. But it's not true, all this is only vulgar, clapped out, caricatural. It is not that the suffering and torment are distributed by processes of bizarre and irrational logic, what we have here is just dirty dealing and the sniggering of those who are in power. In Italy the penal legislator and the magistrate observe the old rules of agrarian power, which lies somewhere between despotism and the mafia. The undoubted repressive functionality of penalties and, above all, of procedures smacks of hatred for the adversary, the enemy, the subversive and the marginal, a hatred which has the dry transparency of the midday sun. Nothing is tortuous and tormented here, the intrigue of the legal system is played out with cruel and devious cunning. There is brutality and brutality, the wooden, mechanical brutality of the Anglo-Saxon sovereign, the perverse brutality of the regimes of realized socialism, and then this Mediterranean brutality, which is both a bit Levantine and a bit Islamic. When I think of the magistrate who uses these standards of doubling the number of imprisonments and penalties, I cannot imagine him other than as a cat sitting and picking his teeth after having eaten the mouse. A ferocity which is entirely natural. They say that legality and enlightenment were supposed to soften and rationalize this kind of sultan's justice. But in Italy they have perfected, and now in this state of emergency they exalt, the liminary characteristics, the combination of class hatred, cunning, and force. G12 Rebibia, March 4. Folio 7. The first review of Pipeline, in Montanelli's journal, written by Arpino. An avalanche of libel and insult. Against the babble of jargon which I allegedly represent, the purist calls for a restoration of language. Restoration, that magic word. So now poor Santiopica is asked to take on another task, which anyway is entirely at one with his institutional task, that of restoration. Bringing back order to things that have become disordered. Does language have the sacral function of preserving, reproducing, and transmitting the fetishism of culture? Arpino's opinion on this is entirely clear. I avoid the sarcasm of a possible reply, considering the pathetic nature of the criticism. No point in using sarcasm against a culture that is terminally sick and isolated, incapable of passion and clinging to banalities. On the other hand, it is true that I have a soft spot for babble, but language, and our pursuit of it in what it produces, is indeed what introduces us into the phenomenology of this divided and plural world. They, on the other hand, would like language to be, like norms and command, in the form of a narrow and wretched unity, whereas in fact there are many languages and norms and commands. And yet here in Italy this is not expressed. Dull tradition is rather conjugated with a timid realism, which is ideological and from the start impoverished. As for the literary avant-garde, it has been fascinated more by technologies than by the struggles and the riotous realities of the ghettos and factories. Even the revolt of music has been kept within the realm of polite decency, Dalla as Arpino, Battisti as Montale. The fact is that the marriage between culture and power is indissoluble in this country of happy slaves, which calls itself Italy. G12 Rebibia, March 5. P.S. An additional page about other reviews. Probably a good idea to keep all this material together. March 16 in La Stampa Vattimo deals intelligently with the controversial polemic about a babel of languages. The metropolitan dissolution of life cannot be lived except in the form of a disaggregation of language. There are analogies between Pipeline and what Negri most abhors, the rosy disaggregation which someone like Arbacino exercises over the real of culture. Heliogabalus as a representation of expression, of imagining today. But, and here is my first objection to the self-satisfied mysticism of Vattimo, the problem is that of poetry, in other words, of arriving at, and not of mystifying, of putting into red, and not into pink, the material determinations of the disaggregation of the world and of language. Today, even in destructive ways, poetry, desire, and love can and must penetrate the dynamic of this disaggregation. A truly Leopardian function. March 27 Zucconi, writing in Il Giorno, sets out to do a political critique of Pipeline. A splendid book, he says, when it talks about prison, but the book's philosophy, a philosophy of searching for absolutes, is unacceptable when Negri talks about anything else. Beware of searching for truth, cave canem. It is paradoxical that the politician Zucconi understands the babel of languages as a search for absolutes. The politician is intelligent, more so than the rosy litterateur, and almost as intelligent as the nihilist. I am reading Heidegger these days, where he writes about Hölderlin. This poetry, which ploughs being in order to reproduce its desperate meaning, what thing is capable of living outside of absoluteness? But how could anyone think that the crisis we are living is not absolute, in the whole array of its causes and effects? It is hypocritical to deny it. And then, why overload the term absolute? It expresses being in the reference, in the tendency, in the given onticity. This is not metaphysics but materialist rigor in the recognition of things. April 4. It is Ruggero Guarini's turn to express an opinion about Pipeline, in today's Espresso. The communist Rifaul moves on the same terrain as the Catholic Zucconi. Once again, it is the absolute that worries him. But not, as in the case of the Catholic, because the absolute is a backdrop for relativity, and thus, in short, I am lacking a sense of sin, which is unforgivable. But because the great culture of modernity, from Hobbes to Spinoza, from Max Weber to Simone Weil, has reconstructed only a relative horizon of values for man. Pipeline equals bricolage equals extraneity to the course of negative thought. I could explain to him, in the manner of the good Guarini, many things about these writers, who have been my bedside reading for the past 30 years. But what's the point? There is also a pavement of culture, and there are street corners where dogs piss. Here, in the face of communists' refouls and of nouveau philosophes of all disciplines, what is being brought into question is materialism, in other words the absoluteness of the given fact, the absoluteness of struggle. To avoid this relationship, to elude it, means putting on priestly clothing and conceiving of the function of criticism as the disciplinary mediation of an unknown transcendental. It is ridiculous. No, not the unknown, but the truth of this struggle of ours, of this certain absolute, this is what we should prove ourselves on. Pipeline has gone some way in experimenting with this. Others, however, convinced themselves that communism has betrayed them, which means that they view any attempt to concern oneself with the torments of humanity as being indecent, and the preservation of their own skins as being sacred. April 17 Forcella, in Il Messaggero, against the removal, in Italy, of the 1970s, in culture and in everyday thinking. This brings me back to my topic. Because it is precisely the theme of the behavior of culture in the face of struggles, of repression, of April 7th, that is fundamental here. A trahison de clercs. A betrayal that has been corporeal, heavy, and hypocritical, when, at one and the same time, reality had presented itself as a Babel, ideology had collapsed, and the search for revolutionary transformation had become, for substantial layers of the movement, an immediate passion. This was the big problem. So why renege on this immediacy of the desire for the absolute, this passage through chaos which alone could have produced renewal? And then why suddenly forget the need and, often, the memory of having taken part in all of this? Why reject a body of which one had asked, and from which one had received, contact and caress? Why isolate oneself? Why accept the state of emergency, the state of exception, the repentance of prisoners, and the whole disgrace of the thing? Why not seek and declare the truth in the face of this provocation? Why not recompose, in poetry, that split which everyone lived in their being? A large part of the Italian intellectuals spent the 1970s as if they were desiring, timid and excited, in struggles, in the new movements, a woman whom they could not touch. When she went off about her own business they started calling her a whore. Thus they projected onto their conscience the poverty of their relationship with the world, and out of that chaos and disquiet, which poetry should have traversed and dominated, they made instead the dough for their own impotence. April 24 Siranetti, raging, in Corriere della Sera, against Braudel and all those who see Marxism as a sound foundation of science. Amusing. And he ends by exclaiming, and then they write so badly, all these Marxists. Probably it is precisely in the arid pretentiousness of the likes of Siranetti that we find the reason for the trahison de clercs, for this refusal of being, for this stretching outside the limits of the relativity of values, which lies in their opportunism. A pure and simple love of death, a nostalgia for the null state. But the mummy will answer him politely, just as it replied to Federico Rossi, we too were once alive. G12 Rebibia, written at various times. Folio 8. Back in court again. The same wearisome ritual, getting up very early, and then the wrist irons, and then from the cells into the courtroom cage, where we sit for hours and hours. The third day of trial activity. The real trial is now beginning. I sit and watch, with a genuine curiosity to see how the machine operates. Today is taken up with hearings of the major presentations, the civil parties at the debutantes' ball. But this is not what interests me most. The central element is the intervention by the public prosecutor. Finally, I understand fully what is meant by the phrase accusatory trial. The absolute preeminence of the prosecution, of accusation, as the driving force of the trial. A kind of structural straitjacket, a rigid predetermination. The accusation is already a fact, irreversible, as represented in that pile of papers, which the prosecution has accumulated and which the public prosecutor has been waving around from the start, like an avenging angel. There is no search for truth, and therefore no debate among equals in order to arrive at it. There is an accusation, which has full freedom in the expression of its force, and there is your right to defend yourself from it. The one who does the accusing is a public power, the one who defends represents a subjective right. The court stands in the middle between the two, it would be more appropriate to say at mid-height, because it is not there to resolve the problem in terms of truth, on the horizon of what is true and going behind the surface of the conflict, but rather it mediates the overbearing nature of the accusation in relation to the low height of the defendant. The court has to guarantee that the game between the cat and the mouse plays out fairly. The public prosecutor stands on a step which is higher than the defendant's, on a raised bench that is on the same level as the court and markedly separate from the lawyers. The stage setting well expresses the relations of power. But that is not all. We are tired, we are not used to all this, and in some senses we are infuriated by all the ceremonial, the cage, we want to be together, but there's no space to move, there's an enormous tension between freedom and brotherly love, which only increases the lump in the throat. In this situation, in the reverential game that the contending parties imagine, we are forced to sit and listen as the accusation unfolds in its bizarre extremity. Arrogant, offensive, prejudiced, this is the way the law wants it. I had almost forgotten that I was being accused of armed insurrection against the powers of the state, because the thing seemed so ridiculous to me. But I am called out of my illusion, summoned back to this sordid reality, by the voice of the assistant public prosecutor, a voice that is carefully modulated, sometimes cracked, sometimes thundering, like that of a fairground barker, in no sense worthy of this supposed sophisticated fiction of justice, but a good match for the strident tone of the accusation. A high-level accusation, sustained by lies, and one which cannot be criticized once it has been consecrated by justice. Mama, don't cry. The genetic processes of the sacred, which anthropologists display in the continuous process of their formation over long centuries, are here repeated in the insubstantiality of a mise en forme which moves so fast as to make them objects of consumption. Subordination of justice to the temporal rhythms of fashion, of superficial communication, of low-grade information? Almost. Certainly, subordination to the timescales of the mass media. But it becomes evident that this is immediately false and almost scurril when differing forms of awareness, people, and forces intersect. Hence the accusation has to heighten even more, in the face of this slight durability and relative inertia of the mass media, its own position of institutional overdetermination. The result is an uncertain equilibrium, between preconstituted and inertial authority on the one hand and, on the other, the abyss of ridiculousness and implausibility to which the media are constrained at the end of their arc of efficacy. I am living the preeminence of the accusation with this intellectual suspicion. I wait for it to burn down like a match, until it burns the fingers of the person holding it. I have the impression that, were it not for the servility of the journalists, we would very soon see the efficacy of this machine reduced to nothingness. But it is amazing to see how it works, this dirty intermeshing between institutional preeminence and the owners of the media. Now I am in prison. I am writing, I have drunk a bit of wine, and one of the Bach-cello concertos is restoring calm to the evening, a very strong wind is blowing outside and the prison is extremely silent. I feel an urge to scream. I am hungry and thirsty for truth. I wish the trial were capable of expressing a possibility, just one possibility, of life. I would be prepared to gamble everything on such a margin of hope. But this is not possible. It is difficult and terrible to recognize the effectuality of an event of whose necessity you have always been theoretically aware. It is impossible, quite impossible, To alter anything here, the trial is the extension of prison, just as prison is the extension of society at large. This is the structure of the state of justice. A declaration of truth cannot destroy it. How solid is the inertia of power? How poor is truth? G12 Rebibia, March 7. Folio 9. The 4th, 5th, and 6th days of the trial. I am tired beyond measure. But it's worth writing a word or two on the unfairness of the rules of combat. The lawyers have been good for once. Giuliano has been on the attack, arguing that the tribunal in Rome has no competence to judge us. A lucid and passionate speech. He dismantled and deconstructed a trial logic which, in bringing us to Rome, has stitched us into the uniforms of prisoners for life. For a moment I am breathing better, a lot better. Tommaso, with sharp intelligence and his experience in civil law, homed in on the problem of the extraditions and showed how some of the pentati will not even be able to appear in court, and how the charges against us are based on cheap ore trading. Then Beniamino, Pino, and the others. The overall process of the trial has been attacked, the charges have been taken apart, and the whole setup can be seen for the unbelievable ludicrous thing it is. What good will it do us? None. But at least we are showing the unfairness of the trial proceedings, the arrests based on mere pretexts, the insane logic of the pentati, the overriding of proper territorial jurisdictions, the illegality of the procedures, etc. And behind all that, the special prisons, the isolation, the brutal interrogations, the never-ending preventive imprisonment. What will we get out of it? Nothing. But the iniquity of Italy's trial processes does not apply only to us, it is an intrinsic part of the whole legal system. As in Aesop's fable, there is no point in the lamb bleeding its innocence before the wolf. Increasingly we are discovering that, from our side, the only possible course of action is to fight this hopeless situation to the bitter end, not with any expectation of obtaining justice, because that is impossible, but in order to contribute what we can to breaking and transforming this machine of oppression. This is not a question of justice but of politics pure and simple. For the moment the main difficulty is being able to handle it physically. An enormous tiredness has come over me. The machinery of the trial, at this level of political abstraction and bellicose crudeness, crushes you. During 4 years of imprisonment I have found ways of building a personal physiological rhythm, a kind of intellectual and physical microclimate. My prison years have accentuated, almost like a defense instinct in a wild animal, the inner presence of a sense of intelligence, of a force of love. But now I am hurled into the storm, and sometimes I find myself losing my bearings. A kind of physical enervation gets the upper hand. I only hope that within this different, changing rhythm of life the bodily dimension of intelligence will help me to survive and will increase, in spite of tiredness, my intuition of the movements of the enemy machine. G12 Rebibia, August 9, 10 March. Folio 10. On the outside, in prison outside means the world. On the outside, then, the crisis is raging. This week's elections in France and Germany have seen a consolidation of the forces of the right. Monetary chaos. The European monetary system is wobbling. American pressures, the dollar continues its headlong rush, capitalism command shows the same irrational arrogance as our judges, I imagine them wishing that they could be paid in dollars at least. The big capitalists seem to have entirely recovered from the blowback of last year, 1982, the fateful date, the closing of the cycle initiated with the unlinking of the dollar from gold in 1971, and the oil crisis of 1973, remember all that, when the refusal by Mexico and Brazil to pay their international debts revealed the irreversibility of the level of struggles in the countries of the Third World. Then everyone was trembling. And they are still trembling. Entirely possible that Reagan will become a Keynesian. We need to study and pay attention. Europe is the one who risks paying a heavy price. The movement seems to have disappeared. If it existed now, in its movement towards transformation, it would have come and surrounded our prison. I look at things with alarm. Erkenntnis theory, praise of the absence of memory. But, that said, one still has to count on deep strata of composition. On ontology. Everyone pretends not to know what the term means, but everyone knows the meaning of this solid resistance, which configures structures and possibilities of regulation. However, there is no sign of a new politics, entering the arena. What will be produced by these new, irreducible and irreversible layers of awareness of one's social class? The only serious new force appears to be the German Greens. On our side, the fact that we have to live our hopes of getting out of prison in the absence of a movement is difficult to handle. It suggests that the situation outside is dramatic and very heavy. It was from that point, from the moment when terror extinguished the movement and the state internalized its barbarities, that the years of lead began. Not just for us, but for everyone. Chaos has penetrated into the structure of the state. Who could have foreseen such a massive turnaround even just a few years ago? Clashes between the Concilio Superior della Magistratura Upper Council of the Magistracy, supported by the President of the Republic, and the Procura di Roma Prosecutor's Office in Rome. Our good Gallucci is at last in the eye of the cyclone. I remember him, wily, vulgar, damp with sweat, in the days when he was accusing me of being the killer of Aldo Moro. I wish him a visitation by the good old punitive Olympian gods of classical theology. Maybe Luciano is right when he says that one day we shall see the bodies of our enemies floating past on the great river of history. Our days pass in a state of hysteria. Rosanna is writing an apocalyptic letter. The timings of a solution to the institutional problem are speeding up. New constitutional equilibria of forces are in the making. I don't think so. It will always be the same old Italian shit. They've shouted too much about an Italian coup d'état which never came, but which in fact is happening all the time. Paola keeps me informed about the business of my standing as a candidate for the Radical Party. This was offered to me a year ago. It's not clear what prospects such a project might offer. I don't expect much to come of it, but I am not giving up hope either. This transit across institutions as a way of gaining freedom and of continuing the fight feels very much like Lenin's train journey to Finland. I have always been a firm believer in these kinds of tactical transitions. Now, these transit possibilities are gathering with decisive intensity. They are punching holes in the fabric of this deep-seated crisis. For all that I find myself in financial distress, not since 1849 have I felt so cozy as in this outbreak. I wouldn't go along with Marx in defining our present crisis as marvelous, but what is certain is that, things being as they are, and given the years of lead that we are living, this degeneration of the political forms of the mediation of power, together with the revelation of the decisive contradictions within the system, constitute our only possibility of gaining our freedom. I am tired, but I am heartened by the crisis into which these honorable gentlemen are falling. In the trial we are achieving nothing. All we can hope to obtain, and that may turn out to be precious little, will be won by coming out and attacking at the political level. Important to stress the crisis, the emptiness of the capitalist response, its inability to touch on the substance of the crisis, and finally the fact that both the inability to pose the problem of a political solution to the years of lead and the possibility that someone will begin to confront the problem, both are based in this degradation. This ambiguity is very deep and insoluble. For them, all that we need to do is make intelligent use of their dirty crisis. Outside the prison, in the world, that's where the solution lies, the only possible solution. If not a solution brought by our movement, it will at least be woven by our healthy political realism. Finland's train needs to get underway. For all the difficulties. Go on your way. G12 Rebibia, March 13. Folio 11. The seventh and eighth day of the trial, now they are rolling out in a rhythm which becomes ever more ritualistic. The disproportion between the contending parties and the unfairness of the game are becoming ever more obvious. Alberto is very good at putting forward procedural objections and points of order, in volleys, one after the other. Hearing him speak, it really does not seem possible that the trial can stand up on such foundations, but that is what will happen, and we all know it. The machine grinds and crunches. Then Janji and the others raised their own procedural objections. Finally, in the last couple of days, the state lawyers and the civil parties have also had their say. A real Brechtian lesson in the workings of the law, a few technical, formal quibbles, the odd reference to articles of law, and insistent reference to decisions by the Supreme Court, and then the fundamental argument, the law is our law, the procedures are our procedures, just as we are the only ones able to draw their conclusions. An enormous arrogance, combined with a mafiotic sense of power and of how it works. Law reveals itself to be what Benedetto Croce, phenomenologist and unashamed apologist of his class, claimed that it should be, on the one hand, a technical instrument of command, on the other, an ethical means of social ordering geared to the requirements of the parties in society who exercise command. The function defines the organ. It is certain that the administration chez nous has become somehow reconciled to this general conception and to a practice that derives from it. The crudeness of its ways of proceeding is ethically legitimate, and the method can even endow itself with a certain finesse in sustaining the violence of its rulings. The shortcomings of my ability to understand the enemy have never been as great as they are in this case. I have underestimated power's capacity to adapt its force and its inertia to the vulgarity of the actors. I have underestimated the cunning agility which governs the tactics of the big institutions. I have never grasped very well the movements of the python. It would take a sensuous, feminine logic, to re-articulate the violence of the antagonism, if one is to understand these crossings of power. An acid logic, capable of dissolving, like the oily violence of the family, this bitumen of the juridical institution. I try and try again. I do not succeed. I cannot bring myself to accept that the truth of our protest is not going to be recognized and that the hard and damnable violence of the court procedures is going to package all the injustices committed into one bundle, preparing them for a tacit reabsorption within the trial. A certain intellectual extremism is in play in my protest, but instead I should be more sensitive, more astute, more sensuous, more feminine. Sylvie comes to mind, the way she makes use of intelligence, of a powerful critique based in women's liberation, of a subtle understanding of both fact and concept. First she takes it on board, accepts it, understands it, almost caressingly, and then, having taken it in, she dismembers it and dissolves it, in order to destroy the appearance of any consolidated figure of power. Using these parameters of understanding, one could construct a critique of cynical reason. After all, what else is it, if not cynicism, this instrumental conception of the law, a conception articulated to the arrogance of power? At the moment I am reading Peter's liturgic on the subject. I wish you were here with us, Sylvie, in these days of the trial, helping me to resolve my anger into a critical understanding. I wish you could be here to understand how irony and disillusionment can feed a great passion for justice. And to destroy this baleful situation, of a tacit and normative subjection, and of a domination which is so strong as to express itself as logic. To learn how feminine wisdom might free us from all homology with what has started to happen in that courtroom of injustice, the building, or rather the rebuilding, of an instrumental apparatus in relation to truth, a claim to knowledge which develops by assuming power as its criterion. This is truly masculine, even before being juridical, despotic, capitalist. I wish you could be here, as you have been during many of the days of my imprisonment, to explain to me how I should not accept their plan of conflict and of destruction, but that only an independence founded on love and on intelligent sensibility can enable us to survive, to seek liberty, to reconquer freedom. To exclude the knowledge which is based on power, together with any other cognitive or institutional function that makes of power the reason of its own legitimacy. To seek knowledge, in feminine manner, in love and in the practice of a critical dissolving of the ties of dependence. But, really, what is there left for me to do in this trial? G12 Rebibia, 17–18 March. Folio 12. Power for them is a thing, their thing. They have a taste for practicing it, sharing it, imposing it, a physical taste. This manipulability is for them corporeal. Like with a woman. And for that reason every woman becomes a whore in their hands. Today Montanelli has published in Giornal Nuovo, which is exemplary as a medium for the communication of power, as an alcove where things are manipulated, he has published an interview with me. It is accompanied by a commentary just as boorish and cynical as it is good-natured, against preventive detention. Thus my protest was banalized on this last margin, that of the territory of the polemic about civil liberties. This is what is bound to happen in the coming months, one can see this clearly by now. Given the impossibility of upholding this monstrous disgrace which is known as the April 7th case, they will try to save form by feeding the polemic against the enormity of preventive detention. For them this represents a weak point, and we ourselves have too easily accepted to be used, and to use this terrain. In this way we have become a kind of appendage to other concerns. In this Gemara of the law, with the refined manners of a lady-killer Donatello, Montanelli knows that a little present has to be given to the prostitute every once in a while. What continues to amaze me, in this reality I am living, is his vulgarity. Men in power feel the thing in which they participate as if it were their own. Solidly so. Sometimes power is given a metaphysical, albeit vague and malodorous, reading, but in this instance the commodity fetishism is never anything other than sordid. The intellectual, who is extraneous to power, is often brought to apply to it an imagination which, even in combating it, in some respects exalts it. No, what we are living is not a drama of metaphysics, but a very painful banality, a poverty of ideas and ethics. In the world of the thing. One time power might have meant slave hunts, or the piratical capturing of riches, drunkenness of war, or capitalist voracity, but here, for us, in our trial and in its surroundings, it is only a corrupt representation of the thing. Bunuel. Law has lost all contradictoriness with the real, it preconstitutes it. It is not a repressive force, but the function of a reality that is repressed, a symptom of the thing. For this reason, when all is said and done, I can find even Montanelli likable simpatico because, being aware of all this, he often plays out this vulgarity with a quizzical look. This is the sympathy that relieves you of the bare brutality of the executioner. How many brutes have I seen, sometimes policemen and prison guards, with the same sympathetic sensibility as our Indro. G12 Rebibia, March 20th. Folio 13. Today, while listening to Tarsitano as he was raising points of order, today, the 9th day of the trial, late in the evening all our procedural points were rejected, and our requests for freedom, brought up again this morning by Luciano, in a fine and proud exposition, were completely ignored. Today, as I say, I reviewed the entire political hinterland of this trial. The words of Tarsitano really did weigh like rocks. Rocks piled up against us, rocks which the history of the working class movement is going to have to shift out of the way, because they obstruct the path of any possibility of critical thinking and renewal. Tarsitano, a small-time functionary of the Italian Communist Party, a modest lawyer, a great frequenter of courtrooms, and the prompter and mentor of the infamous Furani, an acid political religiosity, a resentful behavior, a seeker of revenge. I knew him years ago, when, as a representative of the party, he was hanging around the movement. Now he has turned his back on all that, and has reneged. A cowardly breed. So, when did this whole affair begin? How many years have passed now? 4, 5. Of imprisonment for me, and of political defeat for them. At the time, they, the PCI, imagined that they were on the brink of coming to power. We continued to hate power. So then they decided to embark on this big repressive operation which was represented by April 7th. And they betrayed every duty of bearing witness to the truth, every duty of defending liberty. The Calogero theorem, and the emergency laws between April 7 and December 21, 1979, which were its practical consequence, were the fruit of an intense hatred, of a Jacobinism turned upside down, towards defending reaction, of the illusion that it could put an end to it through an uncontainable history of Italian proletarian struggles, and that it could use other means to penetrate into the palace, which they imagined to be rich and at the disposal of their corresponding vices. Political stupidity went hand in hand with the betrayal of principles. The outcome was a lurid liberticidal oppression. The path of the movement was blocked by thousands of arrests, and with this any political dialectic and any hope of transformation were closed. Today Tarsitano is here, and he holds forth in legalistic jargon about our imprisonment, in contraposition, precisely, to his defeat and that of his party in the general collapse of the conditions of freedom and struggle. Procedure is, in terms of the trial, an ambiguous material. In an event of such long duration and complexity as ours, it makes it possible, in fact it makes it necessary, to retrace the whole historical genesis of the thing. Especially when things begin to loosen up and the contradictions can be seen for what they are. So now we witness the disintegration of the character and of the climate of ideas in which he was created. Tarsitano has lost the security of the first years of the trial, when, with holy fury, he was feeding lies to the first pentati and granting them freedom. Little is left now of that Stalinist pride. Only a dark resentment. He even resorts to the weapons of prudence every now and then, but the words fail him, a paranoiac delirium, immediately corrected as if it were some kind of mental lapse. In reality he is a man destroyed, a scoundrel who has repented, a former generosity that has been perverted and is now incapable of recycling itself rationally. Little by little, as the words fly around the tired courtroom, I too become tired, and I let myself drift off into imaginings. I recall the sectarian simple-mindedness with which these gentlemen thought that they had things in the bag and could manipulate power. And then the long sleep of reason in which they were caught up, incapable as they were of understanding how power, real power, making use of the spaces of juridical illegality and of the political stereotypes offered, transferred repression from the vanguards to the struggles, right into the heart of the working-class neighborhoods and the factories. I remember the hatred that used to pour out of the so-called communist press. I remember the hired witnesses' testimony presolati in the Federation. But then I also warn that infamy does not pay and that bad politics, like bad paper money, drives out the good. I remember the number of people who tore up their party cards, the crisis of the party's rank and file organizers, the landslide electoral defeat and the senility of the leadership. And how all this put an end to the incredible history of Italian-style communism, a singular and heroic phenomenon, destroyed by stupidity and betrayal. So here we have Tarsitano, standing in front of me, still talking, a pitiful symbol of a situation of which, when all is said and done, he too is a victim. Let us liberate ourselves from all this, from these utterly base representations of a tragedy that has run its course. It is not in the trial, but in political struggle that perhaps we have a possibility, maybe our last chance, to rebuild a terrain of renewal. In the tiredness of the evening I try to discuss this again with the comrades. G12 Rebibia, March 21st. Folio 14. The comrades. Today the cross-examinations began. Sico was the first to be examined, strong and dignified in standing by his experiences of 1968 and Potera Operaio. I see them go up one by one onto that damned stand, under the spotlights, after so many years lived in common. The comrades. This evening we had supper together, 8 of us, the prison rules allow it, all of us from April 7th. I look at my comrades with the sweetness that these years of brotherhood permit me. Every evening we have a strong discussion, always the pleasure of life has the upper hand over the discomforts of prison, the pleasure of life, of discussion, of searching. They are all abstract, these comrades, not at all because they don't have passions and a powerful humanity, but because they enjoy the abstraction of concepts. They are all intellectuals, in the best sense of the word and of the reality it expresses. Real figures of intelligence. If they were not that way in the beginning, they were obliged to become so, and they have enjoyed the discovery. As characters they are very strong, with a taste for polemic, for individual contradiction, even for exotericism, hysteria, and strangeness, and all this builds a community. A community which succeeds in being efficacious, both internally and in relation to the rest of the world, to the extent that it is abstract, reasoning and conceptual. The paradox of our existence together as a community is extreme. The community becomes stronger the more abstract it becomes, the more it is political in the sense that this term defines a real mediation of vocations and potentialities. Politic als Barov. What crazy happenstance created the situation which has brought about this communitarian possibility within the randomness of the myriad options of the prosecution? We are the fruits of this case. The 7 April case is a most fortuitous combination of possibilities, an improvised gathering together of individuals, but we have transformed the case, turning it into a potentiality. A Lukatyan paradox, this. In the fall of the atoms we have determined the communitarian clan. Amen. With my mind I caress the minds of each of the comrades in front of me. A Platonic symposium. I know that I couldn't lean over and stroke anyone's belly even if I wanted to, the sexual discipline is rigid among us. But I love them more than physically. This transformation of the abstract into the more potent concrete is what characterizes our community. And this is what destroys prison. When I look at this community of men, and at that society, judgmental or delirious, which we have before us, then I laugh with joy. The abstraction of thought becomes a humorous distraction. I toy with the idea of swapping roles in the trial, of putting the defendants in the place of the prosecutors. Emilio as the president of the court, he would have the ability, but through humanity, only humanity, to make Severino confess. Franco as the prosecuting counsel, he would put Marini to shame, he would show the bizarre irrationality of all the mechanisms of the prosecution. In my screenplay Luciano would be a state lawyer, but from a democratic state, he would argue for the right to opposition, and, with a fair share of irony, he would propose even the absolution of Abate and Tarsitano. Paolo P. and Chico would be journalists. They would take the trial for what it is, a farce, but if even so much as a moment of truth were to appear, they would argue that it is an element of sincerity. Security services would be furnished by Orest and Arrigo, the whole business would become so sportive that the disciplinary origins of sport, or the sportive and ritual origins of justice, would come completely to the fore, and prison could consequently be replaced by a sports field. Paolo V. would have the role of a lawyer. He argues for the possible as a place of subversion. He remains a dangerous individual, even in a communist regime, because he is so materialist that he risks becoming Leopardian. Tell me, Paolo, where does the verification of the concrete stop? And so on. But leaving aside games, tonight we actually did it, at table. Marion was drawing, and is still drawing. There's something else in play. There is this incredible radically of the reversal of values, of the separateness of our being. At this point an intelligent enemy, someone like Judge Sica, could protest, the mafia are like that too. It's true, but it is not absolutely true. Maybe we have mafia ways of behaving, just as institutions do, and well done to anyone who is capable of making formal distinctions, Benedetto Dixit. It is not true without qualification, because the joy of the abstract is what triumphs with us. What joy there is in the abstract! Abelard and Aloise. An abstract sensuality. A game which is more real than reality. A bureaucratic ritual reversed. A bureaucracy of charisma? Max Weber would spin in his grave. Go ahead and suffer, prophet of misfortune. Here something else is being played out, in prison, a prime example of a leadership group, capable of struggle, capable of antagonism, in the period of the real subsumption of the society of the state. In the cellar of the palace we have perhaps invented, all by ourselves, the way to be free, enterprising, and rationally inventive. But in the palace quond meme. This is the basis for our possibility of liberty, in the overturning of cynicism, in an overturning which has all the disenchantment of cynicism but functions in positive mode. Formidable desires for justice, equality, and liberty. Gemistheus Pletho between Mistra and Florence. Erasmus Victor. An ancient moment which prefigures and constructs the ontology of the present. Renaissance. This community of comrades has prepared, in poverty, what awaits it in the richness of victory, in the joy of liberation, in the enthusiasm of winning once again and of transformation. How I love my comrades. G12 Rebibia, March 24. Folio 15. I am ill. A bit of a fever. I spend the day studying. I am reading Leopardi. I have been working on him for a while now and he fascinates me. There are curious analogies between our personal situations, imprisonment in Recanati and the omnipresent wretchedness of the Italian provinces, also between our historical situations, the defeat of the revolution, the disaggregation and the lack in Italy of any center of cultural production, and at the level of our metaphysical crisis. In solitude only the poetic voice makes it possible to live an ethical tragedy that is so fully underway, and all this constitutes itself into a desire for flight. This is the continuous dimension of Leopardi's poetry. I too would like to flee, and on the ashes of Jacobinism live the heroism of a new positive proposition of liberty, building a weapon against the inertia of the system that oppresses me. I read left-wing interpretations, Luporini, Bini. No, he is not really a progressive but a libertarian in flight. Leopardi builds on disenchantment with progress and on the joy of liberation. These poor Leopardian progressives. Those interpretations collapse into an inability to grasp the materialistic dimension of the flight, neither in aestheticism nor in utopia, then, but towards an infinity of possible worlds. In Leopardi, time dominates the poetic discourse and configures itself into this inexhaustible spiraling between the infiniteness of voice and of hope, and the return of a life bounded by sterility and historic defeat. A dialectical tension, a breaking of the useless indefinite rebounding of imagination and reality one against the other, impotently. This Leopardian voice builds a new possibility of existence. In catastrophe, thinking becomes bifurcated and the originary possibility of being proposes itself. In crisis, the will to flee represents a reconstruction of the world. In prison I have worked a lot. I have written Il Comunismo e la Guerra, Macchina Tempo, l'Anomalia Selvaggia, and Pipeline. All this has been a continuous meditation on dualism and on the end of dialectics, in short, on the possibility of twisting the separate human and proletarian condition into a constitution of liberty, of an other liberty. Leopardi comes towards me at this extreme edge of the tragedy of the ethical and of the desire to overcome it. He comes towards me rendering the voice corporeal, materialist, constitutive, poetics, praxis, destroying the ontology of thought and working instead on that of practical being, playing it out on the temporal margin of the world, to return to the terms of Agamben's very fine book. I think about the trial again, about the extreme tension of the theoretical model it represents, an inert machine of repression, powerful inasmuch as it is deadly, and against it a heroism which can only constitute itself in flight, in altruity, in the proud independence of disenchanted reason and hope. Yes, Leopardi. G12 Rebibia, March 26. Folio 16. I am reading a photographic documentation of the struggles of young people in Germany against the building of the Startbahn West. In the old nature, facing ranks of police transformed into angels of evil, a new nature, strong and generous, is moving, capable of bringing together resistance to the destruction of old values and construction of new values in the community. I enjoy looking at these photographs, particularly when I take account of the fact that these struggles have been able to produce mediations and political force within and against the institutions. In Italy, that generation, which in Germany led the struggles, has been destroyed by repression and by terrorism. Here there is a void, a deep void, chilling. But for how long can this political condition stop the rebuilding of a revolutionary movement here too? I am not able to make forecasts, nevertheless I project onto this terrain of analysis a few of the ontological hypotheses that are dear to me. That urgency which I feel in people's consciousnesses, that urgency for an other life, full of possibilities, that new ethics, it seems to me that these things cannot be built other than collectively. I am not able to make forecasts, I can't say how this will happen, for sure the rebuilding dynamic will be transversal, and it will insist essentially on the singularities of the movements, and the contents will be those of a distribution of wealth which refuses the logic and fetishism of commodity exchange. But who can add other elements of forecasting which will not function as forces of disaggregation and of impoverishment towards the subject, which is in the process of formation? Towards this rebuilding, which is innovation. Every now and then I receive letters from comrades on the outside, or from comrades who have been released from prison and are rebuilding a rapport with reality, and I note, albeit in the lack of concrete indications of struggle, the reappearance of a great enthusiasm to know and understand. Not yet committed in practical terms. In Italy, struggles like those against Start-Bon West have not yet been seen. Here the nascent movements, and most particularly the peace movement, have to be on their guard against the vultures, whose long shadows take life wherever they are reflected. Vultures, bureaucrats, and parasites. They have shattered and buried the continuity of the movement and they have insulted and repressed its separateness. Now, in parasitic and hypocritical ways, they try to rebuild it, as a movement for peace, as a council movement Movimento dei Consigli, in order to dominate it. Of this at least I am sure, they will not succeed. But what a huge waste of energies, thrown into passivity, while in the rest of Europe the new subjects of liberation are going through their apprenticeship. In our trial we need to succeed in arguing for this separateness. But perhaps this way of being is so internal to ourselves, so much our own, that anyway the adversary senses it, takes it as a characteristic sign of our existence. Nevertheless I would like to be in the woodlands of the Start-Bon West and I would like to be with my comrades, in the fullness of a political relationship of revolutionary reconstruction. Today more than ever I experience as an affront the bars, the prison, the never-ending cages of this mutilated existence. G12 Rebibia, March 27. Folio 17. Borromeo, the first pentito in the trial. Day 11. We're plucking daisy petals, will he sing, won't he sing, will he, won't he? An absurd encounter/clash with the president of the court. Santia Picchi asks for freedom as the price, meanwhile, just to give him a reminder, they had arrested him again. Nothing is explained. Borromeo tries to be clever, with that stupid air of his. Like the buffoon Bertoldo. He simply repeats the text of his interrogation. With obstinate, pedantic, bookkeeping attention. Word for word. He makes the court angry, and everyone else too. In this respect of not going beyond the initial ambiguity of the first interrogations, of sticking instead with that ambiguity, he drives everyone crazy. He remains cold, dumb, speaking in a monotone. It seems to me that, in his not particularly athletic consciousness, something approaching a drama may be unfolding. Does he want perhaps to redeem himself morally? It is amusing to see someone who has sold out making an effort to regain human and social dignity. Certainly, with respect to the days of 1979, something must have changed on the outside too. In public opinion, infamy is once again being seen as infamy. However, for the moment not much seems to have changed. Apart from the shouting of the president, the scene in court is silent. The other prosecutors also dig around, but they can't get the spider out of his hole. The whole thing is ridiculous. Santia Picchi is ridiculous, egged on by the unspeakable abate, trying to get to people's secrets and promising favors in return. As for the civil parties, they are extremely timid and nervous about getting their fingers burned. It is obvious that they don't trust each other. Not to mention the stupid yapping public prosecutor. The whole stage setting is ridiculous too. It's like a fortress in some Tartar desert. Now the court as such no longer exists, the public is no longer admitted, so the scenario consists solely of the mass media. Excited TV journalists, quantities of newspaper journalists, endless numbers of politicians, swarms of lawyers, the Pentito has arrived, and all of them crowding into the courtroom. A great illusion. And, behind it all, an empty void. The court management system and the security checks have the effect of preventing the attendance of the public. Now, however, as often happens, the court stage management is spinning in a vacuum. Borromeo continues to build on this vacuum. He admits very vaguely the existence of secret groupings in Milan. But he resists provocations and denies the existence of other levels of organization, unknown to him. Over and over again, to the point of becoming boring, he says he knows nothing about specifics. I intervene myself, denouncing the flattening logic of the proceedings, 10 years conflated into a single breath, and the atemporal and theoremic form of the accusation and of the questions put to the defendants. Major brouhaha. Court suspended. Franco comments, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. I prefer the soft approach. Then Borromeo finishes. A pitiful end. Boring and bitter. He has maintained a level of reticence throughout, tirelessly sticking to his guns. A reticence that is stupid and useless. Why not say the truth, why not tell what the movement really was? Oppiker comes to mind, my good old teacher. The time of truth in a trial, the time of the crime, and the time of its trial-based ascertainment, he used to say, become one. The historical time of the fact can and must be subsumed within the time of judgment, to immobility and fixity, to abstract contemplation. But is this really possible, my good old teacher? Here we have lived 5 years, 10 years of struggles, of transformation of the real. How is one to verify this transformation? Inside that cage, faced with this infamy, I am like a caged animal. 10 years, my life, and the lives of others, the change. Here the machine is functioning like a forced rewind of the imaginary. The present imaginary is back projected onto a past that is past and gone. These translations of values not only betray/modify that reality, they actually reinvent it. What we have here is a reduction of the facts to the image of a crime. It is, precisely, only the image which creates the criminal fact, and which furthermore deprives it of all historicity. Certainly the image could lift the fact out of the brutality of the event, but, on the other hand, in our case it requalifies the event as brutal. No possibility remains of translating the event into image, the image of the present. Rather, one could examine and unfold the history of the present, cruel and stupid as it is, the imaginary of the judges. So, then, this so-called trial is simply a con trick. The contemplation and reconstruction of the fact have already been decided, in advance, and against the fact. Borromeo does not know this, but he suspects it. He senses the enormity of the thing. An emotional pentito, a good pentito. He is scared that the evil he is doing is going to rebound on him. He is scared that his falsity is definitively going to destroy him. A good pentito equals the ghost of a man. G12 Rebibia, March 28. Folio 18. Day 12. Nothing worth talking about. The tedious Borromeo continues. Personalities involved in this trial, that would be something worth talking about. Giuliano, my lawyer. I love him dearly. What does a lawyer represent for a political prisoner? He is more than just a human point of reference, he is the only person who arrives continuously from the outside world, like some kind of wise extraterrestrial, with whom you can discuss politics, with whom you can compare past and present. The world of prison and that of the trial produce the simplification of the picture. If the lawyer is intelligent, he understands and performs this role. So the defense comes to be a critical evaluation of the relationship between past and present. With Giuliano there are no problems of trial technique, only problems of reality. And these are pursued by him with analytic intelligence and total participation at the level of ideas. For Giuliano, the fact of representing a political client is not a fiction, it is an identification with the client, a transformation. But here it is not a question of clients, rather it is a relationship which becomes a common creation. For Giuliano, the April 7th trial is an act of moral fidelity and intellectual honesty. He is tired and he is working like a lunatic. My confidence in him is all the greater when his attitude is critical. Giuliano is good. Today Giuliano has been cross-examining, hitting at the core of the matter, uncovering the untruths and the omissions in the Pentatoes account of things. There's shouting from the back of the courtroom. In the Tartar desert of the court a young Dagos officer intimated to Paola Negri that she needs to behave more respectfully in court. I think Paola had her feet up on the bench in front of her. Poor little Dagos, trying to give a disciplinary ticking off to such a power of nature. Paola, you sweetest of creatures, why do you still rebel so noisily against this normative idiocy of power? For years and years you have known the humiliations and cruelties of prison guards, you have seen a lot worse than this, so just ignore the stupidity of the Dagos. Indignation does not pay in this society of slaves. But I know that you don't care about that donkey. What irritated you was just the rude interruption of your concentration. Concentration on me, and on the comrades, and on the trial proceedings. A love which has become an attentiveness that is organized around a whirlpool of generosity, around a poetics of justice. Without Paola, without her smile filled with light and without her extraordinary strength I don't know how I would have survived all these years. She has traveled like a nomad, for days and days, for nights and nights. She came to find me wherever I was, without a pretense of serenity but with a powerful passion, with sincerity, wherever the prison authorities sent me, in that southern panorama of prisons which is 1,000 kilometers from our northern cities. Every week, for 4 years. We have discussed politics, we have argued, she has given me advice, she has comforted me, and at the same time she has raised our children and she has gone out to work. But an enormous emotional feeling about the unacceptable injustice suffered has kept her close to me during these long years, and at the same time a passion that activates her intelligence, indeed a unique key to her seductiveness and to our relationship. An intelligence which never rests, which gets fired up in seeking and tracking down every possibility, every patch of blue sky. A sensibility which is sometimes fractious, because a proud intelligence accepts only a relationship of equality. Then, alternatingly, enthusiasms, depressions, reflections, normality in performing extraordinary duties. In short, have you ever wished for a perfect creature who is woman, lover, intellectual, and mother? We have become adept, during the absurdity of prison visits, at saying many things to each other in few words, almost ciphers, which only a profound discipline succeeds in turning into discourses, indications of signals. A chronometric coincidence of pulsings. This is what it must be like in the world of nature. In the courtroom today I know that she is there at the back, feeling, like me, the brutality of this whole affair. Like me, she is irreligiously intolerant of the emptiness of ritual. And she sends the hapless Dagos to take a running jump. Then Paola comes to visit me in prison, for 40 minutes, like always, to discuss things that need to be done and problems that need to be solved. Difficulties, hopes. What is a wife? What is love? G12 Rebibia, March 29. Folio 19. In Il Manifesto today there's an article about the trial, written by Rosanna. Basically she says, raise your sights, otherwise this trial is not going to lift off. Impose the political content that the court is trying to conceal, otherwise the trial is good for nothing. And she is right. She is right in her analysis of the tiredness, of the low profile of the trial as it has proceeded thus far, with its procedural quibbles and so on, small ridiculous stories of disorganized squabbling groupuscules, little stories which not even the pharaonic projections of the prosecution manage to render as anything other than banal. But she is also right from another point of view. Only by giving politics a central role in the trial, only by producing a strong political subjectivity, can the prosecution's game plan be broken. We have to be capable of producing a mechanism opposed to that which has been set in motion by the prosecution. In the first place, it has captured, whether really or falsely it doesn't matter, a subversive movement, that of the 1970s, and, by that act of enforcement which institutes power, it has made it into a show trial designed to exhibit the crime and to restore law and order. However, this aspect has to be concealed. The arbitrary nature of the operation must be veiled, and this is the second moment of the operation. And it is for this reason that the court, with such abiding hypocrisy, keeps separate the moment of ascertaining the truth and that of applying the law. It cannot afford to let it be seen that the repressive and normative dimension weighs so heavily on the formation and unfolding of this trial. This hypocrisy then rebounds on the defendants, who are obliged to engage in the ascertainment of the truth as if it were an operation of logic. The cynicism of reducing to logic the ascertainment of the truth is the religion of judges, the habitual bastard rationalism which fancies itself as a modern behavior. My God, just look at the harm that has been done by the formalist schools, the likes of Kelsen and Bobbio. See how they have polished up cynicism. Barbaric judgment would be preferable. Then, in the third place, there is penal judgment, nothing scientific here. The science of penology is a kind of philosophy of universal analogy, or rather a kind of statistics. The nature of the judgment is based after all on the free synthesis which the conviction of the judge operates on the result of ascertaining the truth, in the face of a normative structure which he preselects with equal freedom. The subjective and political element of the trial is so very central and exhaustive that, were it not for the dramatic nature of the sentencing function, one could almost reduce the penal judgment to a lytic structure. Instead it is a lurid structure, performing dishonestly, always being so subjective as to constitute a tragedy in itself, a tragedy of abandonment to arbitrariness and of destructuration of the subject and of events. So what might it mean to produce an operation opposed to that which is conducted by power? It means unmasking the political redundancy of the moment of formation, or of the moment of ascertainment, or of the function of judgment, and counterposing to them another set of standards. Restructuring the real, where the judgment tries to destructure it. Destructuring the political judgment of the adversary and structuring the truth of the struggle. The trial becomes political, and not only on the side of the prosecution, when the political nature of the subjects transforms itself into the production of an alternative set of normative standards, when the synthesis involved in the trial can no longer develop on the vertical axis of one single set of standards, but is compelled to come to terms with a different set of standards. The so-called dialectics of the trial, dialectica processual, has to be transformed into antagonism. Antagonism of values, of stories, of life. Social self-valorization against juridical cynicism. So, does this bring us back to the guerrilla trial? Absolutely not. That has been defeated, and correctly defeated, because it was unintelligent, because it did not counter with alternative sets of standards, but simply tried to oppose different and counterposed powers. The lack of intelligence stemmed from utopianism, sectarianism, and illusion. Here, on the contrary, we have to unmask the repressive dimension in the formation of the trial and reconstruct, in an alternative and politically pregnant way, the truth of our history and of our movement. And finally we have to counterpose a project of open and alternative justice, capable of destroying the political freedom of the judge and of his own arbitrary subjectivity, and strong and explicit in its declaration of the justice of our struggle. It is here and only here that we shall be able to establish another profile for the trial, from our own point of view. However, that said, I should also add a note: we have to criticize the civil liberties garantismo approach, which we have adopted thus far. This approach does not view the trial as a political terrain in which two separate sets of standards measure up against each other, rather it distinguishes authority from law and asks authority to use the law correctly. But is not this trial of ours, and probably all trials, whether political or not, characterized by an initial determined political intermixing of authority and law? So what sense does the civil rights argument make? G12 Rebibia, 1–2 April. Folio 20. Very strange and horrible images characterize the world on the outside, all very postmodern. From today's newspapers, Reagan is talking of setting up gigantic laser umbrellas to protect the United States. In the Persian Gulf, during the course of the dirty Iran-Iraq War, there have been bombings of coastal oil wells, which resulted in an ecological disaster, and the sea is full of oil. These events denature the world. The enormity of it all is terrifying. And yet there is no difference from the denaturing produced by an event like the April 7 trial, in the horrible systemic machinations that have created it and continue to feed it. It is a devastation of consciousnesses which is accompanied by a blunting of the sense of justice. The extreme character of the infamy and cruelty generates indifference. We live the indifference of others, of everyone. Thus the scenario becomes completely flat. The trial is certainly overdetermined by a political will, the trial is certainly qualified within a rigid transcendency of relations of power, but this is not enough to specify the real singularity it has. Its paradoxical singularity consists in the fact that the catastrophic diminution of justice which it represents is not perceived as a radical change for the worse, but as normality. An Arctic night, without seasons, without transformations. A world without light. G12 Rebibia, April 3. Folio 21. There is a ferocious attack on us in the Roman pages of El Unita. A whole page of insults and reactionary opinions about how social peace is threatened by the very existence of the April 7 trial. Today, once again, there is alarming news of the possible closure of Il Manifesto, the only newspaper to have given our case front-page treatment. And today comes the news that, because they are centralized and operate at the national level, the radical radio stations are to be closed, by authority of the ministry. Then they talk about combating monopoly. This and other news is enough for me to characterize the dead superficiality of this wretched country of ours, in a scenario which recalls the unanimous consensuses of 1936, the moment of triumph of a scabrous regime of illiberality. A party, which likes to call itself communist, is engaged, as if this were a battle of life or death, in the construction of repressive, fevered notions and fantasies within which to bring about its own political legitimation, and on the other hand the few voices that are still free, such as Il Manifesto and the radical radio stations, are being throttled. Why is it that the end of a republic, of the great passions which contributed to its formation and of the great struggles which bedecked its development has to offer a spectacle of such a fearsome inversion and distortion of values? The process of decay has certainly been continuous in recent years. Progressively, corruption has undermined all values and every institution, and the repression of liberty has touched every sector and all social subjects. But why does this advance of the sickness not find, finally, at least some small hiccup of self-awareness and urgency of renewal? The sick body passively accepts its metastases and accepts to be reproduced in them. Those of us who are suffering in person the extreme consequences of this disaggregation would almost have cause to be cynically and sarcastically amused. But that's not the way it is, because our lives are on the line here. Life, life, life. G12 Rebibia, April 5. P.S. The article that follows was written up by Paulo V. on the basis of a collective discussion. It was published in Il Manifesto, 20 and February 22, 1983. Do you remember Revolution? Original text signed by Lucio Castellano, Arrigo Cavallina, Giustino Cortiana, Mario Dalmaviva, Luciano Ferrari Bravo, Chico Funero, Tony Negri, Paolo Pazzi, Franco Tame, Emilio Ves, and Paolo Verno. Rebibia Prison, Rome, January 1983. Looking back once again to re-examine, with intellect and memory, the movement of the 1970s, we are certain of at least one thing. The history of the revolutionary movement, first of the extra-parliamentary opposition and then of the autonomia, was not a history of marginals, fringe eccentricity, or sectarian hallucinations from some underground ghetto. We think that it is justified to claim that this history, part of which has now become the subject of our trial, is inextricably woven into the history of the country, into the decisive changes and into the breakpoints that have characterized it. Holding firmly to this point of view, which might seem banal, but which is bold and even provocative in these times we inhabit, we want to propose a historical, political block of theses on the past decade, which go beyond our own immediate defense concerns in the trial. The considerations that follow, often in the form of simply posing problems, are not addressed to the judges, who thus far have only been interested in the merchandising of pentateuch, but to all those who have been involved in the struggles of these years. To the comrades of 68, to those of 77, to those intellectuals who have dissented, as we now say, judging rebellion to be rational, so that they may intervene in their turn to break the vicious circle of memory distortion and conformity. We think that the time has come for a realistic reappraisal of the historical truth of the 1970s. Against the pentateuch we need truth. After and against the pentateuch we need political judgment. An overall assumption of responsibility is today both possible and necessary. This is one of the functional steps towards the full affirmation of post-terrorism as a dimension proper to the confrontation between the new movements and the institutions. That we have nothing in common with terrorism is obvious. That we have been subversive is equally obvious. Between these two truths lies the key issue at stake in our trials. But nothing can be taken for granted. The determination of the judges to equate subversion with terrorism is known to all, and it is intense. We shall conduct our defense battle with appropriate technical and political means. But it would be wrong for this reconstruction of the 70s to take place only in the courtroom of the Foro Italico. There needs to be a frank and wider debate in the movement, in parallel with the trial, among the social subjects who have been the real protagonists of the great transformation. Among other things, or above all, this is a vitally necessary condition if we are to speak adequately of the tensions facing us in the ADS. 1. The specific characteristic of the Italian 68 was a combination of innovative and explosive social phenomena, in many ways typical of situations of mature industrialization, and the classic paradigm of communist political revolution. The radical critique of wage labor, its refusal on a mass scale, was the main content of the movement of mass struggles, the matrix of a strong and lasting antagonism, the substance of things hoped for. This gave food to the contestation of roles and hierarchies, to the struggle for wage egalitarianism, to the attack on the organization of social knowledge, to qualitative demands for changes in everyday life, in short, to the general striving towards concrete forms of freedom. In other countries of the capitalist West, Germany and the USA for example, these same forces of transformation were developed in the form of molecular changes in social relations, without directly and immediately posing the problem of political power, of an alternative running of the state. In France and Italy, owing to institutional rigidities and to a very simplified way of regulating conflicts, the question of state power and of its seizure immediately becomes central. In Italy especially, despite the fact that in many ways 68 marked a sharp break with the labourist and state socialist traditions of the historical working class movement, the classical political models of communism still found a real space in the new movements. The extreme polarization of the class confrontation and the lack of any real political mediation or adequate response at an institutional level, on the one hand, the internal commissions, and on the other, before the emergence of local bodies, an over-centralized structure, create a situation where the demand for a higher income and new spaces for freedom go hand in hand with the classic Leninist question of smashing the state machine. 2. Between 1968 and the early 1970s the problem of finding a political outcome for the mass struggles was on the agenda of the entire left, both old and new. The Italian Communist Party PCI and the unions on the one hand, the extra-parliamentary groups on the other were counting on a drastic change in the balance of power, one which would carry through and consolidate the change in the relations of force that had already occurred in the factories and in the labor market. Regarding the nature and the quality of this political solution, generally held to be both decisive and necessary, there was a long and tortuous battle for hegemony within the left. The revolutionary groups, which had a majority presence in the schools and in the universities and also had roots in the factories and in the service industries, realized that the recent movement for social transformation coincided with a marked breakdown of the framework of legality that had hitherto existed. They emphasized this aspect of the situation, in order to prevent any institutional recovery of profit margins and capitalist command. The extension of the struggles to the entire metropolitan territory and the building of forms of counterpower were seen as necessary steps in resisting the blackmail of the economic crisis. The PCI and the unions, on the other hand, realized that '68 would lead naturally to the breakup of the center-left government and to structural reforms. A new framework of compatibility and a more complex and articulated institutional mediation would, in their view, guarantee a kind of working-class protagonism in the relaunching of economic growth. The most bitter polemics and divisions took place between the extra-parliamentary organizations and the historic left. At the same time, however, the battles of ideas for defining the outcome of the movement also traversed these two political arenas horizontally. One need only recall, for instance, the Amendola PCI right-wing criticism of the Turin FLM and against the new unionism of the movement. Or the different, and often very different, interpretations which the components of the unitary trade union made of the nascent zone councils. At the same time, within the far left, there were the differences between the workerist current and the Marxist, Leninist organizations. However, as we have said, these divisions of orientation revolved around a single basic problem: how to translate into terms of political power the upheaval in social relations that had developed in the period after '68. 3. In the early 1970s, the extra-parliamentary left imposed the problem of the use of force, of violence, in terms that were completely coherent with the classical communist tradition, in other words, considering it to be one of the means necessary for any attack on the terrain of power. There was no fetishism of the use of violence. On the contrary, it was strictly subordinated to the advancement of the mass movement. At the same time, there was a clear acceptance of its relevance. The dense fabric of mass conflicts throughout society undeniably posed the question of political power in clearly discontinuous terms. It had a specific, nonlinear character. After the violent clashes in Avola, Corso Traiano in Turin and Battipaglia, the state monopoly on the use of force appeared as an unavoidable obstacle, which had to be systematically confronted. Thus, from a programmatic perspective, the violent breaking of the law was conceived of in offensive terms, as the manifestation of a new counterpower. Slogans such as "Take over the city" or "Insurrection" captured this perspective, which was seen as being inescapable, if not immediate. On the other hand, from a concrete perspective, organization in terms of illegality was a modest enough affair, with exclusively defensive and contingent goals: the defense of pickets, of housing occupations, of demonstrations, security measures intended to prevent possible right-wing reaction, which was no longer excluded as a possibility after Piazza Fontana bombing provocation in Milan, December 1969. In short, there was a theory of attack and rupture, developed out of the intermeshing between communist culture and the new political subject who emerged after '68, but its practical manifestations were minimal. It remains nevertheless a fact that, after the red years of '68-9, for thousands of militants, including rank-and-file trade union cadres, getting equipped for the illegal domain, for instance by debating in public the forms and timings of the confrontation with the repressive structures of the state, was completely a matter of common-sense discourse. 4. In those years the role of the first clandestine armed organizations, the GAP, and the Red Brigader BR, was completely marginal and extraneous to the general thematics of the movement. Clandestine organization, the obsessive appeal to the partisan tradition of the resistance, the reference to the skilled worker, these had absolutely nothing in common with the organization of violence on the part of class vanguards and revolutionary groups. The gap, taking as its reference point the old anti-fascist resistance and the Communist Party tradition of dual-level organizing, mass and clandestine, which dated back to the 50s, was proposing the adoption of preventive measures against what it saw as the imminent threat of a fascist coup. On the other hand, all throughout this early phase, the BR, which were formed from a confluence of Marxist-Leninists from Trento, ex-Communist Party members from Milan and ex-Communist Youth Federation personnel from Emilia, looked for support and contacts among the PCI rank and file, and not in the revolutionary movement. Anti-fascism and armed struggle in support of reforms was how they labeled their operations. Paradoxically, it was precisely the adoption, on the part of the communist vanguard, of a perspective on struggle which still included illegality and violence that gave an absolute and unbridgeable character to the gap between this perspective and the strategic option of clandestinity and armed struggle. The sporadic contacts that existed between the groupuscules and the first armed organizations did not lessen but actually confirmed the irreconcilability of culture and political line between them. 5. In 1973-4 the political context within which the movement had developed for years began to disintegrate. Within a short period of time there were multiple ruptures of continuity in the movement, changes of political perspectives and behaviors, and changes in the very conditions of social conflict itself. These abrupt changes were due to a number of concomitant and interacting factors. The first was the PCI's change of policy towards the closure of political space at the international level, which it now saw as necessitating an immediate and urgent political breakthrough of the given situation. This led to a split, which became increasingly deep, within a lineup of political and social forces that had up to this time, in spite of internal differences, shared the common goal of finding, after '68, an alternative terrain of power, which would reflect the radical content of the mass struggles and their transformative content. A part of the left, the PCI and their trade union confederation, now began to draw closer to the possibility of government and became opposed to wide sectors of the movement. The extra-parliamentary oppositions now had to redefine themselves in relation to the PCI's historic compromise. This redefinition led to a crisis and a progressive loss of identity for the groups. In fact, the struggle for hegemony on the part of the left, which had to some extent justified the existence of revolutionary groups, now seemed to have been resolved unilaterally, in a way that shut down and separated alternative perspectives and put an end to dialectics. From now on, the old question of finding a political breakthrough, an alternative management of the state, was to be identified with the moderating politics of the PCI. Those extra-parliamentary organizations that still followed this perspective were forced to try to go along with the PCI and to influence the outcome of the historic compromise, setting up its extremist version. We recall the presentation of revolutionary lists in the 1975 administrative local elections and in the 1976 political national elections. Other groups found instead that they had reached the limits of their own experience. Sooner or later they found no alternative but to dissolve themselves. 6. Secondly, as a result of the union, employer contracts of 73, 4, the central figure behind the struggles, the assembly line worker of the major factories, the mass worker, began to lose his offensive role for class recomposition. The restructuration of large-scale enterprises was beginning to take its toll. The increasing use of layoffs, CASA integration and the first, partial changes in technology and work organization fundamentally altered the modes of production and blunted the thrust of preceding forms of struggle, including the mass strike. The homogeneity of the shop floor and its capacity to exercise power on the overall process of production were undercut by new machinery, systems of control, and the restructuring of the working day. The representative functions of the new factory councils, and hence the dialectic between left and right within them, had a paralyzing effect on the unity and autonomy which had underlain the preceding struggles. Not that the power of the line worker, the mass worker, was weakened by any reserve army or competition from the unemployed in the traditional sense. The point is that industrial reconversion tended towards investment in sectors outside the sphere of mass production. This brought other sectors of labor power, which had been relatively marginal, such as women, youths, highly educated new strata and so on, to a central position in social production as a whole. These new strata had less history of organization behind them. Increasingly now the terrain of confrontation was shifting towards the overall mechanisms of the labor market, with public expenditure, with the reproduction of the proletariat and of young people, and in general with the distribution of incomes which are independent from remuneration for work. 7. In the third place, a change occurred along the internal dimension of the subjectivity of the movement, of its culture and horizon of development. In a nutshell, a rejection was taking place of the entire tradition of the working class movement, of the very idea of seizing power with the classic goal of a dictatorship of the proletariat, of residual fantasies about the real socialism in Eastern Europe, and of any project of management. As for the links that had existed within the post-68 movement between new qualitative goals and the old model of communist revolution, these were now totally broken. Power was now seen as an alien and inimical force, something to defend oneself against, but not something worth conquering or taking over, rather worth reducing and keeping at a distance. The key to this new outlook was the affirmation of the movement itself as an alternative society, as a richness of communication, of free productive capacities, of forms of life. To conquer and to control its own spaces, this is becoming the dominant form of practice for the new social subjects, for whom wage labor is no longer the principal terrain of socialization but pure and simple episode, contingency, and non-value. The feminist movement, with its practices of community and separatism, with its critique of politics and power, with its deep mistrust of any institutional and general representation of needs and desires, and with its love of differences, is emblematic for this new phase. It provided the inspiration, whether explicitly or not, for the new movements of the proletarian youth of the mid-70s. The referendum on divorce 1974 is a very important indication of this tendency towards the autonomy of the social. From this point on, it becomes impossible to speak of a family album, be it even a family in crisis. The new mass subjectivity is totally alien to the official labor movement. Their respective languages and objectives no longer have any common ground. The very category of extremism no longer explains anything, it merely confuses things. One can only be an extremist in relation to something similar, but it is precisely the similarity that is disappearing fast. Those who look for continuity, who care for a family album can only turn to the separate and sectarian existence of the Marxist, Leninist combatant organizations. 8. All these three factors in the turning point which occurred between 73 and 75, but especially the last one, contributed to the birth of the workers' autonomy, l'autonomia operaia. The autonomy is formed against the project of the historic compromise, in response to the crisis and failure of the groups, apart from workerism, interacting conflictually with the restructuring of production. But above all it expresses the new subjectivity, the richness of its multiple differences, its being a stranger to formal politics and to the mechanisms of political representation. It does not seek a political breakthrough but embodies a concrete and articulated exercise of power within society. In this sense, localism is one of the defining characteristics of the autonomous experience. Rejecting any prospect of a possible alternative running of the state meant that there could be no centralized leadership of the movement. Each regional area of the autonomy follows its own concrete particularities of class composition, without seeing them as a limitation, but as its raison d'être. It is therefore practically impossible to reconstruct a unitary history of the autonomia movements between Rome and Milan, or between the Veneto and the South. 9. From 74 to 76, the practice of mass illegality and violence becomes more intensified and diffuse. But this phenomenon, unknown in the preceding period, has no overall anti-state objective behind it. It is not a preparation for any revolutionary rupture. This is the main point. In a metropolis, violence develops as a function of the need for an immediate satisfaction of needs, the conquest of spaces that could be autonomously controlled, and largely in response to cuts in public spending. In '74, the self-reduction of transport fares, organized by the unions in Turin, relaunched mass illegality, already experimented with, particularly during rent strikes. From now on, almost everywhere, and in relation to the whole range of public services, this special form of guaranteed income was widely put into practice. While the unions had intended this self-reduction to be a symbolic gesture, the movement transformed it into a generalized, material form of struggle. But, more than self-reduction, it was above all the occupation of housing in San Basilio, Rome, in October 1974 that marked a turning point, a high level of spontaneous militarization by the proletariat as a defensive mass response to bloody police aggression. A further step for the movement was the big Milan demonstrations in the spring of 1975, following the killings of Varolai and Zibicki by fascists and policemen. Violent street confrontations were the point of departure for a whole series of struggles against the government's economic austerity measures, the first steps in the so-called politics of sacrifice. Throughout '75 and '76 we experienced the transition, in many ways classic in the history of welfare struggles, from self-reduction to appropriation, from a defensive behavior in the face of continuous increases in prices and bills to an offensive practice of the collective satisfaction of needs, which aims to overturn the mechanisms of the crisis. Appropriation, the best example of which was the night of the New York blackout, concerns all aspects of metropolitan life, free political shopping and occupation of premises for free associative activities, the serene habit of the young proletariat of not paying for the ticket at the cinema or concert, overtime bans, the lengthening of rest periods in factories. Above all, it represents the appropriation of lifetime, liberation from the constraints of factory command and a search for a new community. 10. By the mid-1970s, two distinct tendencies towards the extensive reproduction of violence had become apparent. These may be approximately defined as two different paths in the militarization of the movement. The first path was the movement of outright resistance to the restructuring of production in the large and medium-sized enterprises. Here the protagonists were numerous worker militants, formed politically in the period 1968 to 73, who were determined to defend at all costs the material basis on which their contractual strength had depended. Restructuring was lived as a political catastrophe. Above all, those factory militants who were most involved in the experience of the factory councils tended to identify restructuring with defeat. This was confirmed by repeated union sellouts on work conditions. To preserve the factory as it was, in order to maintain a favorable relation of forces, this was the core of their position. It was around a set of problems and among the personnel of this political/trade union base that the Red Brigades, in their second phase from 74-75, found support and were able to take root. 11. The second area of illegality, in many ways diametrically opposed to the first, was made up of those social subjects who were the result of restructuring, of decentralization of production and of mobility, an absence of guarantees, of precarious part-time work, of fragmented forms of income and of the immediate impact of the overall territorial and social organization of capitalist command. This new proletarian figure, emerging from the process of restructuring, violently confronted local governments and the administration of income transfers and fought for the self-determination of the working day. This second type of illegality, which we can more or less identify with the autonomous movement, was never an organic project. It was distinguished by the total fit between the form of struggle chosen and the attainment of its given objectives. This involved the absence of separate structures or functions specialized in the use of force. Unless we accept Pasolinism as an ultimate category of sociological understanding, it is impossible to deny that the diffuse violence of the movement in these years was a necessary process of self-identification and affirmation of a new and powerful productive subject, born out of the decline of the centrality of the factory and exposed to the massive pressure of the economic crisis. 12. The movement that exploded in 77, in its essentials, expressed this new class composition and was by no means a phenomenon of marginalized strata. The Second Society, as Arosa, PCI cultural spokesperson, this new class composition was already becoming a first society from the point of view of its productive capacity, its technical, scientific intelligence and its advanced forms of social cooperation. The new social subjects reflected or anticipated in their struggles the growing identity between new productive processes and activities of communication, in short, the new reality of the computerized factory and the advanced tertiary sector. The movement of 77 was itself a richly productive force, independent and antagonistic. The critique of wage labor now took an affirmative direction, creatively asserting itself in the form of self-organized entrepreneurship and in the partial running from below the mechanisms of the welfare system. This second society, which was center stage in 77, was asymmetrical in its relation to state power. No longer was there a frontal confrontation, rather there was a sidestepping or, in practical terms, a search for spaces of freedom and income in which the movement could consolidate and grow. This asymmetrical state was a precious fact, and one which testified to the solidity of the social processes underlying it. But it needed time. Time and mediation. Time and negotiation. 13. However, the restoring operation of the historic compromise denied time or space to the movement and reproposed a symmetrical relation of opposition between the struggles and the state. The movement found itself subjected to a frightening process of acceleration, blocked in its potential articulation, in a total absence of margins of mediation. This was quite different from the process in other European countries, most obviously in the case of Germany, where the repressive operation was accompanied by forms of bargaining with the mass movements, and hence did not directly attack their reproduction. In the Italian historic compromise, the repressive net was cast exceedingly widely, legitimacy was denied to any forces developing outside of, and opposed to, the new corporative regulation of conflict. The repressive intention in Italy developed a generality that was aimed directly against spontaneous social forces. Thus it happened that the systematic adoption of political, military provisions by the government reintroduced exogenously the necessity of general political struggle, often purely and simply as a struggle for survival, while it marginalized and ghettoized the emancipatory practices of the movement and its dense positivity at the level of quality of life and of the direct satisfaction of needs. 14. The organized autonomy movement autonomia found itself caught between ghettoization and direct confrontation with the state. Its schizophrenia and its subsequent defeat can be traced to the attempt to close this space by securing a relationship between the rich social network of the movement on the one hand and, on the other, its own need to confront the state. Within the space of a few months, this attempt proved to be quite impossible and failed on both fronts. The unprecedented acceleration of 77 caused the organized autonomy slowly to lose contact with those social subjects who pulled out of traditional political struggle and followed their own various solutions, at times individualist, at times of co-management, in order to work less, live better, and maintain their own spaces for freely creative production. This same acceleration led the autonomous organizations to break off relations with those militaristic drives which, being present within the autonomy movement itself, soon became a separate tendency pushing for the formation of armed organizations. At that point the autonomy movement discounted all the political weaknesses of its own political, cultural model, concentrating on the linear growth of the movement, on its continual expansion and radicalization. Struggles were often read by the autonomy as a negation of all political mediation rather than as a basis upon which political mediation could operate. Immediate antagonism was counterposed to any dialogue, any negotiation and any use of the institutions. 15. From the end of 1977 and throughout 1978 there was a growth and multiplication of formations operating at a specifically military level, while the crisis of the organized autonomy became more acute. Many saw in the equation political struggle equals armed struggle the only adequate response to the trap in which the movement had been caught by the politics of the historic compromise. In a first phase, in a scenario repeated many times, numbers of militants within the movement made the so-called leap from endemic violence to armed struggle, yet conceived of this choice and its heavy obligations as an articulation of the movement's struggles, as the creation of a kind of servicing structure. But a form of organization specifically geared to armed action revealed itself to be structurally lacking in homogeneity with the practices of the movement. Sooner or later, it could only go its own separate way. Thus the numerous combatant organizations that proliferated in the period 1977–8 ended up either resembling the model of the Red Brigades, which they had initially rejected, or even joining them. The Red Brigades, as the historic guerrilla formation engaged in a war against the state which was totally separated from the dynamic of the movement, ended by growing parasitically, in the wake of the defeat of the mass struggles. In Rome especially, at the end of 77, the Red Brigades made a large-scale recruitment from the ranks of the movement, which was in deep crisis. During that year the autonomy had come up against all its own limitations, opposing state militarism with radical replays of street confrontations, which produced a dispersion of the movement's potential instead of consolidating it. The repressive straitjacket, and the real errors of the autonomists in Rome and some other areas, opened the way for the expansion of the Red Brigades. This organization, which had criticized harshly the struggles of 1977, was now, paradoxically, gathering remarkable fruits in terms of reinforcing its organization. 16. The defeat of the movement of 77 began with the kidnapping and killing of Aldo Moro in May 1978. In a kind of tragic parody of the way the official left had operated in the mid-1970s, the Red Brigade similarly pursued their own separate political breakthrough at the expense of currents of resistance in society at large. The culture of the Red Brigades, with its people's courts, prisons, prisoners and trials, and its practice of the armed fraction, totally within the logic of an autonomy of the political, were played against the new subjects of social antagonism as much as against the institutions and the state. With the Moro operation the unity of the movement was definitively broken. A twilight zone of drifting began, which was characterized by frontal attacks launched by the autonomy on the Red Brigades and by the withdrawal of large sectors of youth and the proletariat from political struggle. The emergency, so loudly proclaimed by the state and by the PCI, was lashing out in the dark or, rather, tended to select its victims from among people known as subversives and in the public view, who were used as scapegoats in a generalized witch hunt. In the circumstances, the autonomy found itself facing a violent attack, beginning with a purge in the factories of the North. Thus the autonomous collectives in factories were lambasted as pro-terrorist by the trade unions and by the PCI, and were weeded out and denounced. And when, in the very days of the Moro kidnap, the autonomists were launching a struggle at Alfa Romeo against working on Saturdays, they were branded by the historical left in a militaristic, demonizing, anti-terrorist campaign. Thus began the process of expulsion from the factories of the new generation of vanguard militants, a process which reached its climax with the mass sackings of 61 key militants at Fiat in the autumn of 1979. 17. After the Moro operation, in the desolate landscape of a militarized civil society, the state and the Red Brigades faced each other like opposite reflections in the same mirror. The Red Brigades rapidly went down that irreversible path whereby the armed struggle became terrorism in the true sense of the word. Their campaign of annihilation began. Police, judges, magistrates, factory managers, trade unionists were killed only on account of their function, as the Pentateuch have subsequently revealed. Moreover, the wave of arrests rastrellamenti against the movement of autonomy, in 79, eliminated the only political network which was in a position to fight against the logic of terrorism. Thus, between 79 and 81, the Red Brigades were for the first time able to recruit militants not only from the minor combatant organizations, but also directly from a scarcely politicized youth, who whose discontent and anger were now deprived of any political and programmatic mediation. 18. As a mass phenomenon, the Pentatai are only the other side, equally militaristic and equally horrible, of the terrorist coin. The phenomenon of Pentatismo's system of remission for state informers, set up by law in December 1979, is an extreme version of terrorism, its Pavlovian conditioned reflex, the ultimate proof of its total abstraction and alienation from the fabric of the movement. The incompatibility between the armed struggle and the new social subject is revealed in a distorted, horrendous way by these acts of verbal merchandising. Pentatismo is a logic of annihilation of the whole judicial framework, an indiscriminate vendetta, a celebration of the absence of historical memory, precisely when it sets in operation, in a perverse and manipulated way, an individual memory. The Pentatai are false even when they tell the truth. They unify what is divided, they abolish real motivations and context, they recall effects without causes, they establish hypothetical links, they interpret according to various theorems. Pentatismo is terrorism introjected into the institutions. There will be no post-terrorism without a parallel overcoming of the culture of pentimento. 19. The sharp, definitive defeat of the political organizations of the movement, at the end of the 70s, in no sense coincided with the defeat of the new political and productive subject, who has made his general test in the eruption of 77. This new social subject has carried out a long march in the workplace, in the organization of social knowledge, in the alternative economy, in local services and administrative apparatuses. This subject has proliferated by keeping close to the ground and avoiding any direct political confrontation, manoeuvring between the underground ghetto and institutional deals, between separateness and co-management. Although under pressure and often forced into passivity, this underground movement today constitutes, even more than in the past, the unresolved core of the Italian crisis. The re-articulation of the working day, the pressure on public spending, the questions of protection of the environment and choice of technologies, the crisis of the party system, and the problem of finding new constitutional formulae of government, behind all these questions, the density of the mass subject, with her multiple demands for income, freedom, and peace, remains intact. 20. Now, after the historic compromise and in the post-terrorist situation, the same question of 77 returns on the agenda: how to open spaces of mediation, which can allow the movements to express themselves and grow. Struggles and political mediation, and negotiation at the institutional level. This prospect, here as well as in Germany, is rendered both possible and necessary not by the timidity and backwardness of the social conflict, but by the extreme maturity of its contents. We have to pick up and develop the thread of 77 against the militarism of the state and against any tendency to relaunch the armed struggle. There is no good version of it, no alternative to the practices in Third International style a la Red Brigades. All versions end by being antithetical to the new movements. A productive force potenza, both individual and collective, is placed outside of and against wage labor. The state is going to have to take this phenomenon into account, including in its administrative and econometric calculations. This potenza can be at one and the same time separate, antagonistic, and capable of seeking and finding its own mediations. Folio 22. Do you remember revolution? Personally, I have no difficulty in remembering it, and in keeping alive my hopes for it. But all this makes me so angry. Why? The tainted consciousness of the intellectuals, the nitpicking of the far left, the opportunism of the socialists, the hatred from the communists, all of this loads the word with suspicion, the concept with contempt. In the trial today, Luciano spoke in defense of revolution, with that lucid, impassioned, and spiritually detached intelligence of his. The judges, Santiapicchi and Abate, responded provocatively, fed as they are by their conviction that they are in the right, by a sense of their role, by a mad presumption of good faith. The problem is perhaps banal, it lies in the fact that these Roman magistrates, in their isolation, really no longer know what we are talking about. Their class origins are rooted in the thin soil of the bureaucratic petty bourgeoisie, or in the arrogance of the agrarian bourgeoisie. Their culture does not extend beyond a regurgitated croquinism. They are nervous of the new culture they see lining up before them. They respond to statements of reason with a preoccupied and foul-smelling belch of arrogance. There really is no way of discussing with them. The distance between our languages is the distance between simplicity and cynicism, our cool simplicity and their oily cynicism. This is what is not understood by the critics of our Do You Remember Revolution? They don't understand that the clash, which is not beyond but right inside the struggle itself and inside the radical separation between autonomy and terrorism, has been a clash between two cultures, on the one hand the simplicity of needs, on the other, the world of politics. For the world of politics you can read state and terrorism, two sides of the same coin, monstrous figures of political alienation. On that clash, on that separation, you then have the people saying yes, but enough. Come and listen to Luciano in court and you will understand the full enormity of this provocation, this bastardization, this falsification. It is on this terrain that all the misunderstandings accumulate. We, for example, refer to ourselves as being dissociated, but power has tried to taint this word by making it equivalent to pentito or spy. Power understands that behind our dissociation from terrorism lies a call for revolution, and behind our reassertion of our identity, which is irreducible to that of terrorism, lies a continuous desire for communism. Lucio, with some force and with a measure of hysteria, puts all this out in the open again. And the response is provocation. What comes back is stupidity and vulgarity. They are unable to understand what is being talked about. They understand that it is about something inimical to them, which they are incapable of absorbing. You're good, Lucio, in the way you have established a high profile for this political battle, which we absolutely have to sustain. And win? That's another problem. We all know that today it is impossible to win. G12 Rebibia, 7–8 April. Folio 23. I spend the day reading fresh transcripts of witness statements. Today the statements of the latest wave of Pentatai arrived. Bedini, Verzo, Morocco, Caniglio. They are terrible in their dogged acceptance of the theorems and in their cold repetition of what has been dictated to them by the public prosecutors. They try to lend credibility to the prosecution's most fantastical fabrications. But this is not the problem. We shall be able to destroy the material content of these allegations in court. The problem is rather the one raised by this generation of Pentatai. Why? Why this hemorrhage? One thing is certain in this whole debate: the Pentato is a character who breaks with group loyalty and with the values that constitute his group, and he makes this break not so much at the moral level, which would be completely irrelevant, or at least secondary in terms of juridical effects, as at the juridical level. He has to accuse if he is to be valued as a Pentato. And the more people he accuses, the more people he sends to the gallows, the closer he comes to his own freedom. Thus the fact of being a Pentato becomes essentially a kind of barter. Today I am trying to make the effort, in my own mind, to overcome the contempt, the disgust, and the infinite moral repulsion that all this awakens in me, and to understand it, if possible, sine iraet studio. So there are two actors in this reduction of law to a bartering operation, on the one hand the judge and the juridical system, and, on the other, the Pentato and the system of regulation of social loyalty. It seems to me that the juridical practice of pentamento obeys the conditions of balance of the social market only if it is considered as a relationship between the judge and the Pentato, not if it is evaluated as one between the juridical system and the social system. To explain what I mean, it seems to me obvious that barter is taking the place of the rule of law diritto, which was once abstract, general, and so on, and that this is happening increasingly and to such an extent that it is becoming the operational principle of the juridical system, albeit in the more sophisticated forms of contract, exchange, and negotiation. This is how corporate entities react nowadays. their rigidities are such that a regulating mode can only be constructed through temporary sets of standards and conventions of barter. From this point of view, the phenomenon of pentimento/barter is one that fits this flat society, where there can be no transcendence of law, but only juridical procedures of transaction. However, we have here an explosive contradiction, because this way of proceeding, of barter through individualization, negates the substantial purpose of a postmodern contractual system of law. Such purposes come to be identified through the need of regulating the relationship between rigidities that are collective. The new contractual system of law has collective means and purposes. It is another name for social collective regulation. In the legislation on pentimento, on the other hand, the rules of the new system of law become banalized and reduced to individual acts of trading. Instead of a legal interplay of powers and counterpowers, we have what is effectively a practice of selling indulgences. Juridical reformism gives itself away by introducing norms for individual favors, and the judges who apply these norms thus place themselves on a terrain of fraud, in relation to the dynamism and the new teleology of their own system of rules. Sine Iraet Studio, in consequence, the indecency of the pentatismo-based and bandit-style system of crimes and penalties resides essentially in the gap between the new normativity, of a collective contract and regulation, and old, individualistic mercantile contents. As a system it is doubly barbaric, because on the one hand it destroys the old system of law, which could engage directly with individuals insofar as its normativity was general and abstract, on the other, it destroys the possibility of building a new system of law on a base of rules that match the circumstances, of administrative proceduralization, of engagement of the individual, but only in the relationship between collective entities. In this sense the juridical system contradicts or, even worse, sets itself up against the system of social loyalties. In doing this, the judge who constructs the pentito, in the sense of landing him with this juridical label and of recognizing him as such, is also carrying out an immoral operation, insofar as he frees him from those bonds of group loyalty which the law should, on the contrary, assume to be the foundation of its strength during the present phase of transformation. That said, it should be added that the judges have a field day. Like drug dealers, they are performing an act of immorality, but it's clear that the drug addict wants it. And that brings us to the subjective problem of the pentimento. Why this hemorrhage of pentiti? For the moment, just one point. In almost all cases, the pentito, assuming that he is not just some small-time turncoat, belongs to the fringes of the movement. His participation in the political group was determined more by an evaluation concerning the efficacy of its firepower and the relevance of his action for the conquest of power than by his adherence to a collective project of transformation. In other words, in the great majority of cases, the terrorist/pentito is part of the traditional political family, and not of the new breed of revolutionary subjects. The cynicism of the pentito is homologous with that of the judges and with that of the politicians who made the laws. So why this hemorrhage of pentiti? It is not the fruit of the defeat of terrorism, it is the fruit of the victory of terrorism over the autonomous and communist wings and sectors of the movement. It is the fruit of the hegemony of terrorism, after April 7, 1979, over the whole movement. The homicidal infamy of terrorism had finally to be crowned with this judicial infamy, and on those moral and judicial homologies become the symbol of the entire moral and cultural system of power in Italy. On the other hand, this is just what one would expect, that corruption, dissolution, and decadence should give each other a deformed reflection in this infamy. G12 Rebibia, April 9. Folio 24. When I think of my accusers, Santiapicchi and Abate, performing on stage in front of what is virtually a professional jury, it has already done the Moro case, and in front of Marini, seated as he is on the public prosecutor's dais, I can't avoid feeling a certain sympathy for them. Functional mediocrity of the magistracy, a poor level of culture, with strong old-style Italian resonances, Croci, and a smattering of reforming modernization, English law, a moderate level of politicization, with touches of sympathy for the national unanimity of the historic compromise and with the after-effects of a history of corruption, Severino and the mafia charges from which he managed to extract himself, a touch of paranoia, Abate and his use of the pencil, it reminds you of Humphrey Bogart playing with the marbles, rhythmic and obsessive, in his performance as the commander in the Caine Mutiny, a strong degree of exhibitionism, administrative coldness and bureaucratic excess, extreme ritualization, offset by posturing attitudes and the occasional sly joke, and so on. However, this is not what elicits my sympathy, rather it is the lack of freedom and of intelligence. Everything always so predictable, never any unexpected behavior. Their legitimacy, however, is not determined by the mediocrity of their culture and intelligence, rather their legitimacy derives entirely from the machine. They are appendages of the machine, I feel sorry for them on this account. But at the same time they scare me with the inertia they represent, the inertia they must represent. I cannot forget that their apparent, and somewhat relative, having nothing to do with prison, with its sufferings and with the preventive detention that we have endured, with torture and chains and prison escorts, is indeed only in appearance. In reality they are part of the whole package, and the denial they often display in dealing with it, and the irritation, sometimes even the contempt, does nothing to diminish but actually accentuates the fact of their central role in the machine. Their bad conscience does not negate this relationship but deepens it. I am struck and terrified by the sense of irresponsibility towards the real that these premises determine. I repeat, all the more so as they are people of bad conscience. Bad conscience generates resentment. In my silent contemplation of them I find nothing to awaken feelings of trust. The more they feel guilty about their subordination to this machine, the more they load that guilt onto us. Good sense as a corrective? But what room is there for it within a machine which has already programmed life imprisonment for us? No, the heaviness, the absolute negativity of this trial situation can only be resolved by some kind of driving force that can break the inertia. They are powerless to break with it, even if they wanted to. And we ourselves can only break it through our ethical resistance and through the heroism of our understanding, by surviving, constructing our community and demystifying the machine. And then? And then? G12, Rebibia, April 10. Folio 25. This is not a trial, it is an execution. Days of cross-examination. I'm losing track of the days, 17, 18, 19. Lucio has been subjected to a string of charges which came from the new Pentateuch. The trial unfolds, against him, a truth which is already formed, established, and fixed. But that truth, the truth of the prosecution, does not hold up. And so the preliminary hearing Istruttoria is being reopened, according to the public prosecutor Marini, to show that these people are guilty anyway. We are caught in a vicious circle. Arrigo has been on the stand and has now concluded his cross-examination. He puts forward a full account of the movements and political development of '68. They don't understand what he is saying. The judges are prisoners to one history and to one language, the history of the Pentateuch and the language of the Red Brigades. The outcome is a terrible confusion, which only the stereotypes such as those of Red Brigaders can simplify. When Arrigo admits to a robbery, the court goes crazy, they want him to confess be a repentor, Pentateuch. Arrigo may be a repentor, but he refuses to put quotation marks around it. He refuses to speak in Red Brigade's language, a language which, in its limited instrumental rationality, seems to suit the judges very well, and he also refuses to tell anything other than the truth. Furthermore, he has no inclination to color the movement's events in dark colors, he prefers to emphasize the real tragedies of opportunism, for himself, and of infamy, for the others. The Pentateuch is a liar even when he is telling the truth. His story is always instrumental and overdetermined by the pardon he is going to receive from the bosses. When they become prisoners of Pentatismo, the judges degrade the function they should fulfill. And they are fully caught up in this degradation. In fact, When you look at judges in this trial and you consider the mediocrity of their relationship with the truth, their crude functionalism and the hypocrisy of their approach to reality, you are forced to come to the conclusion that, if they were on the other side, they would be Red Brigaders. There really is an abyss between them and us, the comrades. On our side there is intelligence and doubt, passion and playfulness, hope and pain, and above all there is the attempt, continuous and tireless, to rebuild that history, that situation, with humility and enthusiasm, and always with truth. But when will the judges ever be able to understand that our mistakes belong in the context of changes taking place in generations and generations of political militants, and in the context of a hope for communism, of which we represented the renewal? G12 Rebibia, 11/12/13/14 April. Folio 26. Days 20, 21, 22 and 23 of the trial. The situation is now as follows: after 4 years of trial, they are about to open new pre-trial proceedings Istratoria against us. The structure is still the one created by Calogero, but this particular goatskin is not filled with good old wine but with the depositions of the Pentateuch, which are now turning up after 4 years. The Milan trial has entirely spilled over here. All that one can say is that the madness of Calogero finds here its long-distance executors. Building the schema in a void, using the media to create a false national consensus, convincing people of our guilt, and then getting other people to find the evidence for you. Incredible but true. This is not a trial, it is purely and simply the construction of an intrigue. At this stage any defense becomes impossible. What is the point of trying to contest the structure of the accusation when this structure is de facto incontestable and the evidence is supplied not only a posteriori, but after a time lapse of 4, 5, 10 years? I am writing this after the cross-examinations of Lucio and during that of Marian. With strength and with generosity, albeit from within a state of terrible tiredness, Marian succeeds in reconstructing an alternative view of our history. He presents the historical truth against which the prosecution has built its case, a history of diffuse struggles and spontaneous acts of constructing the movement, a picture of great openness, of joy of living and of need to struggle. Marian speaks of the party of Mirafiori, the public prosecutor replies by accusing him of the fact that, out of that movement, there emerged terroristic forces and organizations. And then follows list after list of Pentateuch. For him, the link is causal and we are the devil. I admire my comrades, and also myself, for the strength that we put in resisting this unequal battle. G12 Rebibia, April 21. Folio 27. There are going to be parliamentary elections. Long discussions among the comrades about the possibility of me standing as a candidate. I see Rosanna, who tells me her doubts about it. We discuss at length, I am beginning to know her better. Seeing her again, after so many years, the old polemics came to mind. In reality all of us have lost out a bit, but it remains the case that those who lost most were those who believed in a linear operation of transformation of the working class movement in Italy. Now, the claim for the values of liberty which Rosanna and her people are carrying forward, this really does seem to be a new moment of convergence of forces. Reconstruction and transformation of the working class and communist movement? I don't know. Perhaps, the first emergence of something absolutely original. I don't believe in transfigurations. Or, rather, I believe in them only when they are a result of death. Dialectical negation, with its infinite interweavings of continuity, is only an imbroglio. That's how we talk. Rosanna takes pleasure in liberty, in liberation, and hates prisons and fraudulent trials. All this brings out the old communist in her. I recognize myself in this discourse and I know that it is what has made me what I am. But alongside that I also have other feelings, which are, I think, those of the new proletarians and new social subjects, a radicalism in my love of liberty which is deeper, more desperate, and more bodily. In Rosanna, the notion of civil liberties and respect for a state based on law is articulated together with the communist revolution. For me, this articulation is only negative, and the history of liberty is a history of counterpowers. Rosanna places more hope in this trial than I could ever place. It is curious to see how positively utopian she can be and how many very generous illusions she can carry within her. Rosanna's pessimism of the intellect. Today, at the moment when the tragedy of the trial begins to come close to, and perhaps even interweaves with, the proposal of traveling through the desert of the political, I ask myself, in a state of perplexity, what on earth I have to do with all this. I sense a big distance. Rosanna is a most beautiful woman. She has a smile that comforts me. Rosanna has many doubts about the forms in which my electoral candidacy should be presented, and she also has many suggestions. By the end of the discussion, she is more or less in agreement with the idea that I should do it anyway, but she has many suspicions about the people and the forces who are putting me forward. Little by little I begin to feel myself trapped in a discourse which is not my own. But it is also the case that this candidacy is the only chance I have of getting out of prison. And perhaps it offers the only possibility to pluck this trial out of its destructive inertia. G12 Rebibia, April 23. Folio 28. Chico has the capacity to show the court what it means to have a movement which is other and a political awareness which is other. Days 24 and 25 of the trial. He does so with great intelligence and with a remarkable capacity for putting concrete flesh on historical and conceptual data, even those which are completely external to the matter in hand. His argumentation is brilliant, and his delivery reaches heights of polemical vigor. As he speaks, he brings to life all the demonstrations, struggles, alternatives, contradictions. He talks about the movement of '77 in the streets of Milan and explains how, far from arming the youth, we were creating political proposals and the organization of a political project. He shows how hopes and expectations were flowing in our circles and how the education of political sentiments and our political discourse were strong. And then the anger of the working class neighborhoods, and the young unemployed, and the feminist movement, and the poor intellectuals. He explains how all this appeared on the stage of struggles and was articulated into 1,000 different rivulets of organization. He carries on like this at length, for 2-3 days of hearings. Overriding the provocations of the judges and of the prosecution, he manages to expand the picture he is describing. Chico is a great comrade. His imagination really does address, and in human terms, a reality which is other, which power cannot imagine as being anything but criminal. The history of the 70s, of a dream and practice of assailing the heavens, is here presented as a moment of life and hope. The recent days have shown the enormous gap that exists between our capacity to produce truth and the court's inert expression of its unbelievable desire to repress it. There is a wall between our two languages. A wall of horror. G12 Rebibia, 27-28 April. Folio 29. It becomes increasingly obvious that the only way we can get anything out of this trial is by overturning the logic which has made the whole setup possible, a logic of persecution, the attempt to make an example of us, and the construction of a show trial in order to put a repressive closure on 15 years of struggles. This is what April 7 symbolizes. This logic has to be overturned. We have to show that the defeat of the movement of those years was only made possible through the denaturation of the formal constitution and through a blatant use of illegality, together with the attempt to found a new material constitution, a rigid relationship between the already existing party forces. The new could not be allowed to appear on the scene, because the new was subversive. In our trial we have to show that this operation has run onto the rocks, that the irreversible has happened and cannot be undone, factum infectum fieri ne quid, that the new has rights of citizenship in Italian democracy. Hence the solution to our trial is a political solution to a problem which is unavoidable in terms of the Constitution. For this reason, in the next phase of the trial we must opt for a high profile which is entirely political, and at the same time we must open a more articulated dialogue with the institutional forces which understand the centrality of the problem we represent. We also have to build a growing relationship between the April 7th trial and the forces, both those in prison and those in the movement, who are beginning to think seriously how to change the present political situation and how to emerge from the years of lead. All this is difficult, damnably difficult. But that is no reason for abandoning hope. When I think what we have been able to achieve in these years, in the worst situations, the inner depths of the special prisons, or the squalid basement of this palazzo, I think I can be allowed moments of optimism. We are moving inside contradictions that cannot be broken apart. Too many things in the Italian situation suggest that the liberticidal bloc of forces which wanted to promote itself as the new material constitution cannot hold up. The rise of the Socialist Party is supported not so much by the strength of the party itself as by its constitutional positioning, by its need to break the advance of the new material constitution, through the historic compromise and partitocracy. The April 7th trial needs to be used in this direction. In juridical terms we can get nothing out of it, but politically we can get a lot. And we should pay attention to what is happening in Europe, to the resumption of struggles in Poland, and to the actions of the German Greens. There is news today of clashes involving Solidarność in Warsaw. Today 2 German friends came to see me, and our discussion kept returning to these themes over and over again. In our struggle against this trial, the key point for regaining a historical breathing space will be a redeployment of the programmatic contents of the communist autonomy movement within the newly developing struggles in Europe. I am very hopeful. The elements of the current political conjuncture are pushing in this direction. G12 Rebibbia, May 1. Folio 30. Luciano has been fantastic in court, analytic, discursive, concise, and optimistic, but also bitter. He is completely caught up in it, with his lucid intelligence, his proud sense of ethics and his juridical presence of mind. We are at the 27th, 28th, and 29th days of proceedings. Faced with a prosecution machine which shows the highest levels of arrogance towards him, in the complete absence of any evidence, he resists, and does so with a touch of irony. The symbolic meaning of this trial consists in our throwing off the alleged moral responsibility for terrorism. Luciano is able to demonstrate that the central moments in the development of terrorism, the killing of Moro and the killing of Tobagi, were organized against the movement, against that continuity of struggles which we protest. Luciano is pursuing an abstract line of defense, without allowing himself to be distracted from the wicked concreteness of the charges. The inconsistencies in the documentation, the whole pettifogging process in action. Oh God, how I despise them! Luciano, so incapable of bad feelings, so incapable of intrigue, is a really positive figure in this revolting scenario. A limpid retaliation. The powerful lights of the courtroom seem to pass right through his slender figure. You judges, how can you not be frightened by the transparency of his commitment? In the course of the past 4 years Luciano has lived the worst that the prison system had to offer, including Favinano with its revolting dungeons, before the judicial authorities became so ashamed that they decided to close it. Then the revolt at Trani. Then he had to endure the hysterical and restless meddling of the Justice Department, which was sending him to different prisons up and down the length of Italy. With lucidity and contemptuous silences he defends his injured humanity before these raging dogs. He is a shining example of moral resistance to the abuses of power, transformed into a knowing alterity. This game, this digging out of an alternative truth, this irreducible desire for life, even to the extent of creating imaginary representations of community in the most desperate of situations. Luciano has pursued all this with rigor. And always with a smile. He has become strong, physically strong and morally invincible. The ponderous inertia of this trial and of the prison system has not affected him. His heroism smiles out disarmingly. He always tries to make himself understood, and to make them change discourse. His innocence shines out like a living spark from the searing hatreds of this trial. He is a Papagino of our times. It is not from ingenuousness that truth is born, only reason knows how to create nature. Luciano, How are you able to maintain your coolness and to nourish your sense of humor? How much suffering has your soul had to endure for it to have become so full of virtue? I am tired this evening, and as I think of you I find no rest. Thinking of your proud stance. And yet it is incredible to see your innocence banged up there, after 4 long years, against these machine men. They are prisoners of the injustice they have committed, and this in turn is what keeps us in prison. All that is left is imagination. The good imagining of finding ourselves in a movement which is rebuilding the values of liberty and community. There remains a restless spirit which will never lie down, and a new life which will spring up with fresh vigor from under the lucid control of suffering. The ferocity of these machineries of injustice will be destroyed again, I am certain of it, by our imagination, or by the renewed spiritual Luddism of our children. G12 Rebibia, 3/4/5 May. Folio 31. The electoral campaign is underway. Marco P. comes to see me. He is organizing the conference and tells me that he plans to suggest that the radicals should not field candidates for the election. I sign up. I've known Marco since forever. From the days of the Anuri Student Union. Then, one time, I met him by chance in the street, in Saint-Germain, under the statue of Diderot, and passed him a suitcase from the Algerian réseau. He certainly wasn't nonviolent in those days. There's a kind of generational brotherhood between us. I admire some aspects of his politics, I am, epidermically but no less strongly, fascinated. Negatively attracted by the superficiality of his approach to problems. Big projects backed by tiny forces generate, if not the comical, then certainly an irreverent paradox. Gulliver and the Lilliputians. I enjoy listening to him. It's almost impossible to get a word in edgeways. He is very alert and tries to achieve a kind of interlocutory feeling in conversation, so-called, yet it is true that, miraculously, it really is always a discussion, even when he's the only one talking. His is a Humean personality, he does not believe in the objectivity of physical and political relations except on the basis of the construction of a dialogic belief, on the basis of a kind of trusting self-abandonment of his interlocutor to the power of his own imagination. He continually creates soft scenarios, making his interlocutor feel comfortably at home, and then he uses that relative ease of feelings to get his own way. Is this seduction? Sometimes he becomes a cat, in the sense that he exercises an extreme tactility of approach, of initiative, moving forward cautiously, but being ready to react instantaneously. His weak point is culture, he ventures there readily, but with an uncharacteristic timidity. It is the only point on which he seems to seek indulgence. Otherwise he asks for commitment. He is only completely frank when he is analyzing networks of political relations, then he becomes lucid and downright cynical. And you still have the sense of a very violent ambivalence. Not subtle but hard. Necessary in that environment of wolves where he has decided to conduct his battles, but this is an environment to which he also belongs, with a reformism that is structurally homogeneous with the constitutional conditions he accepts. This scares me. I can't see clearly how our political relationship can be organized. The only way I can resist his style of constructing ethics of sentiment is by applying humor and thinking of their philosophical destiny, between Hume and Berkeley, between faith in appearance as effectuality and the demystification of appearance as illusion, a real stereotype of critical thinking. I strongly reject his hard way of living the system, though. I talk about this with the comrades. They give me strength, they tell me to press on. However, Marco P. is plainly determined to push the line of electoral abstentionism. What does that mean for me? A glimmer of freedom all of a sudden extinguished? There is ambiguity here. G12 Rebibia, May 8. Folio 32. Today it's Johnny S. in court. Day 30. I was tempted to become a pentito, in other words to make false confessions, just so as to get out of prison. Johnny has been inside for 3.5 years. At the back of the court, and then in front of our cage, his whole family passes, brothers, sisters, nephews, and nieces, one big Veneto working-class family. Johnny has absolutely nothing to do with this whole infamous story. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Not only has he been accused under a series of pretexts right from the start, but now he is being accused by a whole series of pentati who come out of a particular area. It's terrible. It is pure infamy. A life has been shattered. Eaten away by a state's determination to destroy, a state which does not respect the liberty, the simple liberty, of the working class to revolt. In Gianni's case I have no difficulty in calling his treatment fascist. Purely and completely fascist. Meanwhile, in Milan, Corrado is on the attack. With carefully chosen words he says explicitly that Rosso was never an armed organization. This position on the real nature of Rosso was also evident in the outcome of the recently concluded trial in Bologna. So what are the Milan judges going to do now? Barbone has received his payment in the form of having his girlfriend released from prison, and with the promise that he himself will be freed and given a passport and all the security he wants, after the horrible crime of the killing of Tobagi, and the sole intention of all this was to prove that Rosso was indeed an armed organization. This Judas, this slanderer, this agent provocateur, this fattened pig. I imagine that the speech made by Corrado was serious, lucid, and sincere. But how can one have any faith that the courts, which are the sworn enemies of the truth, organized around the small amount of power that repression grants them, and vengeful into the bargain, are capable of accepting this call to truth? I watch as Johnny is cross-examined by the court. The more obvious the juridical error becomes, the harder it is for them to extract themselves from it. Faced with the obviousness of his innocence, the judge seems to take fright. The machine has rendered him a slave. Leaving aside these executioners, the ones who are before me as I write, in the last trial they conducted, they handed out 40 life sentences. Let us imagine other judges in this situation, judges actually concerned to arrive at some form of truth. How would they deal with Johnny? How could they breathe the truth of his affirmations, when they have been constructed to be pneumatic and impermeable to the outside? Gianni's anger in his self-defense is precise, concrete, and pugnacious. No, there is no possibility of speaking truth here. Johnny, you are good and honest, but that just makes it all the worse for you. Enough, enough. G12 Rebibbia, May 9th. Folio 33. Before he goes up to take his turn in court, Emilio tells me, Tony, do you remember that day in '68, in front of that little factory in Padova, Ferraro, wasn't it? That's where the party, but also our destiny, began. The police were there. We wanted to get through to the picketing workers. The police told us, stay where you are, you can't cross this point. And I crossed the police line, for the first time, with a clear awareness that I was taking a step that was irrevocable. I was tense, but I was happy to have done it. They gave way. That day, when I went through the police line, I was taken by an irresistible certainty, a certainty about the truth, a belief in the way things were going. So, Emilio continued, today it's the same. I want freedom. Once the cross-examination is over I shall start a hunger strike to highlight the problem of preventive detention. Okay. Okay, Emilio, I agree. No point in telling you that today's situation is not of the kind where such an act of mass illegality can bring about a new law, and, equally, there is no point in telling you that, on the contrary, the illegality of power extinguishes souls and hopes. No point in telling you that we are alone. That's the way you're made. You are so beautiful, the way your eyes shine when you present your testimony. A formidable animal made for struggle, and particularly when you shift from the landscapes of generality and emerge in all your singularity. In the adventure of your own life experience, a frank and solitary voice. I am tied to you by 1,000 memories, what can I tell you? Sometimes we keep death close because we consider it the only source of life. On this basis, With this charge of energy, this morning you went up for your day on the stand. Severino, the court president, does not understand you, or perhaps he understands you but prefers not to. He is troubled by you and fears your power. It's a classic, your power points you up as the one responsible, in the horrifying game which these damned people are pursuing, in their theoretical schema which requires a continuity. Once again innocence is turned on its head. But innocent in relation to what? We are not innocent, we are guilty, of the truth. And yet, once again, innocence is turned on its head, because they refuse to accept the empiricism of truth and the verifiability or otherwise of the charges, the value of the law. True innocence, our innocence, innocence turned on its head, guiltiness of truth, for them. That's the way this underhand mechanism of justice works. Unless you can succeed in overturning it, by attacking its pillars, and succeed in demonstrating its hypocrisy, and the infamous, shameful Machiavellianism of the judges, their identification with the idea of punishment, repression, and deceitfulness. They are pushed out of the cave in which they live, in which the shadows of illusion construct their logic. They are pushed into the sunlight, so as to be blinded by the light. Today Franch Morano in Milan told the story of the killing of Tobagi and of the cruelty of Barbone. It took a couple of seconds. And then Barbone, the pig, shoots again. Justice, the verb, that's what they said. And you, justice, as a noun, are you sure that you are not also a band of small-time killers? Faced with Emilio, faced with his proud defense of the truth, justice, are you sure that you are any different from Barbone, and that your hands are not holding the same gun that killed Tobagi's quest for the truth? G12 Rebibbia, May 10. Folio 34. Emilio continues his defense. A very powerful vindication of his essence as a subversive being, and then again, on the so-called facts, one made with sufficient uprightness, with the disenchantment of truth. Today, after 3 hearings, we are already into the 33rd day, this trial seems never-ending, he finishes. He announces his hunger strike in protest against preventive imprisonment. It is a very dramatic moment. We talk. Emilio says, my course of action is individual. I feel it necessary to put my life on the line in order to assert the truths of this trial. I am moving forward on a terrain which must lead outwards from the truth of the trial, from the problem of my own innocence, and must extend out to the whole problem of unjust laws and repressive policies. Against preventive imprisonment and for a political solution to the years of lead. There is something barbaric in what Emilio feels he is being forced into. Emilio's heroism and resistance are a practical fact. He is not satisfied with pride in our intelligence, which sustains many of us. I don't know how I can share in these decisions of his beyond a certain limit, and I feel guilty about this. Maybe Emilio is right with the physicality of the path he has chosen, with the bodily kind of witnessing he is offering. Tomorrow they will take him to the cells, that's for sure. He will have to multiply the strength of his testimony. Hunger is hard. To go on hunger strike is to eat yourself. He has to do it, we have to win. Then I become aware of the illusion of will into which I have been drawn, and I begin silently to weep. My cell comrades notice me crying and, as is our custom, they say nothing. G12 Rebibbia, May 12. Folio 35. The 34th day of the trial. Silvana is defending herself like an animal at bay over the killing of Saronio. She doesn't care about any of the rest of it. But the vile slander of having kidnapped her own dear friend, a young man whom she had caressed and loved, no, not that. Those who are accusing her are animals, as are the state and its functionaries, who want to load this infamy onto her. I am rereading Spinoza, the aim of the state, I say, is not that of converting into animals men who are gifted with reason. In this Saronio affair there is something at stake which is more than just the question of her innocence, and ours, it is also the question of the institution of the killer Pentito. Here in Rome that means the role played by Furani. In Milan, in the Tobagi affair, it means Barbone. What is at issue is the barbarity of a state which has to generate infamy in order to condemn. In order to attack its adversaries politically, it has to hit them morally. The process becomes political through these metaphysical contortions of the prosecution. Today the judges amused themselves by putting on the clothing, finally, they will say among themselves, of common morality. But they are not credible after these days of purely political examination of Luciano, Chico, and Marian. I am not concerned with politics but with the law. Today these high priests of common ethicity strike me as hypocritical bishops at the court of some king. Silvana reacts with that Lombard sense of innocence and sincerity which must also have characterized those tortured at the Colonna infame column of infamy. In her generosity she creates a lot of confusion. Her enormous humanity excuses her. And yet her humanity remains crushed by this impossible scenario, by the machinery that upholds the scenario. Monf is even stronger. He responds with matching violence, interspersing truth, an impassioned truth, into a long series of denials. With Silvana and Monf you actually taste the flavor of their innocence, a true innocence, in the face of these massively serious accusations. You feel their sincerity. And at the same time, never more so than now, you feel the pointlessness of it all, the premeditation of the staging of this trial, which is designed to annihilate their souls. The tragedy appears to leave no way out. Today we have reached the 35th day of the trial. Alongside this tragedy in the courtroom, other tragedies are developing. Arrigo and Schroff, both in isolation cells, both staggering under the weight of accusations coming from the new Pentateuch, and shattered by the betrayal and falsification of friendships. A new abyss opens up. Always within the happy confines of democratic legality. And then there is Emilio, who continues his hunger strike, in isolation, like a tiger in a cage, a function of annihilation, of destruction. The picture is complete, perfect in its total cruelty. The trial appears for what it is, a hugely powerful and inert machine of destruction, of provocation, of outrage, of isolation, of falsity, of death. An enormous body, flaccid and cold, which is tipped over on top of you. Only with superhuman strength can you resist it and not be instantly suffocated, the asphyxiating, fetid, gas-like breath of the dragon. We are resisting. And we are learning better to know the object of our loathing. They deserve it. Silvana, Monf, I hope that you manage to continue your resistance, until some force, I don't know what, I don't know which, manages to extend to you the hand of peace that you desire. Giving you what you deserve. A bit of respect, please, for these great, generous comrades. G12 Rebibia, 1819 March. Folio 36. It is hard to arrive at an overall view of the trial up until this point. But I need to do it. In a few days it will be my turn on the stand. And by then I have to get things clear in my mind, because the trial, and the elections, and my possible eventual election, are beginning to come so close together that the one thing is having an effect on the other. The elections are getting close, and it's one big mess. The Radical Party conference has decided to push for abstention. I suppose I was expecting this. I'm telling myself, without any great disillusionment and with a certain irony, bye-bye freedom. And then Rosanna, Alberto, and Jairo came to see me, and what were they proposing? That I should put myself up as a candidate for the Democrazia Popolare, DP. I could only smile at the thought, and then I felt a bit of shame for the irresponsible love that these very dear comrades bear me. But then Gianfranco SP arrived with a lawyer, to get me to sign the formal papers to stand as a candidate for the Radicals. How the Radicals are able, on the one hand, to proclaim electoral abstention, and on the other to organize electoral lists is one of the mysteries of politics. Marco P., whom I have been seeing these past few days, is like a tightrope walker. The problem is that I find it hard to gauge the elasticity of the rope he is walking. I am still a bit taken aback by this first bruising experience of a relationship with Parliament as an institution. With justice as an institution, on the other hand, things are unfortunately a lot clearer. Thus far we have not been able to give positive weight to our testimony of the truth. We need to bear this in mind and recognize it with clarity. The machine, and its time, are powerful, infinitely more powerful than us. The time of the machine grinds our history and our present time. Our alternatives, vital, political and intellectual, are destroyed when they come into contact with the machinery of the trial. They are assimilated destructively to its dialectic. The time of the trial annuls historical time, and we are not managing to break its sequence. We are aware of this, but we are unable to do anything about it. Without wanting to exaggerate, and with a certain bonhomie, I actually think that my whole theoretical history is in crisis. Between the refusal of work and the theory of the self-valorization of time, the force of the political alternative is not succeeding in making itself heard. It is not managing to check this massive, infernal, inertial mechanism we have before us. It may be dead, but it is enormous. I am having doubts about my own intelligence. Very soon, immediately in fact, big things are awaiting me. I must give strength to hope. I must succeed in this. These days of trial activity are terrible. They are doing the duty that is imposed on them by the machine. Spinoza, the aim of the state, I say, is not to turn people from reasonable beings into automats. We have to do more than simply our duty to be honest, we have to transform hope into strength. This is revolution time. G12 Rebibia, May 22. Folio 37. Today it was my turn. On the witness stand. Tragic solitude. The theater has arrived at its first big show. Jam-packed today. But we don't start. A coup de theater. They won't let me speak. Instead they begin by reading statements, on and on, without a break, except for the occasional wrangle between the president and the public prosecutor. I don't listen. I hear a babble of words flying around, a kind of garbled gibberish, sinless. A semi-rituality in the reading. Nobody listens. A continuous murmuring in court. I look around. A change of perspective brings friends closer. Rosanna and Massimo, something different from our embalmed presence in this cage. With a chilling sensation I realize the absurdity of the situation. I am a political prisoner in a democratic state. Why deny this state the qualification of democratic? No, really, one cannot. This is a democratic state, democratic in its rituals. The problem is that democracy is not, with this constitution, with this political class, it is neither liberty nor justice. Good old Marx was right. Democratic prison and democratic political trials, democratic exploitation. While the reading of my interrogation statements seems to go on forever, without anybody taking a blind bit of notice, the shame of this democracy leaps before my eyes. I concentrate on the concept, how much suffering it takes to demonstrate the falsity and the dishonour of this democratic mystification. The witness stand in the court is uncomfortable. I have brought with me a fat file of documents, a red file. I put it next to the witness stand and lean on it. I dream of liberty. No, that's not true, I dream of resistance. That's not true either. I don't dream, I never dreamt. Instead I sink into my tiredness and into my hurt dignity. The ritual of the reading is becoming unbearable. They take turns to read, and they read faster and faster, so that it becomes increasingly incomprehensible. It would be laughable if it were not so monstrous, such an infamy. They suffocate you through this ritual. And I sink further. At a certain moment I awake with a start, I ask myself, like every time when a man wants the truth, I ask myself, why? Why this tedious ritual? At the same time, watching them and listening to the monotonous drone of meaningless voices which, as they read, make a nothingness of the suffering, the struggles and the tragedies enclosed within those statements. At the same time a weird little thought comes into my head. Namely that I am justice. And for the first time since they put me into prison, without any doubt, without any spiritual effort and without any particular thought process to accompany the sensation, I feel in its entirety the pleasure of a past that has been rich in life and struggles, and the joy of being here to defend it. I feel that what I have theorized and done was just. And still is just. And will continue to be just. The machine does not frighten me. The examination about to happen, and their slanders and vulgarity and brutality, well, all that is their stuff. Stuff of the machine. My role here, in my rediscovered rawness of life and in my simple pride in my own history, will be that of a saboteur. Through a declaration of truth. I have the sense of having pulled on my balaclava. G12 Rebibia, May 24. 2. Self-defense in court. May 25 to July 8, 1983, folios 38 to 57. Folio 38. The 38th day of the trial. The reading of the verbals continues. Maybe Santia Picky is doing this so as to reduce the tension that has crept into things, in the run-up to my court appearance and in relation to the electoral events in which I am involved. He is also doing it in order not to reintroduce the Moro affair into the April 7 trial, that would make the whole thing just too comical. Then, suddenly, he changes tack. After exchanging words with the public prosecutor he asks, "Can you tell me something about yourself personally?" So the examination has now started. I am accused of insurrection. He lets me talk. I say, I am an intellectual. I have always lived in contact with the reality of which I have always tried to understand the contradictions and the revolutionary tendencies. Now I am before the judges to answer a charge of armed insurrection against the powers of the state. This accusation honors me. Paradoxically. In other words, not because I was working for some kind of impossible insurrection, but because I lived, interpreted, and developed an event which was already a given. Probably I am here before this court because nobody wants to take account of that reality, of that insurrection which the working class had brought about and carried out. The events of '68 were the only insurrection that I have known. People's spirits changed in those days, those months, those years. You do not wish to accept this truth. As for myself, I have devoted my life to developing the political analysis and the strategy that derived from that reality. Today you are judging me on this account, and it is precisely on this account that I consider myself to be innocent. You accuse me of an event which had already consolidated itself in the spirit of many generations, a revolution in being, of which we should all feel proud. I have tried, I shall always try, to close the gap that has been created between the transformation in people's consciousness and the possibility of political expression. I have worked at factory gates and in working class neighborhoods, I have taught the critique of the bourgeois world in the universities. Certainly, that I have done, and I shall continue to do it, to give political form to the great transformation underway. A transformation that sees thousands and thousands of workers, students, and women rebelling against the traditional cruelty of the roles assigned to them in society, and finding joy in their rebellion and in the act of building a new sense of community. When we first started, this was not a feeling that was limited to just a few people, the desire for revolution was hegemonic. And gradually this desire began to expand, and was fed by experiences of community and movement. The students went to the factories, and then, from the factories, following and overturning the growing capitalist socialization of work, the movement crossed over into the social. An insurrectional politics, but it was something more, a politics of transformation. The question was to understand what had happened in the consciousness of the masses in the course of those movements which rendered the revolt circulatory, progressive, and expansive. That great transformation was the key to the development and the antagonisms of social consciousness today. You accuse me of having been an evil teacher. Certainly, from your point of view you are right. I taught that revolution is not only possible but also necessary, because people's consciousnesses had already changed. Gentlemen, this epochal transformation cannot simply be erased from history. Your arrogance is born of a lack of historical understanding and of a deficit of intellect. Insurrection there certainly was. And now we can only continue to work on that terrain. By insurrection I mean the great and sudden transformation of people's consciousness, that happy hour in which a new time triumphs. Now there are only two possibilities, either to repress this transformation, consolidating the existing mode of production with a violence equal to the depth of the transformation, or to empower the revolutionary strength of the immense productive social proletariat. The first path is simply non-viable. Even you must recognize the impossibility of moving against something that has become so solidly sedimented in people's consciousnesses. Repression can only fleetingly affect ontology, it can never annihilate it. In Porto Marghera, Milan, and Turin I lived this situation, a revolution in action, a political scenario transforming itself into a horizon of war. Then I saw generation after generation conquering, in full awareness, the pleasure of being active protagonists of this transformation. You have tried to create a desert out of this field of hope, and you call this desert social peace, legality, and justice. For a short, very short, time, this might be an option. But do not delude yourselves. The insurrection continues on its way, working on reality. It is now the only seed of any hope, a hope which, albeit poor, is also often very rich. It is the basic groundwork of science. The very first collective experiences of communism are not reversible. It may very well happen that there are betrayals, both individual and collective, and the transformative structures may encounter obstacles which for the moment are insuperable. However, do not think that this will lead to a defeat sufficiently profound as to annul the transformation which has taken place. The history of struggles has produced the ontology of the new need for communism, and this social subject now produces history. Thus this trial of ours is no more than a caricature of justice, it denies the reality of social transformation, only this transformation, only the revolution in people's consciousnesses and its capacity to be a substantial, real, and proper force of the proletariat can today bring about legality and justice. We are in the midst of a clash between forces which are opposed and irreconcilable. We do not understand you, and there is no understanding between you and us. You accuse me of insurrection, you make me responsible for a transformation in being which you feel to be threatening because it is bearing down on you. No, not from above. Rather, it digs. It digs in the consciousness of every one of us, and of your children also. All you can expect from the future is the revenge of this transformation of spirits. You are right to fear history. It does not legitimate you, it destroys you. G12 Rebibia, May 2nd. Folio 39. You accuse me of having taken part in discussions about armed struggle with Fultrinelli, with Curcio, and with many others. It is true. But this admission on my part is not a recognition of guilt. Guilt about what? There were vanguards who had tasted the flavor of transformation, and of power. They represented more or less traditional ideologies, which were attempting to interpret the desire for revolution, and there were, above all, mass movements which had no intention of giving away the power they had won, but wanted to organize it. Now many paths were opened up in this great debate. Not necessarily complementary. Often contradictory, and often in opposition to each other. In real class struggle division is necessary. My discussion with the forces of armed struggle was always conceived of in terms of division. Political division in order to build and win a correct mass tactics. For myself and my comrades, mass tactics has always meant the critical and practical recognition of the truth of the needs and the reality of struggle. This truth is what divided us from the terrorist movement. You, on the other hand, are here to verify the assumptions of the prosecution case, that social subversion and terrorism are one and the same thing. This dreadful equivalence is the main driving force of a repression designed to strike not so much at terrorism, but at the movement, a putrid hypothesis and a swamp for intelligent thinking. Here the truth is replaced by a muscular project made up of police machinations and the fabrications peddled by paid pentati. It is a disgrace. No, this is not the way it really was. The history of that time was not what you want it to be. The revolution is based on the human, and the passions of the human are manifold. The fundamental element consisted in the opposing ideas in the conception of the party, between those who wanted it to be made by guns and those who thought that the masses were capable of liberating themselves. You know which front I was fighting on. You know how hard the battle was between these two political lines. And you know about the defeat into which the militarist and terrorist line drove us. Extremism played the game of reaction and repression. The long historical memory, which at that time was still alive within the movement, was of no use to us in warding off the peril. You know all this, but you have turned the truth into an instrument of mystification. You flatten everything, as your way of straitjacketing everything and destroying it. But if practical cynicism may sometimes pay, sadism of the intellect is always made to pay. These unfit judges are thirsty in their throats, and they only want to drink lies. You, my judges, you don't want to see the truth, because you will be blinded by its light. We throw this truth before you, the truth of a mass movement which has internalized the revolution and is experimenting with the first forms of communist life. Ah, is my good judge changing the subject? I too have muscles to reply with. Muscles with teeth, and I do not accept the farcical accusations of the prosecution. The years of 1973 and 1974 were times in which the retreat of the trade union movement, the fear among the institutional forces of the working class that we were about to face a Chile-style coup, and the opportunism of the historic compromise, all appeared as a threat. Both of them, hand in hand, the repression and the restructuring of the works councils. This was the first great setback to the class struggle. But it also marked a first new apparition of singular and diverse movements on the social terrain. Can all of this really be reduced to a plot organized by a handful of people, to a hopeless bunch of incapables? Do you not know what the masses are? Do you hear the underground noise of their movement? Do you smell the scent of their hopes? Certainly, I did see people trying out their first experiences of armed struggle. They were mistakenly expecting the first critical transition of a 10-year revolutionary movement to translate into a continuous upward linearity of behaviors. They were wrong. Ideology was eating into their brains and gave their determination the quality of madness. Rejecting all that, as my comrades and I did, was certainly not a service rendered to the state. It was a lucid and different perspective on revolution. Yes, certainly, we were reckoning to topple the palace. But there was a profound difference. So profound that only people who actually lived it can appreciate all its subtleties. I would not expect similar sophistication of detail to enter into the reading of judges. You are not capable of it? No, only the masses are subtle, muscular, and intelligent. How solid they are! Like Gothic porticos of cathedrals, infinite fantastical forms, a design unified by the desire of producing a new world, and you judges, you pass through those doors, this masterpiece of art of the masses, in the emptiness of your rituals and the absurdity of your dogma. No to the terrorism of fanatical small groups, and no to the sadism of state justice. Signor Presidente, I am not expecting you to understand me. You have been telling the journalists that communication in court has been difficult because of differences of language. Not a bit of it. There are differences, absolute and insuperable, but they are differences of spirit. Defense is an impossibility. All that is possible is to declare the truth of the matter, with absolute lack of illusion. G12 Rebibia, May 26. Folio 40. Outside, the wind of the elections is blowing. I am very tired. Panelist seesawing between electoral abstentionism and voting for Negri is beginning to irritate me. Maybe they are right, maybe they know the iron laws of propaganda and are using paradox as a winning weapon. But basically most of their tactics are based on nothing more than weakness and the fear that they won't even get a quorum vote, so they are preparing an alibi for themselves. Marco P assures me that, if they get a quota, my candidacy is assured. We shall see. I am very tired. These games may be intelligent, astute might be a better word, but they tire me. I am not a circus animal. I don't like doing tricks. A closed horizon suffocates me, but one which is arbitrarily open gives me asthma. I prefer to risk things out in the open, cleanly. The problem is that I am not managing to resolve the problem of the relationship between the trial and the elections. These elections are a great publicity opportunity for the April 7th case. The electoral campaign, although only at its start, is already posing the big themes of preventive imprisonment, of a political resolution for the years of lead, and all the rest. Now we need to be capable of puncturing the trial within these electoral times. The comrades are not necessarily sensitive to all this. The trial is a tortuous, knotty interweaving of many things. Basically there is no single logical thread which might be grasped and then used to resolve its complexity. Maybe in fact the only viable tactic is to do the opposite, prevent things from unraveling, pull the knot ever tighter, retrace its dimensions, complicate it. And then, in the electoral campaign, as it develops, and if eventually I get elected, suddenly to cut the knot with one fell blow. The technique of the Gordian knot. We are not capable of that, though, we are unprepared. The comrades are full of reservations. And panelist seesawings do not help. Only Il Manifesto and Rosanna are moving effectually, despite all the difficulties which I can imagine being put in their way by the pro-communist party tendency. But they too are moving extremely ambiguously. Remember, Tony, if you get out, you owe a lot to everybody, but also to nobody. Everyone will be wanting you as their puppet, everyone will want you for themselves, not as a person, but as a means. Don't trust anybody. The April 7th battle is ours and nobody else's. But we have to find a way of reframing the trial in political terms, and of reframing the elections in terms of our trial. And at the same time it is necessary to develop a powerful self-defense, based on a broad discussion of the role of the state and of the magistracy, and of everything that follows from it. This is what I think, and in recent days I have written a few letters on the subject. But I doubt that, in the present state of things, this will succeed. I have the impression that I may perhaps end up being elected, but on the basis of an angry vote of protest and refusal. Not of a positive program. That's Marco P.'s playground. His propaganda about abstaining in the elections is really a message to the media inviting people to vote for the radicals. But the media are poverty-stricken and cynical. The call remains hollow, and this protest and refusal does not translate into program and political organization. As a result, our trial is the only thing that offers a chance of pushing things in a political direction. It is the only point where I believe we have the possibility of intervening. Our self-defense, in addition to asserting and claiming the contents of the movement, must also be programmatic of movement. The weather is hot in these days. I am literally prostrate by the tasks that await me. I see no value in my getting out of prison, if this does not constitute a new political proposition. I am fully conscious of the negative dialectic of the situation and of the unraveling, even among my friends, of any unitary, positive horizon of proposition. The electoral bloc and the lobby which they have formed have interests of different kinds. I am having no success in bringing them together into a discourse about hope. What is to be done? The only thing which is in my power, and one should not bother with things that are in the power of others, is to try to restore political dignity to the trial. I have this feeling of trying to get out of prison, pulling myself out, pulling myself up by my braces. I have such a desire to be free, to do cartwheels on the grass. It's been 4 years since I last set foot on grass, I've almost forgotten what it feels like. But this election campaign that I'm involved in, why is it not a flower of the field, a conspiracy of nature for liberation? Why is it that, if all goes well, this liberation of mine has to grow in these cracks, in these smatterings of soil, in the cement of this prison. All my friends seem to be scared of the positions I am putting in the trial and of my faith in revolution. This electoral block is no more than a block of contradictions and reservations. I didn't deserve this last challenge. But will it be the last? Will I gain my freedom? And then what's going to happen? I am tired. Days of prison and lying low. I am filled with uncertainties. I don't dream at night, the comrades tell me that I toss and turn in my sleep. I wake early in the morning and I daydream in the warmth of these spring days. I see again the strength and the joy of the movement, and people's faces fired with collective enthusiasm. In the trial I would like to find a way of expressing this, and a way of winning freedom by cutting decisively through their cheap trickery, their half-hearted supports and their vulgar insinuations. I don't want them to give me freedom, I want to take it. G12 Rebibia, 27/28/29/30 May. Folio 41. The 40th and 41st days of hearings. My examination at the hands of the court continues. The line I am arguing is more or less as follows. You want to prove the existence of an organization which, by a stroke of genius, for the first time in this trial, because policemen are not noted for strokes of genius, you have decided to call the a powerful and adaptable structure, a mafia of the revolution, a holy spirit of the struggles. A maxi organization of minimal dimensions. A Bolshevik party of the 1960s and 1970s. Capable of directing everything. Capable of bending everything to the unity of its insurrectional project. Well, all that is false. And it is precisely this falsity that offers you the possibility of attributing everything to this organization, the worst crimes as well as the smallest ones, the organization, the movement as a whole. If this O had actually existed, you would have needed to provide material evidence of its crimes. But, when things are invented and falsified, obviously there is no evidence. So that takes us into the field of moral responsibility. The only thing that results from your judicial fantasies is repression. What you are claiming is false. Such a conspiracy-oriented organization never existed. There never existed a P38 to sit alongside your P2. You project your methods, your sickness, onto our health, onto our irreducible yearning for life. More than liars, you are in fact mystifiers. You reduce a political reality, which, because we live in a democracy, you cannot strike at, to a mystified reality, which the fascist laws so dear to your heart enable you to persecute. You are right. There really did exist an element which was irreducible and opposed to a republican constitution, a constitution that had been traduced to the point of becoming an amalgam of reactionary forces. Most of all, there really did exist a refusal to accept things as they were, and a rebellion, and a rejection of all this hypocrisy. If you have even a shred of respect for truth left in you, and if, as you claim, you are impartial judges, allow me to tell you what really happened. They look at each other. They know that I want to impose on them that very simple, elementary thing which is a telling of events in chronological order. An abacus of time and events. Of rights, and not simply of punishments. With the determination of pig farmers who carry their animals screaming to the abattoir, they are unable to accept it. It is on the basis of a flattening of time and events, and of the negation of differences and evolutions and separations, that this infamous concoction known as the O is constructed. Things which 10 years ago were lawful are now branded as brigadism and terrorism. The prosecution case is based on nothing more than this it turned into. And now they impose present sets of repression and present readings of our actions. As functionaries, Santillana and Abate are too diligent, the forward bastions of reaction, to allow themselves to forget it. They reject my arguments. What I am experiencing here is an internal pain. I am no longer moving in the area of truth, but find myself forced into a game of defense, faced as I am with a hard-line schema of mystification and hatred. This is Russian roulette. Gentlemen, you cannot do this. This is the fourth transformation of the theorem that I am witnessing. The first version said that I was the head of the Red Brigades and the killer of Moro. You even recognized me in Via Fani, with sworn witnesses and an identity parade. However, despite your provocations, that collapsed. Then, in SECUNDIS, you invented a truth that was testified to by those gruesome murderers, the likes of Furani and Casirthi. Then Gentili, Tarsitano, and the PCI manipulated the provocation. May shame fall upon them, and may the kiss of those bastards poison their blood. The third time, you moved to organize the judicial putsch in Milan, using Barbone. A magistrate who was young and inexperienced sanctioned the operation. He was unable to control the stormy passions of vendetta, and was caught up in a collective paranoia which only ignorance of class struggle and ignorance of the law could permit. So Barbone was let off for the killing of Tobaji, our defender. Then you rewarded him by setting his woman free and by promising him freedom so long as he agreed to invent the existence of an O in Milan. Today you have arrived at the fourth transformation of the theorem, the most evil of all, because now you have given up actually trying to prove anything, but you are still determined to push ahead politically, to fulfill the undertaking you made to your corporation. In this trial, all you are seeking to do is to create suspicion. You are seeking to create a material scapegoat. A scapegoat which is not even useful for the future of Italy's poor democracy, but is merely functional to the survival of your self-standing corporation as judges. Too many mistakes, too much hatred, too much ignorance. This cannot be permitted. This game is too brutal. And yet I am obliged to accept it within the terms in which you impose it. Either everything is true, or everything is a lie. This has been the frame of this trial during the past few days. All right, then, let's say that I built an O. It was not illegal, it was definitely not, and you cannot strike it down with a law that purports to be democratic. The choice is yours now, between democracy and corporative infamy. G12 Rebibia, May 31 to June 1. Folio 42. Outside things are beginning to move. A big campaign is being mounted in my name, organized by old comrades, but more particularly by people who have simply had enough of the injustices of this state. I have the impression that the train of my freedom is beginning to move, with some difficulty at first, because it's an old train, a steam train in fact, which chuffs and slips on the tracks and is pulling too much weight, has too many carriages, and is just at the start of its efforts, the same as equality, in fact. But the new technologies, what values have they produced? Quite a few people have come to see me in recent days. Felix came, and Gisela too, dear comrades who represent the international experience of communist life. They fill me with hope, they tell me of positive signs. In Germany the Greens are drawing up a conference document to support my candidacy, or so Gisela tells me. Felix tells me about Latin America and the great spread of movements for democracy, happiness, and revolution. It is not enough for me that my train simply moves forward, it is the Finland train. What needs to be set in motion is this tactical passage, proud and forward-looking, this message for universality. I look around and I understand the dimensions of this extraordinary adventure of reason. By chance, through the stupidity of the powers of repression, I find myself playing a role which, by myself, I would never have succeeded in taking on. This is their weakness, the fact that they have to build up their enemy. This, of course, until the moment when they decide to kill him. OVRA comes to mind. But then they risk transforming the killed person into a hero. Today, despite these grey presentiments, I am in good humor. I sense that they are the ones caught in the shit of their own contradictions, not me. We shall see. But I see no reason for doubts about the extraordinary adventure that I am living. A breaking of bureaucratic legitimacy. If I end up being elected to Parliament, it will be a big break. Of course there is no way they'll allow me to get away with it, they won't leave me free for long. But it will be a clash between two legitimacies, between party political and democratic legitimacy, between bureaucratic and charismatic legitimacy. In either event it will be a defeat for them, or rather a wound, something to touch them where it hurts. So today I am in good humor. At last. The Finland train is on its way. It has begun its journey. As I look out of the window I see contradictory landscapes, green trees and sterile tundra. But contradiction is the key to life. In a few days I shall be back in court again, facing the deathly inertia of the prosecution and defending myself from its icy kiss. I find that I care less and less about it. I am gambling on freedom, not on the trial. Perspectives are beginning to change. I can look the judges in the eye, perhaps, holding the arrogance of their gaze and destroying it with irony. I shall be able to exorcise the death which their wrinkles and their facial tics extend to me, with an understated smile and a metaphysical irony. I think of love, for sure. I want to make children on the Finland train, in the precariousness of that future life, within the sweetness of a gentle breath, even if it is only a moment, of freedom, in a destiny which is an adventure and a reclaiming of life. Sometimes they accuse me of undervaluing the collective meaning of our experience of struggle and community, but what is more powerfully symbolic than risking one's life to the utter limit, within a living hope? Go, Finland train, go. That which is singular is collective. Only the desire for communism destroys passivity and solitude. G12 Rebibia, 2/3/4/5 June. Folio 43. I find myself this evening writing up 5 days of court examination, from Monday to Friday, from June 6 to June 10, continuously, without a break, day after day. And I have a psychosomatic reaction, a terrible toothache. I am thinking about these days of incredible tension. Things have come to a crunch over the question of dissociation. These people associate the term with some kind of evil intent. That's why they keep pressing that particular button. So, they say, you tell us that you don't agree with terrorism. So now tell us some people's names, and tell us everything you know about terrorism. Otherwise we shall think that your behavior is opportunistic and simply designed to reduce your sentence. They will never understand. Is it better to leave them to boil in their own greasy broth? No. I counter them point by point. I try to launch a discussion. Who knows if they understood anything I was saying? In reality what I would like to say is the following. For me, dissociation does not mean withdrawing from something, but arriving at a point where my actions are in accord with my thoughts. For me dissociation has meant above all dissociating myself from what you judges wanted me to be. A breaking of the image you have constructed and imposed on me and my comrades and on the movement. Dissociation is not a betrayal of terrorism, impossible for me. Rather it is a claiming, it is an attack on your theorems and on your stupid and odious schemes of criminalization. I hate terrorism because I love life, because in my view that terrorism bears the same symbolic and homicidal image of life as you judges have. Signor Presidente, with Savasta you found yourself on the same symbolic common ground as you say you have found yourself, or perhaps you actually have, I did not check on this, with the general span of common criminality. With this latter you have something in common culturally, by sharing the same bourgeois sense of decorum, with Savasta, by sharing the same view of power. You are on an equal footing with one as well as with the other, in a dialectic of similarities. Punishment has to be a restoration, repaying the harm done, mediating it through the law, dialectically, within a whole set of homologous values. It does not surprise me that you like Hegel. His anger, the incommunicability of language, you discover all this when you come face to face with difference. Then you go into tilt. Then your wrinkles become set into your face. The very physique du role changes, it functions only in a homogeneity of values, money and power. Revolution is a bulldog snapping at your leg, and the movement is a toad in your belly. Good sense does not understand. But good sense today is depraved, it is tied to the meanings of power, of a power and of a state that are degraded and corrupt. This court represents them. Under this representation, good sense goes crazy and authority falls into decadence. As my Spinoza says, for if the ruler of the state runs drunk or naked with harlots through the streets, acts on the stage, openly violates or holds in contempt those laws that he himself has enacted, it is no more possible for him to preserve the dignity of sovereignty than for something to be or not be at the same time. Spinoza, Political Treatise, translated by Samuel Shirley, Indianapolis, Hackett Publishing Company 2002, Chapter 4, p. 697. Has not this metaphysical paradox been challenged, perhaps? As regards the problem of dissociation, here for sure the virginity of truth has been violated. There, Signor Presidente, I watch as you read these words. Who knows, maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow a cell search here in prison will carry off this notebook and give you the privilege of being its only reader. I watch you reading it, smiling arrogantly as you read. I am firm in my opinion that there are no limits to the idiot complacency of the present ruling class. But at least let us set aside vulgarity of the intellect, and let us seek the pleasure of reason. Let us try to find a common language, in order to communicate, even if it is only to supplicate. In short, not with the dirty eroticism characteristic of the sexual habits of the discreet bourgeoisie, but with a desire that embodies love, removes the clothing from reality and hunts out the truth. Try to come close to those infinite points. Since they are infinite and widely spread, it should be possible to catch one or two of them, on which desires of life and desires for renewal separate themselves from the vices of your world. And try to understand the love and fullness of the needs for innovation that pulse within revolt. Dissociation, for heaven's sake, you too should dissociate yourself, from the intrigue in which you have become enmeshed. Probably you might even find it satisfying. You and I are divided by life and death. My search for identity is life, your requirement that I repent and become a spy is death. I don't know what power it is that imposes this on you, but it is, for sure, a power that keeps company with prostitutes. Good night, Signor Presidente. Obviously that kind of talk is never going to be allowed. This evening, however, thinking back over the court examinations of the past week, this is the only way of summing up the whole business that I can find. The serious stuff, about dissociation, I already wrote some time ago, from inside the special prison, in conditions so fearsome that I really don't want to recall them. I paid too high a price for them down there, close to death. But there is no point in repeating them to the president of this court with his gross insensibility, which is so functional to the project of power. G12 Rebibia, 6/7/8/9/10 June. P.S. It is worth recalling instead my article Terrorism. Neen, Danke, published in Il Manifesto on March 23, 1981. Terrorism. Neen, Danke. Since the events of Trani many comrades have told me that we, my comrades and I, were right to dissociate ourselves from the Red Brigade's initiative in this struggle and in the D'Urso case. But these same comrades add that, a. This dissociation was an individual operation, which does not address the problem of the other thousands of comrades in prison. b. This dissociation does not produce political effects capable of going beyond itself, and therefore it runs the risk of not opening perspectives. c. This dissociation is an ambiguous operation because, both in its form and in its method, it can be instrumentalized by power. Criticisms and reservations of this kind are not only coming from prison. The condemnation of the Red Brigade's behavior at Trani is almost unanimous in prisons, or at least represents the majority view. Criticism is also coming, particularly harshly, from outside the prison, from quarters where solidarity with the comrades in prison demands a unified approach, and, first of all, over and above any criticism, it demands a focused attack on the nature of the repression. Since, in the events of Trani, power has revealed a bestial face, going beyond all limits, it's on this that the whole debate has to focus. It is very doubtful that a similar attitude will be taken by the comrades in prison, even though some of them may appreciate our motives. Myself in particular. In the circumstances in which the dissociation has taken place, I personally believe that I must have run the full gamut of the problems and emotions which communist militants would have experienced in the 1930s, in dissociating themselves from Stalinism and from blackmail arguments about unity. What I mean here is the emotions and problems. Obviously this has nothing to do with Stalin. What people need to appreciate here is the fact, felt by many comrades and particularly by those outside prison, of the seriousness of dissociating oneself from the struggle while it is actually underway, while people are still under enemy fire, while people are still in pain from the wounds received, whereas the first task is to resist, and unity is taken as the supreme value, so that, in a classical sense, being scabs is an ontological fact, and not something ideological or abstract. Why do I claim dissociation? So, why do I claim dissociation? Why do I reject the accusations of those outside prison? Why do I insist on listening, answering, and persuading my comrades in prison along the line that the effective limits of simple dissociation can be overcome and are organizable in a general direction of liberation? I do so for a number of fundamental reasons, which I permit myself to submit for discussion herewith. 1. Because working class and proletarian struggles, in their mass aspect, are far from being suppressed or on the decline in Italy and Europe. The armed line of class struggle, in the unilaterality of its discourse and in the acceleration of its project, has not only been effectively defeated, but also logically discarded by a movement of struggles which does not see necessity and rigor of consequences in armed struggle. Terrorismus. Neen, Danke. Certainly there do exist war-orientated residues in the movement as a whole, but by now they are wholly extraneous to the dynamic of political reproduction of the present generations and to the expansion of the communist movement. From this point of view, the Red Brigade's initiative will continue to be what it was at Trani, purely and simply an instrumentalization of a real movement of protest, a continuous, murderous overdetermination of the movements of struggle. Today, in organizing the struggle, we have to exclude from the outset the possibility of the Red Brigades or other combatant communist organizations, OCC, involving themselves in the struggle. To exclude overdetermination is a precondition of struggle. Political assassination is, today, an assassination of the struggles. The autonomous reproduction of the communist movement excludes this distortion spontaneously. The distortion needs to be excluded consciously and politically. To destroy the image of civil war. 2. The image of civil war was not imposed by the Red Brigades or by the other OCC but was constructed and used exclusively, solely, and unilaterally by power. In exchange for a death or two, of people who were soon replaced, anyway, power constructed the general conditions of a recession of the struggles, a reduction of political spaces, and a weakening of the strength of the class movement. What was horrible to see was the support offered by the forces of the left to power's project. Never has it been so clear that the destruction of the ideology, image, and scenario of civil war is a fundamental precondition for a reopening of class struggle and for the reconquering of political spaces. The strength of the proletarian movement is ready to deploy itself into the expression of a political program. The struggle is political. Who, in the classics and in the history of the working class movement, has ever upheld the fable that, given conditions such as those that apply in Italy, withdrawal from armed struggle, and therefore the resumption of political struggle, is a betrayal or a desertion? Only fanatics or imbeciles, like those people from API in Trani prison, who are particularly resourceful in the instrumental mystification of theory and history, can sustain this, or perhaps, even worse, believe it. Proletarian political struggle has to destroy the image of war. It has to chase back, into a black and terrible past, the feeling of desperation, the frenzy of murder, the obtuseness of combatant logic. Today political struggle comes to occupy pride of place, being, once again, fully tied to the mass struggle, to its possibilities and its powerful efficacity. Today mass political struggle is a means made possible by the growth of the new class composition and made mandatory by the force of its material needs. Subjective behaviors and the drive towards centralization need to be mediated within the levels of political class recomposition. The mediation is not imposed by the enemy, but by the development of the communist program. Today it is opportunist, infantile, stupid and suicidal for anyone to refuse the mediation geared to the mass practice of the program. Immediatism of objectives is nostalgic and now belongs only to the state-affected simulation of civil war. The isolation of the prison struggle within the prison walls. 3. The centrality of the problem of the prisons, and of the 3,000 political prisoners, cannot be instrumentalized, as happened in the campaign over d'Urso, and subordinated to the construction of the OCC, let alone to the victory of one political line over others. This line of approach is destructive in all its aspects. It presents moments of such an instrumental co-involvement as to appear to be in contradiction with the minimal principles of revolutionary ethics. Anyone who instrumentalizes the mass struggle and the proletariat's desire for freedom in this way is not much different, in their ethics, from the opposite ethics presented by Pentatismo. Combatant immediatism, in prison, joins desperation to instrumentalization. Its watchword is "Let Samson die together with all the Philistines," or "Après moi le déluge." It is quite another thing to articulate politically, within the masses, the sacrosanct watchwords of no to the culture of life imprisonment, no to prison segregation, no to annihilation. Prison, and prison for political prisoners at this particular moment, is a central problem, and of such social and historical dimensions that it cannot be, I'm not saying solved, but even discussed outside of a mass political line, and struggles, and general political solutions. This is certainly not the moment to introduce juridical questions, depenalization, amnesty. This is something that we can begin to address only once there has been a resumption of a mass political campaign. But the negotiations on the question of prison are central only in theory, as long as that question remains isolated, as long as it does not become part of all the campaigns of the movement, as long as it is not intrinsic to all the struggles. We do not need solidarity committees. What we need is rather to carry the discussion of the prison question into all the situations of struggle. The fact that the struggle on prisons is confined to the prison and identified with the combatant line of the OCC has only one result: from power, reactions in the manner of Attica and Stamheim; from proletarian prisoners, a vertical and unresolvable rupture. To avoid both these outcomes is a duty for all the comrades, but above all it is the task of the political struggle for liberation. To succeed in articulating the mass problem of liberation across the entire fabric of political confrontation is today the only method of securing the centrality of the problem of the prisons, in effective terms, and not rhetorically, and of restoring a perspective of hope. And not only for the people in prison, because in fact these 3,000 vanguards thrown into prison, the consolidation of the practice of mass police arrests, and the infamy of juridical innovations, from the repressive laws to the use of penalty, constitute, at a wider level, a continuous threat to the struggles and needs of the masses. Rebuilding the conditions of political struggle. But perhaps I need to express more forcefully the points outlined here. Not because I, together with other comrades, am a protagonist in the April 7th case, but for reasons that I shall explain below. It is my belief that we need to focus our attention on the events of the spring of '79. What has really happened between then and now? This, the political struggle inside the movement has been crushed by a stupid and insane initiative from the magistracy and from power. The wealth of political alternatives has been removed. As a result of the destruction of the whole political fabric, the Red Brigades have been left in the position of representing the movement globally, and this played into the hands of the state, with its decision to enact a simulacrum of civil war. To what end? And what have been the effects? 2 years of reciprocal killings and the introduction of barbarism into political debate have shown what the aim had been: to bring about a state of emergency which, while showing the necessity, the opportuneness, and the possibility of destroying terrorism, at the same time destroyed the guarantees of democracy, the spaces of struggle, the decade-long continuity of the proletarian struggle. Has power succeeded in achieving this? Today we can reply that it has not. There is still resistance, albeit often in the form of absenteeism, estrangement, lack of involvement. And today new struggles, which carry with them the freshness of the new generations, are exploding everywhere and breaking up the spurious coherence of the big trade union and party political corporations. But we, and they, must recognize that the price paid in the past 2 years has been enormous. Were it not for the total elimination of any critical dialectics in the movement, many lives would have been saved. The insanity of the campaigns of annihilation, the absurdity of the reciprocal killings could very probably have been avoided. The delirious circle of repression and reprisal, of terrorism and repression, could have been interrupted. Today we have to say, with maximum clarity, that the problem of terrorism can be solved only politically both by and within the movement, and that therefore we have to rebuild the conditions of political struggle. Nobody is so deluded as to think that he can wipe out the April 7th case and, with it, 2 years in the history of repression. Nobody imagines that he can cancel out the materiality of these years and the new problems they have opened. What is clear is that we have to interrupt the murderous process which has brought us all to this point. Is there anybody out there who still thinks that they are going to win? The millenarianism of the theoreticians of catastrophe does not interest us. As for the labor movement, is it not also coming to terms with the defeat that has come about through the flattening of politics and the simultaneous terroristic crushing of the movement? But similar questions could be posed also in regard to other productive and intellectual strata. Nobody has anything to gain from the prolongation of this situation. Who can destroy terrorism? Terrorism has to be defeated. This, however, is possible only through political means, which nobody possesses through traditional delegation, even if he claims them from the point of view of political representation or of his institutional functions. The only way to defeat terrorism is by intervening in the mechanisms of its reproduction and by being politically legitimate to do so. And we are only legitimate in this sense when we speak from within the class movement, in its interests, and through the plurality of its organizations, within the specificity of its culture. There are many comrades, particularly comrades who are now in prison, who want to move in this direction. Is there a possibility of success? Who knows? What is certain is that the traditional workers' movement, and the other forces, mainly cultural and religious, who are moving towards a political resolution of the problem of terrorism, but is it not the problem of the movement itself, will not succeed unless they are able to break with a discourse which, even when it is not running into the sands with pious calls for the abolition of the death penalty, nevertheless ends up being impotent when, as has happened, it tries to deal with the problem at the level of civil rights garantismo, in the period of discussions about reforming the Constitution, unless it lets itself be dazzled by the revelations of some Pentateuch or other. And so things go on, and the situation gets worse, and the simulacrum of civil war becomes a monster which lives and destroys, not only human lives but also the possibilities of struggle. A terrain of communist hope. It is for all these reasons that a. I reject the accusation that dissociation from the Red Brigades and the OCC is an individual operation. It is not, because it expresses fundamental needs of the movement and the necessity of doing politics and of living within the mass movement. Everything always begins in individual terms. Or at least this is the way we have always done things during the past 15 years. b. I reject the accusation that explicit dissociation from terrorism is a minimal operation. Far from it. It represents the beginning of a political project which has the task of representing, once again, the cultural and social identity of the movement. These are its perspectives, to make a record of the history of the struggles, with the intention of giving it both a political representation and an operative representation. Breaking definitively with terrorism and with all the militaristic deviations of the movement, on the basis of a strong critique, which, historically, has already occurred at mass level, albeit until now only in spontaneous form. c. I reject the accusation that this dissociation, this project, and this struggle are ambiguous. For communists, doing politics has never meant accrediting the present state of things. The problem is quite other, it is one of not getting fetishistic about the critique of arms, and of not diverting social struggles onto a horizon which, in place of liberation, substitutes the hysteria of its simulacrum, which often becomes crudely identified with a, highly ambiguous, conception of the seizure of power. Reopening a terrain of communist hope today means taking the path of dissociation and turning that dissociation into a program for the victory of the mass struggle, in the plurality of its organizations and needs, and in the wealth of its desires. Folio 44. So the trial has been postponed until next Tuesday. 3 days of rest. Oh, the pain of this trial, this weariness transformed into a sore. Speaking of which, Mrs. Thatcher has won, a big victory, confirmation of a Europe-wide shift to the right, which is solid and enduring. Turbulent events on the outside. Intervention by the magistrates against the Socialist Party, in Savona, and against the Christian Democrats, in the South. A strange climate. Heavy. The corporations and the parties are glaring at each other like dogs, and sometimes they bark and bite. Italian democracy is ulcerated by the state of emergency. Meanwhile there has been a television blackout as regards the trial, obviously they're scared of providing me with electoral propaganda. In postmodernity chaos and functionality lie under the same blanket, and when necessary they swap roles. I don't know where to put my head, it seems to me that my head is already rolling in this apology for a Jacobin trial. Prepare the basket, my friend. I shouldn't take things too much to heart, I try to console myself, if I don't understand much, people on the outside understand even less. Maybe not even keeping this diary is worth the effort. It's hard to document things that are incomprehensible. Or, putting it differently, to extract some light, even if only from afar, probably only metaphysical undertakings could succeed, by detaching themselves from the concrete, in giving it to us. But how can I put my trust in metaphysical imagination? The wound burns. The spectacle of the trial, and of the election, are certainly postmodern, being played out completely on the equivalence of the images in circulation. On the other hand, is my own individual condition something different from this spectacle in which I am caught up? During these years I have been snatched away from reality, from the continuity of a dialogue and of a collective building process. Only the collective moment gives you the possibility of understanding yourself. And, instead, here I am wandering wide of the mark, in a circuit of things that don't make sense, and I don't understand how this unease of mine, when it is not, as it often is, pain, and this disorientation can be overcome. Maybe they are only mine, internal and solitary, an inevitable effect of the misery in which I am living and of the extreme crisis I am perceiving among the comrades. What is certain, though, is that it stuns me, and that all this is also the reflection of what I have around me, of what I see on the outside, of the disorientation of a disconcerted world. In the personal libraries of my colleagues in prison there are many books on postmodernism. Does this represent an attempt at understanding and deepening, or is it a drug? The wound burns and recalls me to reality. This is the critique of postmodernity, a philosophy, a conception of the world which does not know pain, and therefore an illusion. And yet, I ask myself, can our humanity be changed by that whirl of signifieds which go towards nonsense? Why is the totality, required by man to understand the particular, given back to us as insignificant? How are we to reverse this situation? In other times humanity suffered similar lacerations. In the 1600s, for instance, my main field of study, that epoch of formidable inventions and fanatical pyre burnings, the Baroque. Between the Baroque and the postmodern there is not much difference, the insignificance of the former was in intensity, that of the latter in extension. The former emptied out the soul with an evanescent use of the sensible, the latter empties out the world with a totalitarian use of the image. Between Baroque culture and the postmodern public I do not see a difference, except, precisely, the formal difference between intensity and extension. Non-meaning repeats itself. But my wound burns. And it is here that my, initially timid, and then increasingly conscious, protest lifts off. Is it purely illusory? It could be. I imagine a new and unique language for Babel, a language which permits us to reach the heavens, but this is a transcendental deception, driven towards an abstract recomposition of the divisions of the world. I imagine an ethics for Sodom, it is an illusion that risks becoming a moralistic obscenity. I imagine a simple metaphysics, able to reorient the world, but no, not even this works. Do you know the boredom and indifference which would attend its teaching? In the search for the one and the universal there is little space for protest. It seems to me that, paradoxically, I nourish the desires of a small-time Balkan dictator, language, ethics, metaphysics, all dominated by my power. At root, why should the one not be defined as a kind of power? Is that not what it is among the mystics? No, this postmodern aspect of the trial and of the election run the risk of filling with infamy even the protest and the reflection on liberation. So what else is there for me to do, except throw pieces of my flesh, of my passion? What can I do, other than exhibit my own wound? There is no reflection on liberation, there is only the immediacy of the passion and the protest. Either we succeed in saying this, both in the trial and in the election, or we succeed in saying nothing. I think of a hydraulic system through which my pain might run, between prison, the trial, and the outside, the world and its life. The total disenchantment of my heroism does not, I believe, remove its meaning. Only my indecency overcomes the senselessness of it all. In this forest, in this labyrinth, only the exasperation of a global witnessing can repair the insult and the wound in the soul. Postmodernity is injustice, because its perception has no place for pain. But on the basis of pain and protest we can rebuild the world. G12 Rebibia, November 12, 13 June. Folio 45. Signor Presidente, and gentlemen of the civil parties, I would say that these last 3 days in court have been horrible, certainly for me, and possibly also for you. Absurdity has jumped to the fore. Your professionality and your corporative duty, namely to lend credibility to the political provocation of the April 7 trial, have been placed under serious stress. Everyone has been defending their own positions, nobody has been attacking. I have not succeeded in attacking the paltriness of your allegations, and you have not succeeded in rendering them credible. At this point we are all caught up in the falsity of the situation. We are moving on shifting sands, those of a bellicose cruelty, which today we all regard with suspicion. You persist in repeating a set of allegations that has fallen apart, attempting to revive it in new forms. But here absurdity rules. You are not charging me with stealing peanuts, but with a series of murders. The way in which you are conducting these proceedings is shameful. It is obvious that you do not believe in them. But not believing in them does not change reality. Murders are the kind of crimes of which you have to find me guilty in order to render credible the only thing of which you are convinced, namely that I am an irreducible subversive. I cannot risk lending credibility to these killings with which you are charging me, and which I did not commit, by mounting a passionate defense, in other words by accepting the rules of the game, so to speak. An absurd and slippery reality, and the trial is going nowhere. We are in the shit. What do you intend to do? How have we ended up in this blind alley? Why are we all so cowardly? Signor Presidente, the fact is that I could easily break your ban on discussions of politics. All I need to do would be to talk politics. To push the court proceedings to their limit, to present, within the absurdity of the political trial, the facts of the case as they concern me, bringing together the political and the criminal. But what would be the point of my explaining how the movement functioned, in its infinite articulations and its indefinite possibilities? Your job is to prevent history from being reconstructed. the materials of lived experience can feature as an ensemble and as a unity only under the form of the accusation. A claiming of that history is impossible. Signor Presidente, it seems that this claiming of history is what most frightens you and the court. In other words, the possibility that in this trial there might emerge the only clean thing that can exist, a history. I am speaking precisely of that, Historia rerum gestarum, Geschichte, and so on. Relax. That claim, that history, are rendered impossible by the very nature of the machine. However, I am trying to be subtle and convincing. In short, I am asking you this: why this blockage of awareness? What good does it serve? You are judging a general picture, insurrection, with a vulgar attention to which the general picture does not align itself. The real frightens you. The claiming of that history terrifies you. Why? It would not change anything at the level of the trial itself. Our sentences are laid down in advance. If you happen to fail in your task, the machine will easily make up for the loss. So why this blockage? Why this reproduction of historical confusion as the condition of your repressive resolve? I don't want to play this game, but neither have I managed to break it. I am ashamed to admit it, after all the high-profile arguments about defense and about claiming of the movement. Gentlemen of the court, the fact is that you have succeeded in putting yourselves in line with a set of totalitarian accusations. What you have decided is the Gulag for me and my comrades. Your acceptance of these accusations consists in flattening out everything, in bringing into some kind of a present dream world a past that was historically complex and full of life. You are attempting to squash into a single prosecution the lives of thousands and thousands of comrades. What I can't get over, and what is destroying me, is the dream world condition of the accusations and of the argumentation in court. I find no way of resisting them. I find myself bogged down in them. I am suffocating. But truth has to win. Despite the force and violence with which you organize the abstract void of the prosecution case, it does not have much space. The impossibility of your translating it into concrete evidence becomes immediately apparent. And all this drives me to rebellion. I have to control myself on this witness stand. But not to the point of not expressing to you my concept. This is not a trial, it is a fraud, a charade. But you are unable to accept the truth. And yet I say it, and I repeat it again. I have killed nobody. I confront in myself this fact of being accused as guilty of murder. I confront the real swelling up, my upsurge of anger, as a kind of immediate allergic response. I consider the appalling nature of this monstrous condition. But I do not tremble even for a moment, not one single moment. The heaviness of the accusation barely touches me. I find myself unable to reply to you, gentlemen. I cannot reply. All I can do is tell the truth. But listen to this trial is a phantasm of iniquity. Stop it. It is running rampant through our country, bent on destruction. G12 Rebibia, 14–16 June. Folio 46. Very tired. I take a rest from the trial. I work on drawing up appeals and preparing election materials. The prospect of my freedom is growing. But it is a dry hope. I find that I can't unify the imaginary, which arises out of the concrete reality of these days, with the great hope I am living. I can't manage to free myself from the immediacy of the trial and from its squalid, dreary reality. I'm left on my own, a masturbator, in this situation. Outside there is pandemonium in the organs of the state, a blitz against the Camorra, and the question of Tortura's imprisonment. The impression is one of uncontrollable madness. This is not succeeding in its project to become a diary. Too little time, and too much tiredness. I can't even manage to provide myself with a notebook, a logbook for the journey. And anyway the tension is too high to permit a simple documentation. What is to be done? Maybe the only way to save this work is to focus our gaze on what is immediately at hand. People, it is the people who will pull me out of prison. That's what I am thinking this evening, precisely in the immediacy. So what then? I have to throw my dead body into what remains of this trial. Can't you hear it, Tony? Can't we all hear it, this powerful signal of hope that is coming from outside? Let us play it. But how? In the only productive way that is open to us, of course, and this is what life has taught me. By building. Building life against death, freedom against repression. There is a moment, and it is this one, in which the entire meaning of existence is put on the line. A very powerful pleasure in revolution, this is the origin of our current woes. And at the same time the sole origin of all our hope. So we work on rebuilding tensions and expectations, of finding some way of surviving between the imbroglio of the trial and the call for freedom that people are putting up. Then let us go down the path of claiming our history. What were we? We were the hope and honor of many generations. We were the totally deployed subjectivity of the revolutionary movement. It is difficult to relieve a passion that existed in the past, but which will also come again in the future. I see faces which are pale and tense with fear, in the sweat that comes from fear, awaiting this reappearance. No, our trials are not a sign of defeat. They are powerful symptoms of the future. I get a buzzing in my ears when I think of all this. I am in unison with hundreds of thousands of people. With that second society that is so full of desires. The dialectics of this trial disgusts me. My intellectual anti-dialectical passion reacts against it. I believe that, despite everything, I have behaved well. I have not reneged on anybody. I should claim my past more powerfully. This is how I see things today. Push to the limits. Revolution. What is it? It is to be together, it is to build the conditions for freedom. Here there is an enormous program, which the masses are disposed to put into play as an element in the creation of a new society. Why do I need to repeat its objectives? Every major struggle displays them as elements that are irreversibly present. I have written and talked about this, possibly even to excess, drawing from the movement what the movement itself was producing. Now we can add, in the hope of revolution, a recompense for our sufferings. Enough of these black legal robes, enough of this ill-famed justice. I believe that my judges have understood this too. I am tired. And yet never too tired to carry forward our revolutionary utopia, taking it a step further than what in reality we have been capable of fulfilling. A step forward. Many steps forward. The process of defending myself in the trial has enabled me to place this further step before a huge public opinion. Claiming our history. They are trying us for our hunger for freedom, for our thirst for justice. You, my friend, who are walking along the road, oblivious of us and of everything, prisons and movement, are you with us, friend? Truth and justice are not merely the abstract high-sounding terms that too many people imagine them to be, they are not money, abstract equivalents of ideology. No, they are hope. Not a dried-out hope but a life-filled hope. My bad mood of today is passing. I look forward with enormous hope. But all this will be worth nothing unless we also manage to make our claim. I want to move more determinately on this terrain. I am proud of the movement, of its reality, of its capacity for imagining. We have to overturn the emptiness of the dual image of the trial and of the parliamentary elections. Hope. An affirmation of all that has happened. The gutter rats of the media and the wolves of the political parties have robbed us of that unique innovative mass experience which was working class and proletarian autonomy. I claim all of this. With serenity, with the humility of someone who knows that this overturning was an established fact in the consciousness of a multitude of comrades. So let us go forward with courage and with occasional small portions of heroism. G12 Rebibia, 17/18/19 June. Folio 47. Today the trial blew out. The lawyers are angry. They have gone on strike. The judges, the corporation of arrogance, have been treating them in the same way that they treat us. They'll be striking for the whole week. Only Tarsitano, the PCI's man, was not on strike. He was there, like a crocodile, his jaws gaping, the provincial idiot, a toothpick with the function of a pole keeping his jaws eternally open. But he and his party bosses will find their own ways of getting what they want, through those sectors of the judicial corporation with which they are associated. From Perugia, another arrest warrant has been issued for me. They say that, 6 or 7 years ago, I organized a prison escape in Perugia, and that I organized a prison riot to facilitate the escape. They're claiming that I put a handgun into a football and threw it over the wall. And that I left getaway cars already outside. An impressive operation, no doubt about it. If it were true, it might even be amusing. Pity that the person who is claiming all this is one of their murderous pentati. Is there anything they would not concoct, to avoid life imprisonment? What I find particularly striking, today the judge arrived from Perugia, in a vain attempt to interrogate me, is the fact that they are starting these maneuvers right before the elections. Against the Socialist Party in Savona, against the Christian Democrats in the South, against the Camorra, in other words, against all parties, but in favor of some, in Naples. And then against my comrades and me here in Rome, from Perugia. This is obviously a counterattack. An attempt to overload the situation, to raise the stakes in terms of spectacle. I already had an intimation that the newspapers were preparing some such operation, and a few days ago I had a first hint of new criminal proceedings. Today the warrant sits before me, accompanied by the slimy face of one of their hit squad judges. He is very angry when I inform him that, in the absence of my lawyer, who is on strike, I am not able to reply to his charges. Maybe he thinks that strikes are still illegal, like in the good old days. I am angry, too. As I look at him, I think, I don't understand why the fact that he passed the examination to become a magistrate and now earns a fat salary gives him the right to get so personal with me. Then I chuckle to myself, in fact I laugh in his face, as he gets all worked up, and I reflect on the fact that his first name is Vladimir. As in Vladimir Ilyich? Was that the intention of his father, who, for sure, must have been some old communist? The ironies of fate. Instead of growing up to become a guardian of freedom and communism, he is possessed by his function. A baleful situation. I look at him with a certain sympathy now. I wonder, are we in a phase of a new offensive now, one supported by the PCI Central Office, to uphold the fabrications of the April 7 case and to conjure up new charges in the election period? I have the impression that this is the way things are going. We'll have to wait and see if this is how it turns out. What is certain is that the whole affair is dragging on and on. It's like some endlessly self-reproducing amoeba. The ferocity of the counterattack. Precisely at this moment, when it seems that my candidacy is bringing about new political possibilities. The ferocity of an institutional attack against an experience of struggles, which were intent on changing the institutions through the institutions. But this is too much. What do they want? Did they feel, maybe, themselves to be heroes, being shot at and killed? Why? Why do they not accept the symbol of peacemaking that my presence in the elections represents? The fact is that the mixing in of politics with the trial proceedings, that unnatural coupling which was wanted from the start, by the PCI, by Gallucci, by Calogero, is now reproducing itself never-endingly. The ferocity is located in the subjective political valence, which preserves the continuity of this relationship. I am obliged to hold on to it, even though I denounce it. And they are obliged to reproduce it, even though they are its prisoners. I have the impression that the issue of a correct refounding of the relationship between the political and the juridical, in other words, the breaking of the imbalances created by the political functioning of the magistracy, are problems which affect everybody. Enough of this net in which we are all caught. However, it makes me very tired to be endlessly driven onwards by a constitutional mechanism which is utterly corrupt. Breaking these dynamics is going to take a lot of political planning. Claiming constitutional justice instead of these deprivations of the political spirit demands a lot of strength. We have neither the one nor the other. For the moment, I resist by means of anger. But not without hope. G12 Rebibia, June 20th. Folio 48. The trial is postponed yet again. The lawyers' strike continues. There's a huge amount of tension. Mine, and also that of the comrades. I have a long talk in prison with Don Nicola. He is accused of things to do with the Ndrangheta. We have been friends for a while now. He is an exquisite person. He nurtures a nostalgia for the old Calabrian system of justice, and he hates the bands of young men who have destroyed that ethics. As for the justice of the state, with which he has had a lot to do, he sees it for what it is, a settling of accounts between gangs, a corruption, abstraction, and alienation of the real relations of justice, which people live and produce. I enjoy talking with him. I like the formality of a relationship, even one of friendship, which is hard to arrive at in prison. We address each other in the plural, voi. I ask him what he thinks of this new volley of warrants, which have been dumped on me during election week. After the Perugia ones, I am sure that others will arrive shortly. Vendetta, he replies. But don't you think that it might be counterproductive? I say. Professor, he replies, you do not know these men of power. Power gives them pleasure. One man might like women, and another the oranges in his garden, but these people like power. Power is a rant. They say that it's not like that, but here it's now just the same as in America. When I realized this, that a tax could be put on power, just as you put a tax on someone who has too fat an income, I was happy. That's what I do to him, because power is wealth. Again I reply, but these little provincial judges who are persecuting me today, right in the middle of the election period, I hardly think that they are earning or gaining from it. He replies, Professor, you, who profess to be a teacher of men, understand very little about people. Excuse me, Professor, I wouldn't want to offend you, that's the furthest thing from my mind. But you do not know them. After 4 years of prison and of persecution, have you not yet realized that justice is a small but arrogant power? These microbes are vainglorious, green with envy. They like the power they have, and they want to see it grow. All you need to find out is who pays them, believe me, not with money or chickens, or maybe also with money and chickens, but they are only half men if they are content with that. Paying them means giving them power, and prestige, or maybe sometimes even the chance to recover honor. One time there was a judge whose wife had been sleeping with another man. So that the village didn't talk about it, he sold his soul. You don't know how much shit there is in people's minds, Professor, if you will excuse the expression. It is for that reason that I like you. You can't be bought because you don't have shit in your heart. But them, they are all the same. Slip them a bribe and you'll discover the nature of their souls. The minute you let them sniff power, they become like bull mastiffs. They will do anything and everything if you show them a bit of money. There is only one law, buy this one, because for sure someone else has bought the other one. You Professor, there is nothing that is going to lift a life sentence off your head, because they're building their power at your expense, and every extra year you do in prison is a treasure for them, a gift. So relax, you're a good man, but you're just out of luck. Don Nicola, I say. How much longer do you think this can go on? I have had enough of it. It will go on forever. Justice is dead. Justice is dead. Don Nicola confronts me with this atavistic sensation that I have experienced before. But justice today is worse than dead. It has become a servant. A slave to masters who are sadistic and mad. So, says Don Nicola, don't go thinking that things are any different from how they've always been. Justice has died of old age. This eternal repetition of itself as a copy of power without the understanding of life. What has died is its internal law. But you will shortly be free. I have told the lads to vote for you. You be thinking about life and youth. Get yourself a young wife, and find yourself the warmest son. The only justice is that of desiring beautiful things for everyone. One time I saw a shepherd up on a mountain. He told me, watch out for them, for the judges, for the carabinieri, for the bosses, they carry on killing your sheep like under the law of Cain. The only justice is the vendetta that is born of love. Do it. Get yourself a young woman. I am sitting here waiting for new warrants to arrive, I wait for them with the kicking desperation of a hunted animal. I can't be wise about all this. Nor can I take on board entirely the teachings of Don Nicola. But I love the man. G12 Rebibia, June 21. Folio 49. In the afternoon they summon me to make an electoral tape recording. They take me to the prison governor's office. They put me down at a tape recorder, and they sit in front of me, the governor, the deputy governor, a couple of uniformed officers and the sound technician. A small bare room. To whom am I speaking? The tape will go out to the radio and TV. I can't imagine. What I have sitting in front of me is just prison officials. I speak to them, the rest of what I say escapes me, carried away by the tape. The situation is hallucinatory. I didn't expect it. Now they tell me that I have to hurry up. They show me the phone message from the ministry. 20 minutes. What the hell am I supposed to say to these gentlemen, and to this machine? Now it is evening and I am in my cell, and I have no idea what I recorded. However, I can say what I would have wanted to say. Why do I want to get elected and get out of prison? Because I am a revolutionary. I speak to you as man to man. I believed in justice, and now I find myself faced with this persecution. Now I place my reliance on the community of prisoners, on its powers of resistance. I want to get out of here in order to be able to tell people everything that the community of prison has taught me, and the hope of revolution which it has renewed. I want to lay claim to the truth and values of revolution, which these comrades have lived, and to attack and abolish, or at any rate transform, the laws, the prejudgments and the political agendas that keep us locked up in here. I look each of my comrades in the eye as I continue my discourse, in my mind's eye, I mean. Concretely, in reality, what I have here is the faces, fairly kindly, as it happens, given the nature of the occasion, of the prison screws. But here I'm straying from my argument. I want to act as a spokesperson, as a megaphone. Imagining the faces of the comrades gives me the strength to speak in this surreal situation. What would you say, Paolo P., if you were in my position? I think you would say that the revolution has been the great possibility of change, of an internal change, which develops densely between the infinite possibilities of the world, so that liberty becomes collective, within great mass dimensions. For the first time, in this relationship between the individual and collectivity, we have seen a fundamental role being played by the body, by the physicality of that liberation. Isn't that so, Luciano? And you, Tino, you would add that this happiness does not remove rigor and commitment, but encourages them and multiplies them in a concrete hope. I continue talking to the machine. I have an impetuous desire to speak of revolution. To repeat the aristocratic contempt that Francone has for the old world, and the very powerfully aggressive intellectual candor of Paolo V. Then a desperate recall to the truth which destroys all mystification. Now I hear the breathing of Monf and Arrigo and Schroffen. Then comes the shrill intrusion of an irony that breaks and destroys all cynicism, that's Lucio next to me. But perhaps desperation itself can become irony, ironical resistance, implacable serenity. But no, Marian and Emilio, you must not permit serenity to cancel out anger. Now I hear again the proletarian resistance of Orest Str, as hard as it is intelligent, and, once again, the prophetic indignation of Chico, as spiky as it is generous. I talk into the machine. What I want to say is that revolution is love and irony, sobriety and abundance of passions, desperation of internal renewal, intelligence and utopia. Facing me I have deaf faces. I continue talking into the machine, to so many people, while I think and hope that the microcosm of prison corresponds to all other microcosms. Little by little I convince myself of this. Who can tell me that this is not the telling of a truth? It is a concert, yes, my dear prison guards, you who are listening to me in perplexity, it is beautiful music. It is not me that is playing it. We are saying it, many of us, in order to make ourselves understood to equally many. I admit that it is a strange symphony, but a symphony it is nonetheless. I launch these appeals to the world outside, a world I love. I wish they could be stones hurled against the windows of power. And in fact they are. The electoral campaign is a huge sounding board for our battle. This accumulation of injustices can be shown for what it is. The faces I have before me blanch, or blush, and sometimes they show a hint of humor. I continue, now a healthy excitation is getting to me. Now I really am talking with the people, and with the comrades outside. I overcome the impediment of the machine, and my psychological resistance to expressing myself in this bizarre little room. There's no longer any point in my talking about the past and the injustices suffered, of the struggles and the closure which the April 7th case has forced on them, criminalizing them. There's no longer any point in singing the song of the present and of our dignity. So let us speak of the future. It really is like a concert. I find myself listening to it even as I'm playing it. Look, a door is opening onto the future. There is a sense of expectation. We all know what its themes are, and we await their development. The future is made by us. We have it already prefigured in our minds, and the instruments are performing it. I talk into the machine about the future, paradoxes of democracy and of machinery. I speak slowly, then more loudly, and then passion takes over. For one comrade I say shit to the bosses, for another, I speak of liberating desire and of the joy of communism, for another, I speak of our justice and hope, for another, I stress their cruelty and the horror of their ideology. Let us change all this by going to the roots of things, by transforming people. We, here in prison, are people who have been transformed. It has cost us, but that is what we are. The revolution has taken place within us, and it is the constant of our existence. I have a habit of beginning to raise my voice, keeping it right on the subject, when I am coming to the end of a lesson or a speech. Here, in that moment, I was calm, I waited to allow our collective hope to speak out coolly. G12 Rebibia, June 22. Folio 50. A new arrest warrant has arrived for me, from Padova, from Calogero. Likewise for other comrades in Rebibia. And then it appears that Augusto, Akil, and others have been rearrested. It is unbelievable. After 4.5 years, again and again. 4 days before the elections. This story really is absurd, and irresistible. By now I have accumulated something like 5 trials. We're ruined rovinati, as they say in prison language. How is this unbelievable story ever going to come to an end? There is no way of getting out of this death-bearing machine. My body reacts by developing a raging toothache. Fortunately they haven't locked us in the cells, or deprived us of visits, as usually happens when new warrants are issued. I feel a terrible rage inside me. This is a monstrosity of cruelty and violence. This is the kind of moment when your claiming of your revolutionary choices rises in your gorge with a huge force. Knowing your enemy, and feeling his blows as they fall on your bones, you verify the truth of the analysis which has led you, and which leads me once again, to say that the only option is to destroy him. It is shameful, this opacity, this obduracy, this inertia which kicks into operation once the initial persecutory impulse is out of the way. As of today, with this warrant, my preventive imprisonment begins all over again. A further 11 years. As of today, my personal future is back to being what it was on the first day of our imprisonment. All the battles, the hopes, the demands, the legal defenses and the self-criticism, all this is simply swept away. The machine sniggers to itself. Its gruesome separateness from life triumphs over my life. And yet I have to resist, I have to know how to handle this. Freedom is close, I can feel it. Like the joy of a successful act of rebellion. Of an act of knowing the truth which arrives at its object. I throw myself into my bunk. I chat with Orest Str. Friendly and good-humored, he reminds me of a few very obvious points about justice, prison, and trials. His bonhomie puts me into a better mood. There's nothing on TV. My toothache begins to wear off. I start to doze and my mind begins to wander. Desires and images of revenge, which I have not experienced for a long time, drift into my state of half-wakefulness. Our capacities for self-control should not be overstated. I wake up and start to write. What an anger, and what an exhaustion. I feel as if I am falling, into a huge ravine. I experience the return of a childhood nightmare, a bomb that was dropping on me out of the sky, and getting closer and closer. I try to stop this movement, which is making me giddy. Into my mind comes Zeno's paradox of the immobility of the arrow, the paradox of my body in its rushing, of the bomb in its falling. This is how I manage to conquer that insensibility to pain which I am describing here. Yes, it is no longer a matter of concern to me. Maybe the metaphysical miracle of having plucked myself out of this dreadful gravitational force, which is dragging me towards the ravine. What I am left with is my anger, a very powerful anger. I hold it up and project it forcefully against this cowardly justice. I cannot accept them destroying me in my inner being. I want freedom. G12 Rebibia, June 23. Folio 51. And it's still not over. Today the judges from Ancona arrived, to interrogate me over the killing of Alceste Campanile. A terrible shock. I find it hard to bear the weight of these infamies which are being piled onto me, one after the other. It is clearly deliberate, the plan which these judges are running. This is the third warrant they have served on me in this pre-electoral week. Heinous charges, designed to have equally heinous fallout effects. No, enough. The vulgarity of the political use of the courts. An overbearing dynamic, intent on destruction. The comrades are standing by me. The evident iniquity of this persecution is beginning to get to everyone. The TV is on my back. They broadcast with gay abandon every bit of slanderous news. But, I ask myself, will these people never have enough of it? My situation has become a caricature of the injustice of the court system. Eternal preventive detention, which is nevertheless made additionally eternal by this continuous shower of warrants, which arrive in bunches. A hatred against me which has become a mechanism of enlarged reproduction of the injustice of the court system. An ongoing reproduction of the overweening power of the judges and of the repressive teleology of this regime. No, enough. I look around myself and I see the horror which this machine produces. This is its sole function, to spread horror in order to preserve a ruling class and a regime of injustice, and also to eliminate democracy. What scares me is the banality and the extreme stickiness of this mechanism. In the days when I was a professor of state doctrine, I used to teach that, in the relationship between the state and its subjects, the former has the advantage, that of being able to survive even in the absence of consensus, on passivity, on negativity, whereas the subjects have only one possibility, that of activating themselves, whether in democracy or in revolution. What I did not imagine, even when I was teaching as a professor, was how powerful and brutal the mechanisms of passivity could be. Today I am experiencing them at first hand. This discovery, the outcome of my years in prison, is a small one, but even so it serves to repay me intellectually for much of the suffering. That said, the project is to destroy this passivity and to drain violently the swamp of power. In the swamp, that could be the title for many of the scientific and political discoveries made in these years. A swamp whose stench and corrosive nature I have experienced in person, but which also corresponds to a regime, to an internalized crisis, to a passivity of subjects that seems to be unresolvable. In this little swamp only homologous elements operate, it is an imploding ecological disaster. The judges are the maximal reproducers of putrefaction, the maximal agents of the rot in this immobile state of nature. Getting out of the swamp, I think that's the only slogan possible today. A word for my comrades, don't make fun of me. I am not talking of means and forces, and I am not talking of politics in quotation marks. I am talking about moral resistance, which is the necessary basis of all political reconstruction. We're talking ecology here. I hope that people's sense of smell will develop, or rather will be restored, both in us and in our fellow citizens. So this is not a moralism, it is my own moral protest. The anger which grips me when I face the machine of repression is the same as the disgust I experience with the regime. Often tiredness undermines the protest. But the hope of overturning this state of things must never be allowed to fail. Our prison stands in the middle of a swamp of civilization, and not only as regards the justice system. It is growing and spreading. Today I refused to answer the judges from Ancona. I explained to them that my lawyer was not here, he is still on strike, and that I reserved my right to reply. They are obviously not aware of the vileness of their action. One of them, the procurator, was wearing a Rotary badge, a fish grown fat in the swamp. The instructing judge had a yellow face, malaria from the swamp. There was also one of the lawyers representing the civil parties, equally full of bile. No, gentlemen, I am not coming down with you into this swamp. I prefer my life in prison. I prefer the freedom I am waiting for, which has dropped from the skies so unexpectedly, and so catastrophically for you, this opportunity given to me by the elections, so that I can continue fighting. I have too much anger still in my body. And now, after these latest warrants, I also have a terrible bitterness. Sometimes I still have the reactions of a professor. I cannot believe, or only with bitterness can I accept, that your democracy really is such a stinking pit. G12 Rebibia, June 24. Folio 52. I voted in the early afternoon. It would have been bad luck to vote for myself, so I voted for Vincino as my preference. All the others voted for me, all the comrades, political and non-political prisoners alike. There's a festive mood today. We had an excellent meal. The comrades keep calling to me from the other courtyards, or from the cells, wishing me good luck. The physicality of freedom is beyond question here in prison, and also the extent to which it is an inalienable good. This is the reason why they are voting for me, for my freedom, which in itself would be enough to repay their vote. In no sense are they expecting an electoral program from me. They are voting for an escape. As for the program, I am getting down to work, and what little I can do I shall do. They know that. Gradually, from the struggles in San Vittore to the Rebibia delegation, and then increasingly, passing via the activities of the political prisoners and via the generalization of the contents of the document written by the 51 Autonomia prisoners, a new movement of prisoners has developed over the last few years. I think about this, I think about the things that need to be done. The truth is that I really cannot concentrate at the moment, I am very tense and emotional. This waiting is horrible, such a wait. For how long? Just until tomorrow evening. Probably we'll have the results of the exit polls by tomorrow afternoon. That's good. Hope is young and strong. The movement in the prisons certainly has no relation to my election. I have been very careful not to superimpose the two questions. I have received many public political positions of support even from people inside the prisons, but it would have been better if they hadn't. It was not good for the two levels to get mixed up. So today I am in waiting mode. Freedom does not scare me, I don't feel myself to be so far away from the world. I don't understand how all this is going to end, but the main thing is to get out, to stick my feet out, to break the asphalt, and to begin to walk on grass again. And supposing I fail to get elected? In that doubt I see an enormous danger. The radicals have conducted an insane election campaign. It was in their style, but really it was a demented approach. Buffoonery alla Bertoldo. It stirred people up, then it moved the proposal for abstention, and then it directed people to an alternative vote. Their game has been far too sophisticated. But we shall see. What is certain is that, if I fail, they will make me pay dearly for this escape attempt. They will never forgive me. They would never forgive themselves for having been scared that I might get away with it. Anyway, we shall see. I just have to wait. Until tomorrow afternoon. They tell me that the comrades on the outside have been pushing themselves to the limit on all this. I find that easy to believe. If it were possible to establish an ongoing relationship between prison and society, the problem of the prisons could be today an element in rekindling the struggle and in reawakening the consciousness of the whole of our society. This prison world is like a filter for the whole of society, and when I go out into society I should, briefly but efficaciously, represent its hopes. That will be the moment to take up the issue of struggles in prison by forming a relay of communication, of proposals, of initiatives. But we shall see, we shall see. A very nervous wait, between now and tomorrow. G12 Rebibia, June 26. Folio 53. Hard to find the words to describe today. I've hardly stopped crying. From joy. My election is guaranteed. I am practically free. I cry, for what I have lost, and for what I have gained. It feels like I have eaten up the whole of my humanity in these years of imprisonment, but it also feels like I have regained it. I'm crying for the whole affair, but at the same time I'm as happy as a kid. I kiss all the comrades whom I manage to see. From the spy holes in the cell doors people shout comments, shouts, screams of joy. The election is for sure. The radicals have certainly got more than the number of votes needed, in fact the whole thing has been an electoral success. But a day like today deserves to be written out in detail, because it's been so full of ups and downs, almost an example of everyday life in prison. And, what's more, an example of the conflicts and the tensions, the whole stage setting, of these past years. So let's do that, let's tell the story of today. The weather is dry this morning. All this waiting is beginning to get to me. I eat breakfast and I write letters. But they are letters that I shall not send, just exercises, to pass the time. I go down into the passageway. The usual good-humored back chat, the usual well-meant jokes. Then they summon me. A magistrate. Who is this magistrate, who wants to see me? It is exactly 3:00 p.m., and any minute now the big TV news program is about to start, examining and commenting on the results of the election. In an hour at most, we'll have the results of the first exit polls, from which it will be clear whether I'm a free man or not. A magistrate. I have to go down. No choice. Otherwise they come and take you down by force. This is prison, after all. They don't tell me who it is, they never tell you, and the guards don't know anyway. I go down, furious that they're going to make me miss the TV results. I go down and into the examination room, and behind the desk I see a young man and a male secretary sitting at a typewriter. Suddenly, lo and behold, from the other side of the room, hidden as you first enter the room, out pops Calogero. He reaches out for me so that I shake his hand. I am turned to stone. It so happens that I am unable to shake his hand, but it is only for this reason, because I am completely thrown by the fact of seeing him there. My inability is entirely due to the fact that I've been thrown by the moment. So he gets upset and says, "So you won't shake my hand?" It's like he's whipping me. A flood of insults rises to my lips and I want to jump all over him. I manage to recover my cool. However, I look at him with eyes which, I think, are not dominated, and with a look of hatred. He avoids my gaze and sits himself on the other side of the desk. He has aged. Now he's fat and sweaty. His eyes switch here and there, obviously embarrassed. A big difference from the Calogero whom I saw, just once, 2 or 3 days after my arrest, 4.5 years ago. In those days he was completely on the ball, smoking cigarettes one after the other, halfway between a front-line judge and a detective, plainly seeing himself in the role of some genius San Francisco cop. I watch him intensely. He is yellow, just as I remember him. But 4 years ago, he looked half Chinese, now a flabby Mongol look has taken over. His eyes dance in an irregular rhythm and seem to be out of his control. Why should I shake your hand? I eventually reply. In actual fact, I realize it immediately, after having thought for long years about his contorted and weird half-humanity, after having imagined it, the truth is that he needs me. Just as a parasite needs a body from which to suck its blood. Like a sadistic lover, rejected. And he is suffering from my rejection. All right, if that's the way it is, he says. At this point I can no longer keep my mouth under restraint. I can do it, now I am controlling myself internally. I've got over my surprise, and also my desire to throttle him. I can go over the top without going over the top. I come out with a flood of insults. He listens and does not know how to react. His colleague intervenes. He tells me to calm down, but he doesn't even dare to threaten me with legal consequences for the insults which, by now, are flowing from my lips. Now it is Calogero's turn to be turned to stone. Obviously, in the mystified projection of his dehumanized consciousness, he had seen our encounter as a historical moment, two protagonists meeting in the field, a kind of honorable accommodation between our two respective truths, in mutual respect. Honor under arms. He probably imagined this encounter as it might have been seen on TV, and for him it probably was as if we were actually on TV. Maybe he would have confessed this desire to some prostitute he was frequenting. My lawyer is not here, I said. Can we get this over quickly? I have to go back up to see the exit polls. But I have come here to explain to you how I have reshaped the prosecution case, he stutters. To show you how I have studied the thing, he hisses. I ask him, now icy cold and furious, how dare he come here and say such things? I ask him if he thinks that his hypotheses are worth 4.5 years in prison. I tell him to go and stick his theorem and his modifications. His colleague intervenes again. He is no longer a judge of the Republic, poor thing, but a pacifier. Keep calm, he begs. The carabinier on the typewriter watches in terror. I want to go back up. They'll already be giving the exit polls. But why, I ask myself, does this wretch have to come and demand to see me right now, after 4.5 years? Is this one final act of sadism? Probably I have already been elected, so maybe he wanted to deprive me even of the pleasure of finding out about my freedom through the TV election program. In any event, he is now feeling the cock up his arse, and he can't continue with his natural sadism. He withdraws into himself every time I look his way, this yellow simulacrum of injustice. Like worms, he has an amazing ability to make himself small. I think of the cruel games played by country children, doing nasty things to worms and snails. I refuse to be examined by you, and I call for your resignation from your post and your withdrawal from this case against me, since you have taken public positions and spoken publicly to my detriment. My very words, plus various other insults, which I imagine are also in the transcript of our encounter. He reacts. I have always spoken through court proceedings. Obviously he has gone mad. He forgets the interviews, many of them, with the newspapers and the TV. He has gone crazy. But that doesn't stop him. He stammers justifications. By now his colleague has gathered his wits, and he issues me with an official warning. It comes easily to reply calmly now, avoiding the insults. However, I address both of them in the informal to you. But stop this, I say, to the one and to the other. Who exactly do you think you are? With a bit of luck, this will finish them off. At last I can go back up. I am very tired, but this time they are not going to be able to lay a hand on me. I go up the stairs, a huge long journey, right through Rebibia, on the inside, never has it seemed so long. I look closely at the door frames, at the corners, at the windows, at the grills of the gates and at the bars, as if I'm seeing them for the last time. I arrive in the wing, and from the first peephole I hear a shout, "It looks like we've done it." Bravo, Tony. This is confirmed from the other spy holes. Luciano waves across and tells me that we've done it. I go into my cell. We've done it, I see it, from the first results. I feel faint, like some feeble teenager carried away with amorous fancies. I don't remember what happened after that. I ate supper in Luciano's cell, and I wept, for the first time since I came into prison. G12 Rebibia, June 27. Folio 54. People send me flowers. The guards allow them in. Avalanches of telegrams, I want to reply to all of them. The news arrives that the voting figure is somewhere up around 50,000, incredible. I have been elected in the 3 constituencies where I put myself forward, Rome, Naples, and Milan. This is a huge political fact. I don't know when I shall get out of prison, but it will be soon. A few moments of aggressiveness towards me from some of the comrades, but never moments of animosity. What we have here is joy mixed with hope, and, for some of them, also a feeling of envy, which is entirely understandable. The things that I keep promising to do are mounting up. Shall I ever manage to do them all? On Wednesday, July 1st, there is the hearing. What to do? There are 2 counterposing arguments. 1, that I should keep a medium to low profile in my speech to the court, and not go too far in personalizing the event, and the trial we are living. The other says that I should make a strong intervention, calling for all the April 7th defendants to be released. I don't think this second line is correct. We need more intelligence. First, we have to draw up an overall strategy. I argue that at the moment we simply do not have the time to do this. A few people get angry. I hear an accusation which I often hear when I insist on reason against the immediacy of needs. People accuse me of a lack of generosity. With great freshness of spirit, I sense the trap that lies behind this accusation. I am happy to concede both the value and the force of this slight lack of, and most certainly not absence of, generosity. How else would it have been possible to modify the internal climate of the prisons, and to make politics even in situations where desperation was seizing you by the throat? How would it have been possible to transform the refusal into contestation and to articulate a revolutionary strategy, both inside and outside the trial, with the realistic tactics? I am always ready to wait for anyone at the last station, and precisely at the Finland station, and I count on having the courage to arrive there. And, concerning the occasions when I raised my arms in a sign of momentary tiredness, when I look at myself, I realize that my gesture resembles the raised arms of one of those scissor corkscrews when you open a new bottle. The astuteness becomes humanity, while generosity, on the other hand, becomes stupid when the struggle is getting tough. But these are not the main problems today. The handling of my exit from prison must be a major, solid, political act. A project for justice must be prefigured in that event. In the determination we have to be able to see the universal. Exiting from the sensation of paradox. Laying the basis for future work. In the confusion and emotion of these days I am very much keeping my feet on the ground. I have won. But how are we going to make this victory productive? Up until now, our heroism has struggled against the implacable machine. Now the time of life has broken the repressive intrigue of the trial. How shall we now bring out into the open this collective hope for liberation, at this point of intersection between the times of exploitation and the times of life? How are we to organize the work on this? I want to be clear-headed. The happiness is catching at my throat, the new things that need to be done are disorienting me in the globality in which they present themselves, a political problem, and at the same time so very, very many individual concrete problems of justice that need to be dealt with. I need some time to think. But, anyway, it is done. The first step has been taken. A flower, a beautiful flower, has suddenly appeared through the concrete of this damned prison. G12 Rebibia, 28 to 30 June. Folio 55. Trial again today. The 51st day, and this is the final day of this phase. The trial will start again on September 26th. Just to be clear, either I'll be there, or I won't. I took this decision today, sitting in court, as I listened to the learned and malevolent speeches of all the supporting actors in this ignoble farce of justice. But let's take things one at a time. We arrive in the courtroom, there's a commotion, with a load of photographers and a lot of public. From the back, applause and cheering. For the first time, a big sound of happiness comes across this desert, and the spotlights somehow become more humane, and the highly sophisticated systems of internal control react hysterically. Their temple of idiocy has finally been profaned. I find it hard to hold back the tears, and I keep blowing my nose. This is perhaps the last day I'll be in this cage, at least for the moment. We'll see about that later. Enter the court, in the midst of all this fracas. I am called up. I ask for the trial to be suspended, as is my right, since the vote of the people has lifted me out of these judicial proceedings. I say this clumsily, rapidly, which is what happens when I get emotional. All I want at this moment is to go somewhere far, far away. A long way from everything. I wish I could just collapse into myself. When I win, I get little pleasure out of the fact of winning. Instead there come crowding into my mind memories of the wretchedness and injustice of still being here, up on the stand, in the dock. Suddenly I feel an incredible sensation of disgust. I want to vomit. I go back into the cage. The president has accepted that the proceedings have to be suspended. As I go down through the tunnels that lead back to the cage, I hear shouting from the courtroom. Marini, the procurator, has started speaking. Coming up from the basement, I hear him making wild and provocative statements. He is bringing new pentatei against me, Sevasta, Libera, and Morocco. He is multiplying the shame of their lying accusations, accusing me of murders, accusing me of political vulgarity, with an impassioned rhetoric and with the voice of an inquisitor. By the time I get into the cage, all the comrades are on their feet and reacting violently to his accusations. The defendants who are not in the cage are also protesting noisily from behind the screens. The public has started shouting again. A tremendous din, you can't hear a thing. In the journalists section of the court I see Rosanna ranting at the public prosecutor. The comrades say we should walk out. The carabinieri open the cage door, and we go down to the cells. I understand nothing of what has happened, but I feel the immense warmth of the comrades. It seems to me that suddenly, as if by magic, we have refound ourselves in one of those working-class struggles of years ago, a music resonating on feelings of a joyous great aggressiveness in the face of this barefaced injustice. Meantime the hearing has been suspended, the lawyers come down into the cells and ask us to come up again. They tell me that Marini has been shut up by the president himself. But why didn't you say anything, we ask. Wasn't that what we had agreed? They don't reply. With lawyers, distinguishing the sense of opportuneness from opportunism, or from cowardice, is a problem of high mathematics, with margins tending to zero. Marini has stopped, and the court re-enters. Emilio goes into the dock. He calls for us all to be released. The president says nothing in reply, and when Emilio starts getting to the point he tells him to shut up. Then, Having silenced Emilio, he starts talking himself, and outlines for the various parties the problem of the eventual suspension of the trial. They all have something to say on the matter, the civil parties, the various state lawyers, and finally, once again, the public prosecutor. They wrangle over the correct forms and procedures. Once again the hearing is suspended. Finally Giuliano steps up to have his say. "This story of yours," he says. In other words, the story of this trial, is a dirty story. The way the proceedings have been doubled up is also dirty, what with the various different cases and bunches of new warrants, and the way the procurator has made deliberate use of this period of the elections. Enough, enough. Do whatever you like, just as you have always done. Stir the shit with the stirring spoon of the law, if that's what you have to do. But my client has to be freed immediately. His denunciation is powerful, and the invective is efficacious. The court withdraws. They go into consultation for 3 or 4 hours. I imagine that they will have eaten and drunk well in that period. They will also have consulted all their friends and political protectors. That much seems obvious. Then comes the decision to suspend the proceedings until September 26th. We go back to prison. Very tired. I think, when the stickiness of the trial is a mechanical fact, then that is just the way it is. However, when, as happened today, the prosecution transmutes the stickiness into deliberate provocation, then it is hatred. Political hatred, pure and simple. So it is true, what I had thought and projected ever since that first day of our imprisonment: you won't get out of here by juridical means. This is only possible through political means. 4 years of my life it has cost me. In relation to the political dimensions and effects of my rebellion, this is not a lot. But in relation to justice, the justice of a state of right, Stato di diritto, which we appreciated and wanted to preserve, it is too much, too much. G12 Rebibbia, July 1st. Folio 56. I am waiting to be freed. I find it hard to imagine the world outside. Flashes of a life lived. What is it going to be like? I get clear images of particular people and places in my mind's eye. Strangely, mostly I remember Paris, my last weeks of freedom. What is it going to be like? They tell me that prices have gone up a lot. But people aren't dressing so very differently from 5 years ago. And what has happened in politics? What can you grasp with the new gaze of a man fresh out of prison? Very violent visual flashes. I need to get out of here quickly. But, before the judges will let me out, they set up bicycles, that's what they call it, in prison, when they create deliberate pretexts and obstacles to give you the runaround. Pedal, the pretexts, the difficulties, the deliberate obstructiveness, once they are set in motion, it's like being forced to do a cycling marathon. But I really don't think they'll be able to block my freedom. Basically, I'm already free. This must be because I am thinking and thinking, with my comrades and within myself, without straining myself in doing so, but with a huge feeling of exhaustion as soon as I finish, thinking and thinking about what needs to be done. For some time now we have been on the path to reconciliation. Now, with the strength of the vote behind us, we need to take some big steps forward. For how long will they leave me free? How will these dogs succeed in putting me back behind bars? I am optimistic, perhaps not on the basis of any reality, but in my head, with my mind, which is so wearied by projects, I am optimistic, profoundly so. Optimism of reason. The road we have traveled has been long. From dissociation as the reconfirmation of our non-terrorist identity, to the campaign for a political solution. And then also our handling of this trial, always on the attack, against the loathsome practices of Pentatismo and against their emergency laws. Optimism of the intellect, we cannot not win. From what I have heard, there is a deep crisis inside the PCI on the problem of repression. However, The only way we can get out of this situation is by putting ourselves forward again as a political force. Pessimism of the will, in other words, our Enlightenment thinking Illuminismo meets with opposition from forces which do not want, and which cannot handle, a radical modification of the political horizon. The constants of the scenario are in place for a long time. A modification in the materiality of the political framework is almost impossible to obtain through proposals which aim to win over the components of that political framework. Unless some radical political change catastrophe occurs. Italy needs a new resistance. In part, that is what the 1970s represented, but the defeat has been very hard-hitting. How are we to get over it? How can we bring the comrades out of prison and reintroduce a spirit of radical political change? That world out there, which I shall shortly be entering, is dominated by war. Corporations at each other's throats. Rot and corruption of political power. And a magistracy incapable of controlling a society in violent crisis. Pessimism of the will, extreme realism, and extreme attentiveness. And yet, simultaneously, there is this enlightened, reason-based hope for radical change. Is it my fault if, today, the only way in which reason can sink this empty representation of the political is through radical political change? Is it my fault if this world, which I am re-entering, is marked by an insane and absolute lack of meaning, and is a body of the most absolute contingency? Petrified in the repetition of itself? Of its rituals and stupidity? As I step out, I am strengthened by two considerations. The first derives from my knowledge of what we were in prison, the only force, because this is precisely what we have become, which, cancelling out the negative effects of a historical memory which cast us out of political struggle, has succeeded in making its way back into it, and in producing new subjects of social war against the unremovability of a regime of repression, against a constitution that had been killed. And we did all that from prison. So that brings me to the second consideration, from prison to society. The vote which has carried me into Parliament. This was a vote given by people who recognized, in prison, the symbol of the society we are, of the crisis we are living. There are very many of them. I am referring to the estimated number of voters. It seems that the total number of people who voted for me throughout Italy was about 500,000. So perhaps it is possible, with a bit of optimism of the intellect and extreme attention to our initiatives, to set in place a relay, a multiplicative relationship between the struggle for truth, which the comrades are developing in prison, and political struggle in society. Against their infinite reproductions of prison. They, the enemy, have sought to establish a social peace organized on the model of prison. They, the enemy, have introduced radical change in the lives of individuals, and of society as a whole. Our response, too, has to be made on the basis of radical change, on the arc which extends between prison and society. However, we should not underestimate the difficulties of the intellect. The ineptitude and the vulgarity, the ponderous ritualism and the priestly stupidity of the political class we have before us, all this creates cruelty and violence. It is an obscene spectacle. I shall find myself up against forces that are decisively and strenuously fascist. And today, given the way the world is going, it seems that the only alternative to fascism is opportunism. Don't trust anyone, the comrades tell me. They know that I shall do this. I shall address my words to everybody, even to the enemy, without placing my trust in anybody. Except in the comrades, and in all those whom I love and who love me, and in all those who have been living, outside of prison, the same prison that I have been living on the inside. So let's get ready. What awaits me is fearsome. I have to be capable of combining hope with strength. G12 Rebibia, 2-7 July. Folio 57. I am out. After another day of interminable waiting, all of a sudden. I hardly had time to say goodbye to the comrades, they let me out all in a rush, pushed me out. There was a car in the prison courtyard, with a senator on board and a very skilled driver, and we went out through a side gate. We headed for the countryside, moving very fast. Going down roads that I had only seen from the windows of the armored vans they used for transporting us. The violence of the image seen only through steel grills now diffuses into another image, of nature, the image of this rich and splendid Roman summer. The colors of nature fill my gaze. The oncoming dusk is really beautiful. I'll never look at the sky again. For too many years in prison all I could look at was the sky. Now I look at this earth, this grass that changes at every step. My foot savors the sensation of walking on grass. After 4 years of cement, this is another life, and the muscles communicate it to you, right up to your head, in the tenderness of the contact with the earth. I hug Paula, with love, and astonished that we don't have the usual prison bench between us. Anna, my daughter, hasn't come, she has exams this week. I walk with Francesco, my son, chatting. I phone my relations in Venice and Padova. I look out Doni and Sylvie, my friends, I don't find them but I am thinking of them. Then Tommaso, Rosanna, and Luigi F arrive, and I am able to express my gratitude to them. None of us can get over our amazement. Pascal and Claudia are my hosts, and they are emotional about this moment. With them, as with everyone else, I have difficulties of language. Talking on the outside, with free people, is like talking a foreign language. You think in your own language, and you have to translate. There's a swimming pool in the park, I feel like jumping in fully clothed. I take a quiet swim. Then I drink a fair quantity of whiskey, after 4.5 years of going without. It still tastes good. The strangeness and the difficulty of communication are still with me. I pinch myself, this freedom is real. The night is full of stars. Now everyone has gone. I'm writing, letting off steam a bit. Tomorrow. Marco P arrived in the afternoon, and we worked on a kind of program. But that's the last thing on my mind. The physicality of freedom is the only feeling I have, a dream come true. This physicality, I swear, conquered through prison, this sensation of reconquering the body, it's like being a child again, a sensation which comes after you've passed through the total dispossession of your body through prison and torture, on top of the fact that life before prison, and becoming adults, had, unbeknownst to ourselves, forced us to reduce the body's presence to the point of mystification. This physicality will now stay with me forever. If there is such a thing as baptism, for me, this evening is it. If there is a trinity of body and reason and life, this evening I have finally understood it. I get flashes of the unhappiness of the past. The faces of the comrades parade before me like ghosts. I shake hands with the ghosts, and I reject with horror the unhappiness. As I write I am sitting out in the open, under a lamp. Silence. You don't even hear the monotonous chirruping of the crickets, which made me hate the summer nights in Rebibia, the sounds of a nature that was unattainable. Now everything is perfect. Tomorrow, the struggle will begin again. I feel strong and able to sustain it. I think it is probably very late. I have no desire to sleep. Now I lie on the grass, smelling it and stroking it. Never have I felt the passion for justice so strongly as in this quietness, as if I am immersed in a compact silence. An anger for everything that has happened, for the comrades who are still in prison, for the injustices suffered, all this is very close at hand. In this complete serenity of being, the time of life, of rebellion, and of transformation is very dear to me. In the arc of this day it stood poised between different worlds, between contradictory sensations, through to the certainty of having it in my hand. A point of real knowledge, against the intrigues of power. I stretch out on damp grass in the night air. Rome, July 8. 3. In Parliament. July 9 to September 18, 1983, folios 58 to 98. Folio 58. Morning. I went to bed very late, drunk with freedom, but I woke early and started to write. So many things were going through my mind last night. I was mentally preparing the press conference that I shall be giving shortly. But, above all, I imagined the world I was just about to enter. I note that I shall now be able to pursue in more complex forms my analysis of the institution, which, up until now, I have only looked at from within the confines of the trial. Parliament, just like the court, is one face of the institution, but, compared with the court, it is more of an open space. Furthermore, whereas the trial experience was wholly swallowed up into the institution and antagonistic elements could only appear as heroism, here I already have the possibility of referring to other things, to alterity, to the diversity of the social forces in relation to the institution. It is fundamental to understand, and I need to put all my cognitive enthusiasm into this. Previously the logic of prosecution and defense was locked into the confines of the courtroom. Now, by contrast, I can live it externally, magnifying and endlessly discovering its antagonistic dimensions. In the trial, the contradiction of the institution can only unfold in an opaque space. Now, in the free life I am beginning to live, I can make that contradiction transparent, if I take as my reference point these things which are different from the institution and from the rotten politics that dwell within it. Transparency, of love and solidarity, the fresh force of people who are against this wretched world. Together with many other people we shall succeed in reconquering the meaning of transformation and democracy. Everyone is asleep, I can't sleep. I am riding on the balcony, on the Lido. I have the San Marco lagoon in front of me, in all its beauty. The island of San Lazzaro, a wonder of wonders, I can almost touch it if I reach out a finger. The enchantment of the night, and its bodily, humid transparency. What a day! This morning Marco P. had me doing the triumphant rounds of Montecitorio. I know Montecitorio well. I've known it for years, since the 50s and 60s, when I came to visit friends who were party secretaries and members of parliament, and to study. I allow Marco the satisfaction of thinking, in his triumphalism, that I am amazed by all of this. The good savage at the court of Madrid. Then we go in a big procession from Montecitorio to Piazza Argentina. With paparazzi running after us. Rosanna does everything in her power not to be photographed together with Marco, and Marco does everything he can to get a group photo. Then the press conference, a hellish heat. Is it always going to be as hot as this in the institutions? Idiotic questions from the journalists, except those from the foreign press. Everyone is looking at me as if I were some kind of weird animal. What does it feel like to be out after 4.5 years of more or less special penitentiary? They are amazed to see a man before them. They can't work out whether he is an intelligent criminal or an innocent cretin. All their questions are directed to finding the answers to that question. Thanks. The crush is impressive. The photographers add a couple of hundredweight of extra frazzling heat to the temperature of the day. I have to smile and put up with various of Marco P.'s customary incredible idiocies about Marxism, but, for the rest, he is behaving well and he is obviously comfortable in this role. I, on the other hand, only feel comfortable when I spot a couple of friends in the crowd. I wink at them and pass them little notes about meeting up. Moro G is among them. I know him since the early 50s, and I love him. We have in common glories and pains. He is now a symbol of that incredible continuity of revolutionary history, which constitutes us, almost a sign that our prison-imposed separation from all the others is at an end. Finished, finished. The idiotic, rapid fire of questions from the journalists continues. Speaking of which, examine more closely the bestial character of the ignorance and arrogance of this corporation, resume discussion, not only of the corporation itself, which is brutal and cheap, but perhaps better than others, but of the journalists, ask them one by one who pays them, what is the balance between business and corruption, etc., etc. I don't care. It's party time, I should be happy, and indeed I am. We continue. But it is beginning to get boring. Marco is on top form. More so than a peacock. Why? Anyway, I feel the need for a bit of novelty. At a certain point, the radical senator pulls me into a corner and tells me, the Secret Services want to protect you. Well, that's an entertaining novelty. They can go to hell. At lunch with Rosanna we find the time for a free-ranging interview. Very emotional. I love you, Rosanna. I don't care that your old-style communism is grafted onto the institutions, I don't care about that dog-like Tolyatianaism of yours. Often you go beyond all this, and I love the fervent way in which your intelligence is conjugated with your communism. We eat well, and then we rush to the airport. The paparazzi hard on our heels again. At Fiumicino I meet Giulio E and we embrace. A plane for Venice. Oh, what a splendid sky. How many times in prison did I follow from the prison corridors the vapor trails of high-flying aircraft. An almost hysterical emotionality, a nervousness that affects my whole body, I am like a young animal released from the cage in which it had been caught. These are the dimensions of your freedom, the dimensions of the sky, don't forget it. Venezia, and a motor taxi to the Lido. From Tessero we do the canal between Murano and Fondamentino, between Arsenale and Vignole. And right there, out on the waters, Paola starts crying, no, not crying, yelling and weeping her happiness and all the accumulated pain. Evening is about to fall, the colors and shades between the sea and the sky are those of the bosom of the Great Mother. Paola's scream is that of birth, of entering, of returning to life. On the terrace at the Lido I embrace my relations. With great emotion. From this terrace, you can see for miles. I am already restless. On the first evening I see, one by one, the comrades whom I left behind in prison. But imagination and revolutionary hope have to go further. On this terrace, on this evening, I am going crazy. Everything is pulling me out, pushing me beyond, towards that line of the marine horizon that is always light-filled and always infinite. Rome/Venice, July 9th. Folio 59. Padova. I go to visit my mother's grave in the cemetery. She died while I was in prison. I pour a bit of earth onto her grave, letting it slip between my fingers. The earth is dry, but my hand caresses it. I think of your smile, Aldina, my old young mother. I cry like a baby, without trying to restrain myself. My son, Francesco, 16 years of age, holds my arm tightly. Hope, of my freedom, of revolution, of community, how many sad and deep thoughts in this tender metaphysics of filial piety, how much of those desires and those imaginings did you nourish, sweetest mother, Lucretian figure, Alma Venus. Outside the cemetery a photographer tries to get a shot of me, I would have killed him, if it was worth the effort. Then Milan. Once again, I set foot in that much-loved and damnable city. It is Sunday evening when I arrive. The city is empty. I think about the metropolitan sidewalks which I love, and about these internal horizons, which are unknown to outsiders and jealously guarded by those who hold them. My metropolis. I conquered you in the times of revolutionary movement, from Pirelli and Alpha down to the city's network of canals. I know you in your decades-long dynamics of unsuppressible movement for liberation and in your charming, permanent but by no means predictable capacity for transformation, and also of repression. What a strange complexion you have, my Milan, at once working class and bourgeois, virgin and whore. The few remaining comrades in town come to visit me. From what I was told, several thousand have left, to go either into prison, or into exile, or into their private lives, which often involve drugs. And they are so many. In our quick chats they reveal aspects of what has been happening here, of the frequent, harsh, and deep reality of repression. It is no longer the city that I left behind me, they tell me. I react, do you remember revolution? But, most of all, have we forgotten that formidable growth of metropolitan science which we saw developing in this theater of action? And what about the quantity of knowledge accumulated? Good for you, they reply. At best, Milan is the capital of intellectual black labor. We shall see. Meanwhile I am doing non-stop interviews. I try to make myself one with the tiredness of the people I encounter, to destroy myself through work. It is obvious that I'm feeling a sense of guilt about having come out of prison alone, without my comrades. I begin to compensate for this sense of guilt by giving myself a bout of impossibly strenuous work. I sleep in snatches, I don't make love. I work like a machine. My children, Francesco and Anna, look at me as you would at a monster. Am I beginning to live reality as if it were a prison? I have been out for 2 days now, and the only way I can relax is by working. Immediately, as of now, for the freedom of everyone. From 1971, since the time when I transferred myself definitively, Milan has been the center of the world for me, both that of analysis and that of political practice. Milano, experientius of praxis. This is where I should be moving ahead. If only Rome would let me work from here. But it won't happen, of this I am certain. In that institutional shithouse which is Rome they will throttle me. I continue talking and talking with the few comrades still left in the city. I am a survivor, and they are people who escaped with their lives. Not much comes of it. All I understand is that the wound left by repression is so deep that it will not heal soon. Only a radical political change, una catastrophe politica, can set in motion these great and cherished forces. But I cannot allow myself yet to play the card of wisdom. A long job, a subtle project, Milan as the center of the world, as the crystal of contradictions, of the crisis, of the possibility of reaction, of innovation, this has been and continues to be the correct working hypothesis. And yet I cannot permit myself to follow the correct hypothesis. I have to continue working like a lunatic, swimming in the shit of Rome. First of all to get the comrades out by whatever means, before becoming wise. This evening Piazza Vetra is sweaty instead of dry, standing aside from the love I bear it. Tomorrow to Rome, to begin a work that I detest. Farewell wonderful damnable Milan. Padova, Milan, 10 to 11 July. Folio 60. I enter the Parliament chamber. The radicals, my colleagues, do not, as usual, for some strange tactical reason. They tell me that the leader of the Christian Democrat group has called on the speaker not to let me in. The radicals protest and make a racket, but they don't enter the chamber. They like their little jokes, these colleagues. For myself, when there's uproar I'm in my element. I don't think there's too much to worry me here. I enter the chamber with the comrades of Democrazia Proletaria, DP, all of them great people. As soon as we sit down, the house is full for the opening of Parliament. As soon as we get ourselves seated on the benches on the far left, on the mountain, from the right they start shouting, "Murderer, out!" The people around me reply by chanting rhymes. In my view, the band of imbeciles in front of us don't deserve the sometimes over-passionate responses of Mario C. and Guido P. The comedy repeats itself. Theatre and bourgeois parliament are pretty much made of the same stuff. In what sense do their histories cross? Diderot, the paradox of the theatre, the extremization of types, the imitation of the market, study this topic. And the trial? I amuse myself by replacing the heads of these ugly monsters jumping around in front of me. I replace Almirante's head with that of Sant'Apicchio, Abbatangelo's with that of Calogero, and so on. That way I feel at home, and the comedy becomes a scene that embraces the totality of the institutional experiences I find myself living through. However, the uproar shows no signs of abating. In the time-honored rituals of commedia the characters line up. The fascists make as if they are about to cross the floor. Just let me get at him. What a pantomime. The leader of the house, poor Scalfaro, who is old and therefore possibly mindful of the Constitution, reminds the half-wits that a member of Parliament is a representative of all the people, and that they should not get too angry with the people, since the people don't understand much, and they have elected Negri, and in addition to Negri all the rest of this rabble, constituting it into an indivisible sovereignty. Scalfaro, Musil, Count Leinsdorf. The cynical heads of Santiopici and Calogero nod, and gradually calm returns. I think the final entertaining call was "Murderer, I'll kill you." Then the new Speaker of Parliament is elected, Jyoti gets the job. She goes to sit in the Speaker's chair. I watch her, she's used to this kind of thing, she sits with her body rigidly firm and she always moves both arms at the same time, as if she is conducting some kind of ritual from her perch. But there's nothing sacred here, only degradation and indecency. Conjuring up a worthy ending to this parliamentary session, which began with the insults of the fascists, the Speaker thinks it appropriate to move the immediate reading of requests to initiate proceedings for the arrest of the Honourable Member of Parliament Antonio Negri. Her intervention restores order and the House calms down at the announcement that a quick surgical excision will work to cure the Negri sickness. Not just quick, but immediate. Miraculous efficacy. It's time to get this over with, the priestess is sweating. I think of her old teachers, maybe in some senses revolutionaries, sometimes anti-fascists, and certainly with a well-founded sense of the sacred. Gemelli and Togliatti must be spinning in their graves. Today, in the lobby and in the antechambers, I met a lot of people of my own generation, now members of Parliament for the first time. Lula, Johnny F., and many others. A new generation of parliamentarians. Will they be able to represent the country as it really is, in all its dynamism? I really wonder. Giacomo M., the great Southern gentleman, the socialist, the only one who shows recognizable signs of sincerity in what he does for the proletariat, he seems to me infinitely more real as a person. For the rest of them, the formalism of the relationship is interwoven with the nervousness of functionaries who have just been promoted. Emotions may well up, but they are dominated by a dry instrumentality of reason. Of the generation of '68 I find Franco R and Franco P to be different from the average run of MPs, and more enjoyable to be with. For the rest, at this first contact all I experience is a bitter feeling of pointlessness. The rustle of gowns and robes. Cliques, sometimes secret, sometimes blatant. The long march through the institutions, memories of ideological perversions, which now I see before me as perversion in action. No, my dear Scalfaro, unfortunately you are not right. What you say is that they may all be a parcel of rogues, but here we have sovereignty and legitimacy of power. But your view is simply stupid. Here the rustle and the murmurings drown everything. Every now and then a radical shouts something, like the sound of a motor scooter stuck in sand. In the evening I dine with old friends, in Trastevere. God, how wonderful Rome would be without Rebibbia and without Montecitorio. Rome, July 12. Folio 61. Obviously I should not allow myself to be carried away by these initial sensations. It is certainly the case that they emerge from a theoretical terrain that I have been cultivating for the past 20 years, but what do they mean? I could be wrong. I am aware of at least two elements which need to qualify my feelings. The first is self-critical. Basically I would never have ended up in Parliament, were it not for the fact that the mechanism of needs, organization, struggles, counterpower, on which, in linear fashion and incorrectly, we organized for many years, has functioned. The second element is simply theoretical. The function of representation which Parliament embodies has always been an abstraction, but now it is very much strengthened, in postmodernity, by the circularity of the world of information and by the importance of the symbolic. Certainly Parliament no longer represents anything in the proper sense of the word, but it is a fundamental component in the structure of the politically symbolic. In Parliament you represent nobody, but you have the kind of power that used to accrue in the ancien regime from the fact of having married into the royal family. An insertion into the medium of the age. That antechamber, that rustling, and the end of representation and the hegemony of the symbolic, carry you directly to the images and the reality of absolutism. This is how I see things. I have comrades whom I must get out of prison, so I have to do everything that can be done, for as long as it remains possible, or rather for the very short time that is left to me, in order to deal with the problem of getting them free. I have to play this new symbolic game of palace politics. The only way they, my comrades, are going to get out will be through lettre de cachet, like the aristocrats of olden times. Is that really the depth to which politics has sunk? I would say so. From what I read in the memoirs of Saint Simon, the political life conducted through the bedrooms and antechambers of the King of France was far more rich, important, creative, and efficacious than that produced by the bedrooms and antechambers of our present rulers. So I have to play to its limit the symbolic breakpoint that my election represents, not so much because it is a real breakpoint as because it is an efficacious kind of symbolism. I have to accept the games of the press and media, knowing their poverty and detesting the vulgarity of their operators. Interviews, interviews, interviews. It feels like Liza Minnelli's money, money, money. I enter into this whole dirty market, voluntarily taking on the function of symbol, and also all the effort and work this involves. I am well aware that this is likely to destroy me, but I have very little time. After that I shall have to leave, who knows where and for how long. Without any nostalgia for this parliament, but with a huge nostalgia for my comrades. And with how much anger. So let us pay it all, entirely and immediately, the price of this market. And so saying I put myself in the hands of the journalists. Who are they? Some of them are sympathetic scroungers, others are police spies, the scum of the OVRA, representatives of Santiapichi on a mission, Montanelli's rats. The few good and brave journalists find it hard to get out of the shadows. Anyway, I put myself into their hands, because the world of the media is stronger than their imbecility. Cheese, cheese, smile, my old carcase. Rome, 13 to 14 July. Folio 62. During these days I have been in Milan. It is very hot. That fine heat of Milan, in the evening it feels good, and life is a joy. I rediscover easy friendships and deep affections. I spend a day at Radio Popolare, doing a phone-in that seems to go on forever. Another day I spend at Reti Cinque in Segrate, being interviewed by Bacca, whom finally I get to meet, and who strikes me as a bit dull. These are hard days. Interviews and yet more interviews. Hard days. Maybe it would make sense for me to start thinking about myself, rather than being simply an extension of prison. My personal discourse, constructed during my years of imprisonment, I find it hard to get it out into the open. I don't have the time. On the other hand, this week I have been seeing my children again, and I try to understand the differences produced by the years of separation. I find again an enthusiasm for getting to know them. And I find new attachments, a web spun by myself, it's true, but also a web of great love, of desires fed during what has been a very long dream. What will be the passage from this wretched reality of mine to the dimensions of a dream that will be real and solid and productive? Where will such a passage be possible, in the confusion and tumult of feelings that the separation, this too long separation, has brought about? Every decision I take in this tangled web can cause unhappiness to someone. Move carefully, Tony, carefully. But when time is short, prudence is like homeopathic medicine, it will do the patient good, but it won't produce quick results. It is true, however, that I have to find an equilibrium in this bordello that I'm having to endure. I've not even been out all week, and all my personal problems, of getting back in touch with the world in terms of emotions, at the level of life, and in terms of knowledge, at the level of politics, are not only unresolved, but are not even classified. My life is political, of that I have little doubt. However, I fear the suppression of life in favor of politics as if it were a sin against the Holy Ghost. That's what prison is, and the division is imposed by the bosses. Is it maybe the case that, at a certain point, in this moment, I am reproducing, masochistically, the same indifference to values, albeit in the opposite sense to that of the bosses? There is no doubt that my life is political, but the problem of politics in my life remains unresolved. By accepting to move within the spaces of the